Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining now. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just let you down. Leaving you. Will I will leave you now. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life. No longer wait for your sign. All the darkness inside won't let you fly, but I might get you off my mind, 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 get you off my mind.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in. Yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes. Just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be the light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing? what makes us come alive. Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 먼저 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the voice not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 받아 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 목소리 내못다 짜증나면 질러도 let me cool at least night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or she want 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다면 내가 다시 look nice told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들을 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 나고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈에 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Oh, we shout nice, playing all night to the daylight, yeah. Never take a L, no. Food's in the game, can you tell? Now hold on. Work, get in work. Watch me get it from the dirt, put in work, yeah. And I'm always the first. Don't let nobody tell you you can't be the first. Now work. Let me see you work. Tryna get some work. And be you business. Let me hear you say. Let me hear you say. Nice shot, kill, footman. Onların hakkına konuşamam, evet belki de ama ya. Kazanıp hava atarım istediğim oya. Uykulu da yaparım, uykumda da yaparım. Rahatlıkla yeminle güven ben yaparım. Aces up my sleeve, everything up reach, breaking history. Know you came to see how I work. Let me see you work. Tryna get some work. And be business. Let me hear you say. Let me hear you say. Let me hear you say. Yeah. Kill, footman. Kill, footman.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. I'm chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now.
A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
이건 데자vu 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열을 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken embers, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? I'll never wait, I'll never fight, wait or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take
We couldn't quite send our first team to playoffs yesterday, but today, Team Liquid have a massive chance to lock in their spot. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT EMEA. We're coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined once again by Meg, sounds like egg, and Billy IDK. We're going with the full names today.
Thank you.
Now, yesterday I asked you, what gets you outside? But since we're inside today, what gets you inside?
Ooh.
Yeah.
God, that one's tough because I feel like
That
the
is tough.
obvious answer would be playing 10 ranked games in a row, right,
Wow.
guys?
Okay, Billy's gonna say 15.
Yeah, it has to be playing games. Like,
Love that.
or a nice meal.
Nice
meal.
meal.
Get
Yeah.
it for a nice meal.
I like that. I like that. For me, it's having Kim producing the pre-show. So I mean, wherever he tells me to go, I'm going. So you guys send him some love on socials, and also send some love to the Team Liquid fans because they're going to be clutching their pearls today. Billy, if they win, they will lock playoffs. They'll be the first team to do so, and it will be a very big deal for a team that didn't have the nicest time last year.
Exactly. We consider Team Liquid's performance last year, and we look at them this year on to track to be able to make all 3 global events. Champs, of course, being the one that they will be absolutely not wanting to miss, given how they've performed this year. So yeah, it's exciting, but I don't want to jinx it yet, considering we said the same for Giant X. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into today.
It's definitely well deserved, I guess, to the fans who stuck by them throughout sort of the year that they had last year. So who knows? We might see that result today.
Yeah, on the flip side of this, Apex, they will be playing Team Liquid, and if they lose, they will be out of contention in terms of champs points. So if they want to make champs, they have to make top 2. A lot of pressure. And if you are praying for Fnatic to make champs this week, you're praying for Liquid's down for a little bit, because if they lose and Fnatic win tomorrow, Meg, I'm sure
That changes everything.
deep down for you, maybe you want that to happen.
I said to myself coming on the desk this time that I wouldn't be biased towards Fnatic, but now you've told me that.
Somebody
changed my
has to be
opinion.
biased.
Yeah, somebody has
Lauren,
to. You can
Pansy's
be
not here.
I'm going to rein you in a little bit tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to have
fine.
to happen.
Like I said, Pansy's not here. You know, you could just take her spot when it comes to
Happily.
Yeah, number one.
How many have you
Fnatic
got in the
fan.
bag now? We got Koi, we got Fnatic.
Yeah. I like it.
You're putting up numbers.
That's like me. I'm like BBL for know every Turkish player
We've got to complete
ever.
the roster over
Yeah,
time.
we do. What are your thoughts on Penny? Has he convinced you?
Maybe. I think I would be more convinced if I'd seen a Phoenix played by Penny, which we haven't so far. But I do think what we've seen from Penny is very hopeful. It's obviously a shame that Apex haven't been able to bring it through the line. But can you blame them when they've had sort of 2 weeks to prepare with him, and they've been incredibly close matchups, especially last week against Carmine Corp. So I do hope today that we see a better performance from Penny and Apex as a whole.
Oh, it's a big ask though when you consider the fact that he's going up against, I guess, his former team in Team Liquid, having to sub in during Masters Toronto as a 6-man roster when they played there. I like what you're saying though, Meg. I want to see a Phoenix come out from him, because when we did see him at Masters Toronto, which we're shown right now in this in these clips, he was playing across a variety of different agents, right? He was playing the Jet, the Omen, the Raze, but it was his Phoenix that was a standout moment for a lot of us. And I think as well, now he's joined Apex, he's been continuing to shine on this duelist role.
I think as well it's definitely important to note that Penny's definitely finding value both on the attack and defense so far. So despite, maybe it not going so well, I do think that Apex can rely on Penny a little bit to take those duels either way, whether they're starting on that defense or that attack side. And he's definitely someone that you could kind of just send in for a kill.
Cool, calm and collected as well. Even in Toronto, coming as a super sub, he definitely shined on Team Liquid. And I know you mentioned the former team. I think it counts. I think he played long enough on Team Liquid that I think now we have a tiny bit of a storyline, because there is a world that they could have kept him, right? They already played with him. They were obviously coming back into this league for this stage to have someone else. That ended up being Trek. So we're making up fake storylines. I've seen the tweets like, oh, is there any storylines left in VCT?
I saw that too.
Yeah, I encourage whoever thought that, watch anything else outside of Americas, then you might,
that's cool.
you'll find the storylines. But we wondered a little bit, what was it that compelled Apex to pick up Penny? I actually did ask their coach Danito about this in week 1, and this is what he had to say.
I mean, we watched closely Toronto games, and Penny was outstanding for the matches with Liquid, because we know that they had so little time to prepare with him, and still individually he did really good. And you know, also like Liquid staff, we talk with them from time to time, and they recommended, you know, him, and he came here to Europe. We had a little trial with him. We liked him a lot, so yeah, he was a good match for us, not only like in-game wise, but outside of the game also.
Absolutely love the honesty there from Danisha, but also Billy, having a vouch from your former team, it's a big deal.
Yeah, of course it is. I think like you need to have that confidence as well, right? And I think that if Penny is going to be the one to stop Team Liquid being the first team to lock into playoffs in VCT EMEA, I think that's a storyline in itself, personally.
I do really like that Apex have almost used Team Liquid as kind of a scouter. You know what I mean? They're definitely saving money in the budget, as Team Liquid kind of did that job for them, I guess, trialing and testing Penny out on that stage in Toronto.
Yeah, and he already has global experience as well, which I think this roster needs a little bit, you know, given some of the other newbies as well. On the other side, though, he has been on a team with Liquid, so he understands the prowess, you know, of Nats, and also, of course, of the double duelist players. Here's my question, chat. Feel free to play along, Sliggy as well. I'm name dropping you. Do you two think that Kiko and Camo are the best double duelist duo in VCT EMEA?
Absolutely not.
Okay, if you don't, then where would you rank them?
I would put them third in my list. Like, I did have a long, hard think about this. And of course, you know, in a totally unbiased list, I have to put Kayak and Alpha up there first.
You don't have to, but yeah.
No, but in my opinion, they are the absolute greatest, you know, sort of duo. Mini Boo and Vut, of course, you've got to talk about them. But Camo and Kiko have been incredible as a sort of pairing. And I guess we saw a masterclass on Lotus last week, especially from Kiko.
Yeah, I have to say, Mini Boo and Woot for me are like the best duo, hands down, when it comes to the double duelist. And I think even when we look at these stats, we know that Kiko's great, right? We know this at this point. And I think that Camo goes a little bit missing, perhaps, when they have that kind of double duelist. I do think he's great, but it's just, when you're playing with Kiko, it's so difficult to kind of keep up to that kind of level. And the fact that Kiko's putting up numbers, obviously just on the Raze with these stats that we have, he puts up these kind of numbers even on the Omen, like he's just a star player.
And Brimstone. His Brimmy is great. I love his Brimmy.
Is fantastic. Yeah. I do love a Brimstone showing. I have to say as well, I feel like Kiko is having fun when he's put on that duelist role. And I guess it's almost like he wants to remind us almost of his roots, like where he came from, where he started, how he got here. And that was on that duelist, which he understands and he knows so well.
I put them higher, personally, honestly. Maybe not number one, but I think second. I think I'm convinced by their consistency.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced by the fact that they have a world of utility and initiator players that support them, that get them to that spot. So I'll pivot the question, Billy. Double initiator duos. Are Trex and Patty the best in
wish
VCT
Minnie was here. I wish Minnie was here for
Said
you
no
to
one
ask
ever.
him this question. That's crazy from you.
But would you, where would you put Trex and Patty for you then?
I mean, I think these two could actually be in the #1 spot for me. When we look at how they're able to set Camo up in these kind of situations, I think this round was such a great example of how they are in those situations as well, right? You look at the experience that both Patitex and Trex bring to this. You don't need to be worrying about getting flashed by them or anything like that. They're just so great, so supportive with the utility. And yeah, I think for me, #1 spot.
I mean, you talk about questionable timings. We've seen a few of those with flashes so far. And I think these guys are so incredibly consistent and communicative in the way that they talk to their duelists. And it comes from a wealth of experience, right? And I do think Trex has really found his feet quite quickly with the Team Liquid. And Patitech as a duo with that initiator. They almost have full trust in each other with these timings. And the synergy just comes across on stage so well.
Yeah, I think you both covered a lot there, and these clips we're seeing are just some of the best timed util. The synergy is there. You know, it feels like Camo knows exactly when the flash pops. Yeah. Maybe the rest of KC can learn from that as well before they peak, and so on and so forth. So I think it's very easy to look at the numbers of Kiko and Camo, but forget that behind them they've got some incredible players to support them, though. How do Apex break this rhythm? Because teams have, you know, it's not impossible, Billy. It's doable.
Hear me out. I know you're gonna like this.
Yeah.
Batu Deadlock.
Oh yes.
Batu
Yes.
Deadlock.
Yes.
He's honestly looked so good on it. So I think for Apex, that could be their win condition today. It genuinely could be.
My worry is they don't let that sunset through because they know that that's been the one map from Apex that's sort of come through. But, you know, we spoke a little bit about how incredible Deadlock is and what they sort of bring to a team yesterday with Sociable. And Batu is definitely up there. I guess we also spoke about with his duelist experience, of using that utility to benefit himself, not just his team, take that space, take those timings, those fights. So he's incredible at assisting his team, but also assisting himself.
And for me, there is... Oh, I just wanted to hear back. Oh, okay.
On the
For me, it just doesn't make sense that he's this good on Deadlock. You know, he was set up to fail, I think, from having to come to Tier 1, not being able to get a win, playing off-roll, playing on-roll, and then playing off-roll again. It just doesn't make sense that he's this good, so I want to give him extra credit for the fact that he is this good.
It's like Meg said, though, the way in which his playstyle is when he's on the Deadlock, he's so self-sufficient, which is why he can get away with these things. I think you drew a kind of comparison to Sociable yesterday. That was very much crunch combo plays that were very set in the approach. But with Batu, it's so self-sufficient that he can take the fights and pick and choose the fights. So discipline is a key thing that we've seen come out from him that maybe on Duelist he wouldn't be able to have because he's like, go kill, go kill.
Yeah, but I just don't know if that's going to be enough, especially with the sunset in question, you know. They don't even have a map pool at this point. I think that is the biggest worry. But despite some tough results, Apex players are still having a lot of fun. Billy caught up with Penny and Olazira a little bit earlier.
Hello everyone, today I am joined by some of the members of Apex. Today we're going to be playing a fun little game. Since we have the sandpit, I thought why not? Essentially what I'm going to have you two players doing is taking turns and holding the ball. Whoever has the ball is going to answer my question. If you get the question wrong, Danito is going to shoot you with the water gun. What you have to try and figure out is what Danito was thinking when I ask these questions. So answer what you think your coach would answer. He's going to write it on the whiteboard and show us what his answer is. Are you both ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah? Okay, nice. So Penny, I'm going to start with you. If your coach had to choose you or Ollie to be IGL for the day, who would it be?
You pick me.
He would pick you?
Oh my god, it's not.
Oh no,
it's not right. I think.
It's not right because it's wet. It's okay. Who would you say?
I would say Penny. Yeah.
Okay, fair. Right, that's
I
fine.
give him the ball now?
Yeah, give Ollie the ball. Just drop the whiteboard. We don't need the whiteboard. It's not Ryan. That's fine. And Ollie, I'm going to ask you, who is the better Sova? Is it Batu or Molzy? Who do you think, Danny?
Molzy.
Yeah, he's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice. No water guns just yet.
Yeah.
Penny, who's the better Deadlock? Batu or Molzy?
I go Molzy.
Okay, give me the gun. No. Wait, how do you put?
I think it's the bottom bit, yeah. I'm
Okay, I will
definitely
keep the
going on there. Okay, if Ollie can take the ball. Ollie, what do you think your coach would say impressed him during the trial period that you had before joining the team?
I would say firepower and communication.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
He got it right.
Okay, nice. And both of you, last question. We've seen how great your sunset is and how, it's just such a dominant map for you guys. What would your coach say is something that you need to improve on going into today's match to be able to help close out a series this split? Go with Penny first.
I would say just composure.
Okay. And Ollie?
I would say communication and confidence.
Which part was wrong?
He said it right, but it needs to be equal between them, you know, the water.
Okay. So give us like an overarching thing then, Danny. So how are you feeling going into today's match?
I mean, we're feeling good. The team is prepared. It was a good learning lesson in the KC game, but we showed that we can fight. And I'm confident going in this game that we can actually show our A game and win the game.
Okay, nice. I like to hear it. Thanks so much for playing the game today, guys. Best of luck today, and hopefully you can show your A game. Let's send it down to the stage where we'll welcome out the rest of Team Apex and, of course, Team Liquid.
Liquid's hopes and dreams of making playoffs and also champs this year could potentially come true today. They gotta take down Apex, but for Apex, they have to win. They need a win at some point this year, and it would also help them for their champs dreams as well.
There's a lot of pressure on the line today for both teams in totally different sides of sort of that spectrum.
Yeah, the Sunset is gonna go. I think you manifested this, but also Liquid always being so smart with their map vetoes. I think we saw this coming.
Yeah, I think we saw this coming, and I think if you're Apex, you're probably expecting Team Liquid to take that Sunset off of you as well. You know, it's the only map that you've won in the past 2 series that you've played the past 2 weeks, so there's no surprises there. Apex picking into Ascent though, I'm intrigued to see how different this looks considering they have new additions to the team. Is it going to be Batu playing that Deadlock? Is it in fact going to be Malzy, who we saw on the Deadlock previously? Or do we finally get to see that double duelist that we've all been screaming and shouting for from Apex?
This is a really exciting map veto actually, because of course we're seeing that Kuro come through, but particularly for me, the Ascent, I'm really intrigued to see what Team Liquid bring out here, because they've not played this since stage 1, and this was when the Tejo was still the meta, so it will be really interesting to see what comps they bring out this time.
I love that point, Meg, because when we think about Team Liquid, you know, this is a team that have shown 5 maps in the 2 weeks already that we've seen them, which is crazy to think that it's a team that's come back from Masters 2. You think about how much prep that they've had to put in as well with Trex coming into the roster. You know, you're looking at them and you're thinking, okay, this is actually impressive to not be afraid to play these variety of different maps. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see what that Ascent looks like. Like you say, do they still have the Tejo? I don't know, considering the changes that they've had recently. But then how do they also implement Trex here?
I'm glad you mentioned Trex, because I need everybody who's watching right now to get excited with me about the return of Trex to Ascent. We have not seen him play Ascent since champs against Trace Esports when he was on Team Vitality.
Wow.
There was a loss, unfortunately, but it was a very uncharacteristic loss for Trex. Since he's been in VCT, 2020 days, Guild days, Vitality days, whichever days you want to think about, this man has been insane on Ascent. You know, he's very flexible, never missed a single piece of util, the shock dust, the raise nades, even whipped out a cheeky Reyna at one point, but he just dominates on Ascent. This is his home ground. If I had to associate him a little bit with one of the maps in the past in his career, not only Ascent, but Ascent is definitely up there. So when you talk about Team Liquid upgrading, when you talk about Team Liquid having a buff, that is Trex, Ascent is where it's at. And to add on top of that, I want to give Sniggy a little bit of credit, but Liquid's always been good on Ascent. There's just something about this team on Ascent. So I almost feel a little bit weirded out to pick that map against them, but for Apex, they must have something up their sleeves. They know, like you guys said, Sunset, they're not going to play Sunset today. So I think we can cope a little bit.
It will be interesting, because I think they're sort of, what they brought to Ascent previously was that kind of double sentinel, you know, that Deadlock Cypher, and I think that caught a few people off guard. However, now since then, we've seen it, you know, we've been there, done that. So I think it'll be interesting to see if they have brought anything new to the table, because that was their new thing, which I would say no longer is new. So.
Yeah, and I think as well, to that point, Apex were also playing that double sentinel, right? So both teams would know how to approach that when it comes to those kind of compositions. But I'm going to say it again, I want to see a double duelist. I really want to see a double duelist.
For both sides?
More so from Apex than Team Liquid, I would say. I think Team Liquid have great players that already the double sentinel, to me, looked good. I think that they can still make that work and work around that on Ascent specifically. But yeah, I think for Apex, I'm needing to see a Penny Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix, I'm not sure.
Give me a Phoenix on Ascent.
Okay.
Give it to me.
He's played a lot of agents, but he's never played Phoenix on Ascent, so that will be new for him.
I want to see it.
And I mean, since I'm doing history lessons anyway, well,
I love
Penny, when he was on G2, not the current, not the guard G2, and not the EMEA G2, the little bit of a stint in between, NA Tier 2 G2.
Yeah.
Also, with that team, they enjoyed a long time of winning on Ascent. Penny on that jet, doing some very, very bog standard sort of things. So I think both teams have a little bit of comfort when it comes to players that like Ascent, players that have played a lot of Ascent. So as we take a look at agents, let's see if you guys are right, if we will get the double duelist coming out to them or not. We will. And,
manifested.
But we say goodbye to the Deadlock.
We do say goodbye to the deadlock. This is something that I was considering, you're right. Do they have it on Mosey or Batu? But no, Batu's going to be playing that Yoru. I'm so excited to see that. We saw him play it on Pearl back in stage 1, and it just looked absolutely incredible. You can see the confidence kind of oozing through him whenever he jumps onto that agent. I think, honestly, for me, it just looks like what's most comfortable for Apex at first glance.
I mean, you talk about confidence.
I was going to say,
looking at
look
Team
at
Liquid,
Liquid.
I'm quaking in my boots.
They are on their like sort of strength roles as well. You know, we know Nats is incredible on that Viper, but his Cypher scares me almost more, especially starting on that defense side. I do think they're going to struggle maybe a little bit against someone like Nats, who will adjust to kind of how Apex play and if they figure out his setups.
I mean, this is almost best in slot. Looking at all of the, I mean, it's a comp that we've seen like a billion times, but it is from these kind of players that you got to be scared about, and it's time to throw this over to your casters, and let's see what they thought about the agent select. Hazard and Gyro, over to you.
Oh man, I'm just so excited to see what Apex have brought out for us. The first time we cast them in VCT.
Nah, mate, nah, that's enough of that. We're done with that. We can't be biased anymore. Off you go, get yourself changed. Yeah, we are going to get Apex versus Team Liquid. And this is an exciting one because Team Liquid could potentially lock in playoffs here. But as for Apex, I mean, this is almost the last life left in this stage.
Yeah, you talk about getting to playoffs. For Apex, this group stage is their playoffs. If they can't succeed here, then it's back to challengers. They go with both of us at the end of the week. So that's not what we're looking forward to. In terms of the composition that they bring out on Ascent, though, and when you look at Liquid's history, the only loss they've registered on it so far was against the double duelist Yoru Jet, which Heretics played.
Straight towards mid, and it's Apex who start things off flying. It's Batu to pick up the first. Patty gone, and those flashes as well.
Very quick duel in mid. Nat fighting this one forward, really pushing the envelope, the Cypher player. He is forced to drop back, while the setup is currently on B.
Yeah, that's a really big loss in the paranoia, considering you don't have a lot of utility. Kiko, though, goes searching and can't quite find what he's looking for. Apex need to be careful in terms of the health count on all players.
And the question here is, do Apex think that they're walking into a site without Cypher utility after Nat's showing face on the other side of the map?
That's the question. Does Apex collect all 5 outside of B?
I mean, the placement of the trap as well isn't too close to the wall, so they might not hear it buzzing beyond.
The utility now being shown, and back to doing a short TP on towards site. The players now trying to find Trex as the first one caught is Penny. Oh, info dart to try and help, and now the players know exactly where the remaining Sova is, and still all 5 alive for the attack.
Bought a lot of time in the process though. Liquid queuing up for this retake now.
Spamming through, not really getting much here, Camo, but it's the health that's probably the biggest advantage to Team Liquid here, and the fact that they have 3 Sheriffs.
And 3 targets within striking distance of just 1 bullet to the chest. Liquid may even look to try and wipe some off the board here.
It's all about how Apex play off of one another. As the players slowly make their way through, Team Liquid begin to dismember every single player on the site, dismantle the hold that Apex had. Only 1 player's remaining, and it is Ollie Zera who will be caught, and Team Liquid with the pistol.
They wash Apex away. The cleanup crew arrives, and it's instant, the retake. Really strong fundamentals, and that's something you have to be testing here, with it being another revision of this Apex lineup from year to year, the challenges that they've had. And the player on your screens is at the forefront of it, Kiko. His role change coming out of being a duelist for Apex in 2023, signed on to Liquid for 24, and in 25 he looks like one of the best in this region.
And not only just this region, I'd go as far to say he's probably the most informed player in the world at the moment. The way that he's been able to switch roles, and every single time he doesn't look out of place.
The purple patch on his stats sheet would certainly suggest it to be the case. If there's any player that can torment Team Liquid the opposite way, I think it has to be Batu. We've got to be looking at this Yoru. Like Billy said, that debut on Pearl, it was an absolute masterclass, but it feels like we've been waiting so long to see it. In this round, they are being diligent. It's another orb picked up. Starting to move closer to that dimensional drift. now onto the A site. The spike is still sat on Molesy though, and he is quite a way away.
Yeah, he's taking his time. I thought for a minute Apex might try and do a 4-player fake towards A, the old classic, and get the spike onto the
Well,
side.
it's like, yeah, you rush B, I go A, the pistol around strat.
Yeah, it's a classic. But
it is all classics here.
Yeah, I mean, with that being said, everyone on Apex is going to be heading in towards B, and you look towards Patty and the Spectre in hand, you're expecting this to be a mowdown.
Sure, it's a 5 versus 2 though, and Trek's playing from spawn.
But like,
let's see how scary this can get.
I don't know if it'll be that scary as well. Patty's able to get one. It's all about Trex' sheriff though, as we know how good he can be. And he is showing us some gold standard shooting right now as he continues to find more and more. That's probably as best we'll see from Apex on an eco round, getting rid of 2 of those buys. But remember, you've got to be thinking of the upgrades that are like of the remaining weapons on the floor.
Yeah, the individuals on Liquid's definitely something to think about, and one of them, of course, Kiko. We already highlighted it a little bit. If his career were to end, you know, in the next few days, which God forbid we hope it doesn't, one of his biggest regrets would be that 2023 Ascension Grand Final. But the way that he so quickly found comfort on the stage after that first year to really bed in with Liquid, and now kept on as someone who is, you know, always has such a strong mentality to really be learning and improving. That's why he's been able to pick up the role so successfully.
It's time to lock in, because this will be Apex's first full buy to go up against what is Team Liquid's bonus round, but you could be mistaken for it with the buy that they have. And Team Liquid, they hold on to A main successfully, no contest there.
You would have seen the stat flown as well just before the round started. Liquid win today, and it's a playoffs lock, so strong start on Ascent is just as imperative for them as it is Apex. Their VCT lives. Camo finding the first engagement short. Batu is gone. And Penny, while he tried to follow the play up behind, tagged by the cam and pushed out behind the smoke, hasn't gained any ground.
Yeah, but look at Molesy. He has, and on the top back of that, Olizera has B main. That's a big 1 versus 1. And Molesy's going to win it out. That creates a real problem for Team Liquid here.
And they lose all of the pressure in B main in the process. Patty hitting a big shot, but Molesy hasn't stopped. Second for the captain now. And Apex starting to shift their focus. It's back to the A site, actually.
I wonder if okay with it. Oh, that's massive. And it's even better as Apex get the next couple. And it's up to Partitek, who is already making his way to the B site. He's here early.
And now revealed by the drone. All chances starting to fade. Penny on the spam. And Apex on the board. It got a little bit messy, but Molesy ever consistent. This has been one of the best stages that we've seen from him in VCT so far, and it's coming at just the right time.
It is, and I think as well, when we saw Apex coming into VCT this year, there was a big question mark on firepower and what they were going to be able to bring to this stage. I mean, obviously, the results haven't come, but some of the individual performances have.
They reshaped again during the downtime, but like you say, it was not just the players that have come in, but the players that they lost. Kayak, of course, now on Fnatic looking world class, and Sulcus, someone who I think Batu has done a good job at filling in the shoes of. But here, it is all about Molesy's drone, and Camo pushed off the angle. A stalemate in B main.
Handshake, but Team Liquid will be the ones to hold on to that space and have re-cleared it at the same time. As Apex go to clear through mid. A little bit of chip damage towards Partitek.
That's also calling for the rotation as well. Apex constantly have that threat that they can burst into a site, especially with Batu and Penny both having full utility belts. As soon as I say that,
Camo has no dash. He has no way of getting out.
Batu's TP'd back here. He wants that orb really for the ult to enter sight, but Camo is diligent on the line, and Batu first to be shown the door. Apex accelerating towards B.
Yeah, but Trex looking to try and challenge the push. The execute doesn't work out. Olizera gets that. But look at Nats trying to escape to sight.
But they have heard the steps. The paranoia certainly caught him. Just being cautious. Penny, nowhere for caution. Into CT, collecting 2. And now it's only Nats, so Apex will scurry from his sight. and just swinging at it. He can't quite land the shots. I mean, it's a late plant, but a secure one.
Yeah, and Nats, does he even want to try and go for this?
No.
We've got to be thinking about the next round and how this game develops.
10 seconds left.
And Apex go
Spike
2 for 2.
planted.
This is looking decent so far.
If you want to mention Apex and draw that golden thread of Heretics through the two teams again,
Yeah.
not only did Liquid lose to the same composition they're facing here, albeit an entirely different roster, Apex beat that same Heretics team in their first outing on Ascent. It was a Waylay experiment gone wrong, I think, if you want to, you know, really correct it and add the caveat. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I think in terms of the entries, Penny has looked a lot better. I think that's something that was missing from this team before, maybe, where you look at Kiko and Kayak in terms of player profiles. When they spent their time in challenges, they felt very autonomous, that they could lead the line and be very instinctive with their entries, whereas Penny felt like he was kind of leaning on the setup a lot of the time from the players around him in the first couple weeks, but this is already looking a lot better.
Yeah, and Penny will obviously know exactly what he needs to do to face up against Team Liquid, have played against them in Prax. And most interestingly, coming out of that last round, is we're going to be heading straight into a Team Liquid timeout.
Yeah, I mean, he played for Team Liquid as well, right? And these two organizations share an office. I mean, this is the Adlershof derby, I suppose. I don't really know how else to paint it, but Lohan immediate to invest the timeout, and you can understand why, because a few more rounds like this where Liquid are sort of trying to react with the rotations, Apex have been able to manipulate them fairly well, but it's also a little bit chaotic on their own behalf.
Yeah, I think like that's the big thing. Just not getting the full grasp of how Apex are moving, right? Like 2 players caught in CT in that last round, a little bit disconnected maybe within the comms. Maybe just a little bit complacent is the word that I would use.
But for Danny, face won't maybe reflect it in the 60-second break, but he's in high spirits today. We sort of managed to catch him around the arena for 9 straight losses in a row, 11 in all competitions in VCT. Apex need to notch that first win, and looking at it here, yeah, it wasn't that long ago that we saw Penny with the Liquid squad in Toronto. Another fun stat about that as well, he is the player with the longest vacancy in between 2 international appearances since he debuted with V1 back in Reykjavik 2021.
That's crazy. Back to mid we go, back to mid we look once again. Apex being given this for completely free. Team Liquid not really challenging this, more playing for the extremities. And look at Camo and how far up he's got in B main.
Yeah, and I think it's rounds like this as well, which were the undoing of Apex at times, the ones that you expect to win, especially when you're coming into this fresh off of a timeout. You can see they're giving a lot of respect to Liquid, but there gets to a stage in the round where you need to then start taking some space, not leaving it too late and having things be how they were in the last couple.
And this is where last week would have been the learning experience that we saw Danny speaking about in that interview early on with Billy. Just the fact that, listen, we should have won certain rounds, we should have won that series, but you know what? Now heading in towards next week, we've had our learning experiences, we've made our adjustments, and that's where the scrims would have been focused.
Sheer paranoia just to clear short there as Olazera has to be careful, has broken the cam in B main. Keeping the attention of Team Liquid as it's a slight swap redistribution of the players. Patty trying to fight into the smoke. Kiko should have flashed up on the radar here. It doesn't look like he's been spotted. The Sheriff gets to work, but only shoots down 1.
Still Nats close by, he was playing around the smoke. And that is the one rifle that Team Liquid have.
Phantom here could cause a problem. It's the shot dart from Trex. And now there's only 15 seconds. Apex running out of time. And with the ult in, Batu forced to commit to it. Plant does go in, but there's problems on site. It's Camo's blades, which have finally been sheathed. But Nats has already found his way out into the open.
Last player
Try into the crossfire. Ollie has the first, but Nats will be looking to dice up the angles with the cage in
7
front.
bullets.
This is his chance. Found the first, but Ollie is there. Safe pair of hands to keep Apex back in this game.
And as well as that, a big investment for the Hunter's Fury to be used from Team Liquid in a round that looked almost doable. I mean, early on, Patitech taking that early gamble of walking into the smoke, the timing not walking out. Liquid's utility absolutely spot on, unfortunately for them. the gunfights didn't go their way.
Roles a conversation on both sides, really, to be had, and one of them is Olazera. We only saw his Cypher for the first time.
Get out of my way!
The final map the other day. He looked so much better on it, and already you can see here, 3K under his belt, continuing to build stage confidence as Apex with their full house of ults look to make a combo play of their own with the Hunter's Fury. Camo's lived it, but only momentarily. Penny hitting the scene with a burst of blades, and the B side carved open, but just for a moment. Not if Nats has anything to say about it.
Still the utility spot on. Nats can't quite get the spam, but that's now 3 ults invested by Apex in this round. As the spike goes down, Team Liquid are close by to flood back in.
It's 4. Penny has the blades as well. There's barely going to be anything left for it. And it's a huge swing round in terms of finance as well. You can see Apex do want to double down. Olazera on the prowl again, the aggressive Sentinel. Trying to set up Penny for some kind of a fight or vice versa. It's a 1-2 punch. Looking for a duel, Judge in his hands, but it's Olazera with the first. Penny following up as Molesy digs the grave of Patty. The fellow countryman falling, and Kiko with little left to do against his former side. He's going to have to walk away from this. Head bowed low as Penny nails the final shot. 4 for Apex.
You can hear the energy in the roster as well.
Yep.
It feels as if everything is maybe falling into place at the right time, but we won't get ahead of ourselves just yet.
No.
This is a really nice round. I mean, a lot of ultimates invested, but Apex got what they wanted, right? They'll start to really build this lead on attack, on Ascent, which typically we see fall towards the defender side.
He's saying it, but he's saying, bro.
Keeping the vibes up is majorly important though, and like you said, while I might be the only person this side of the stage with an Apex jersey on, Liquid have their support, and the Apex fans need to create that environment for themselves in the server. Big mid duel, Penny wins it again, on rails right now. Huge double up against this half investment from Liquid. And Apex have time, space. It's their choosing where they want to go.
I agree, right? They do have time and space, Apex, to go and do what they want, but that time and space will allow the rifles on the floor to get picked up, like Nats has just done through mid. Now, Team Liquid, they're starting to lean heavier towards the A side, and I'm wondering, is it going to be, hey guys, let's try and keep the rifles, or do they actually attempt a 3 versus 5? There is Cypher utility on the site.
Yeah, and Nats has now just got the notification that it is the B site hit from Apex again. They've been moving steady through this left-hand side so far. Liquid made the gamble that if we were to have our site breached on A, we have half a chance to fight them with the guns. But because they've chosen the opposite side of the map, it is going to be the save call with Patty sent to her.
Yeah, I mean, try and do as much damage as possible, but for the most part, you look at Apex finances, they're looking flush with cash, so maybe for them, that's an extra ultimate orb.
It's also Penny leading the way with opening picks yet again, because another thing that I noticed about him, from that speech, the iconic one now that we saw from Nats, that with it being such a quick fix, a stand-in for Toronto, the main point being made to his duelist at the time was, look Penny, just keep doing your thing, play it loose, play it as you would want to play. Whereas with Apex, he's being fixed into a much more pre-existing system, I suppose. Like, they've had time to actually work him into the side, whereas it had only been a week, if not a few days, when he arrived on the scene in Toronto. But it feels like we're kind of seeing them take it a step back here, and now Penny's actually being let off the leash to sort of play how he wants, especially with how he was taking those mid-duels.
Well, we're back to another important round, and in terms of discrepancies in the buys, we're looking at 3 light shields for Team Liquid here, which will obviously Apex going to be nowhere near it. And as you said, Penny, electric at the moment, 10-3. And if we look towards the map in terms of the players, they are going to lean Apex more heavily towards the A main, where we haven't really seen them start just yet.
Patty can immediately collate some information. 3 players hit by the 0 point. Apex still looking fairly direct. The dash has been denied, no tailwind. Taken offline, and it's a big kill from Patty. Still has the null command up, of course, as well. And that just becomes even more potent. with the numbers if they want to posture for a retake. But looking at the positioning of Nats on backside B in the boathouse, you're playing to defend and flood here, really.
Yeah, Nats is calling for support. That's why Camo's coming over to try and help him if there is going to be a hit. But at the same time, there's a drone moving through mid to try and create more pressure on other parts of the map.
Liquid haven't really buckled, though. They're still resolute in positioning. They know that the setup should be good for it. TP finally taken by Batu. He's in the backlights now.
Yeah, and Nats is under pressure. You can see the panic as he tries to get into the cages, playing through lane, but nobody else is here. Batu finally cleared by Nats, but Nats cleared himself. But look at Kiko, still holding on to backside, still denying Apex, and well, this is a late play to get back towards A.
And I tell you what, I think they've gotten away with it. There's just about enough time to sneak their way through tree and plant the spike at the base of generator.
And look at the bits of utility that Apex still have moving into this post plan. Still got paranoia, still got a trap, and still got a cam.
But you have to again be thinking about Patty's null command. That can be the ever equalizing factor here. It's a retake in from short. You've got Kiko starting to gut out mid. Mulsi needs this dart timing.
I mean, for Team Liquid, trying to get a clearer idea of the picture when moving into this retake, and they are taking their time, waiting for utility to come online, and Apex just managing to sneak a couple in before the null command has hit the players. So it's all coming down to gunfights for Apex. Trex up high, his package perfect, and Team Liquid's retake is as well, as they'll immediately bounce back and break it 2 between the teams.
Yeah, I was a bit interested to see the timing on the dart there from Mulsi. That was the one piece of utility that missed. There was a good timing on the paranoia from Avova, and I think what they were looking for was to have the blind and then the dart, so it couldn't be broken. But the retake from Liquid was excellent. Both of the initiators jumping up on the boxes on site, and then the smoke dropped in from Kiko to give maximum coverage.
Well, we're back to another rifle versus rifle round. Liquid managing to somewhat settle the economy on their team by keeping 3 alive.
And the rounds that Apex have found so far is that streak of 5. So now met with resistance.
Here.
Are they able to give an immediate reply? Camo right in the middle of things. Patty paired at the hip. Flashes available, but a drone into counter.
Yeah, you know Camo was immediately calling for something to help out, but Apex went out in the duels, and Camo, with no way out, no dash, no possibility, I mean, has to try and shift walk his way out, and that's a dangerous game. Looks like it's going to be successful, though.
See, the supportive utility from Penny is great. The smoke to just perhaps sell a player crossing towards short. That's what Liquid think might be happening right now.
I mean, that's where Apex was.
Yeah, the Apex players looked like they were going to go B main, but they are regrouping to hit A 4 strong, and it's the correct read yet again.
The calls have been really good.
They have.
And Naz is going to have to hold this by himself. No way out, stuck behind generator, and well, did have 2 traps. That's gone now. The cam takes contact, and finally the call will be made for players to start to make their way over. That's still not found. Apex walking out slowly, hiding their position and playing it perfect. The spike can go down, and well, that's Apex, 2 players to the good.
How many times historically had we called Apex a mini Fnatic? These late executions on Ascent are looking really nice, and for Liquid, it's got to be frustrating. You could see the ideas in trying to set up the mid-duel. We've seen a few teams before try and go for that collapse from both short and arch, but there wasn't really a second layer. It kind of fell flat.
I think as well, like, to bring it back to like historic Apex, right? What we know they were good for, like way back in the day when me and you first got to see their journey start, was that it was Eurosense. It was your fundamental heavy maps, and it's nice to see that kind of return in the way that they're playing, the way that they're defaulting, and just being calm. And I think that's the best way to describe them right now.
It's been a big talking point for the promoted sides in the last 24 hours. The experience gap between some of the younger players. and the VCT level, although I don't think that's entirely fair when you have veterans like Avova and Mulsi on either side of the coin in terms of their own individual performance, but you need to be able to close out. And that's going to be on the back of their minds after the KC game. It's another rifle round, another one with huge permutations. Liquid still do not have too much money beneath them. And Apex are grouped up. This is a 4-1.
To get rid of the cam. Apex just being direct, straight onto the side. Hats has well and truly adjusted for what was happening before in terms of the over and straight onto site. Still a duel to be happening in mid as well between Olizera and Camel, but it's a stall out at the minute. Apex still trying to slow roll their way onto site, and it's not worked out for them at all. Team Liquid looking to deal with the newest promoted side in VCT. Olizera left to try and scramble something back. 50 seconds left, mate. I don't think there's a lot of chance here.
Yeah, I don't think Apex were going to get away with a quick B-pop after the amount of rounds where they have created pressure here and then feigned it a little bit, rotated off. So Liquid start strong side. Olizera gets one on the way out, but that's all. Gap closed down to 2. And like I said, you just got to have that anti-rush set up. Nats with the traps, really, really good. And he's like the most difficult player to dig out of the corner in this league.
And I think the biggest thing about Nats for me is not only how good he is with the rifle, how good his setups are, but it's how good he is at adjusting round to round and realising where the problems are. I mean, this guy has been around
You see how easy it is? Keep playing like this.
for the longest time. And we'll go back to it.
Hunter's Fury up for Apex in this one. Another default round. They go back to what was working. It's mid and a fake TP for Batu opposite the arch. Again, the Cypher setup has changed. Deep trap market just past Pizza. Same cam which was being used before. The one way, it spots the legs of the attackers as they move into B main. But Apex have a lot of ground to just free roam, and I think this suits their slow playstyle quite nicely.
100% agree. I mean, not a lot of teams have been allowing them this space. They've been trying to challenge. You think of how KC were playing last week. It feels as if Liquid, maybe their game plan is to allow Apex to make the mistakes, but with Apex being allowed time to think, they're making the right choices.
Batu pinging out the trap as well there. Maybe some mental warfare. Paranoia into short. Brilliant setup for Penny. Can he claim the kill? Patty finds it on the fadeaway. And now at the 40-second mark, Apex start to shift their focus back to B.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure towards A. Now because we've seen Batu get so deep space, it's all up to Trix to hold on towards B with Nats backside.
Finds Batu jumping the gun ahead of the curve, and the recon is still there to fall back on. Molzy's gotten past it, but Avova certainly hasn't. That's removed from the site though, and that brings them to post.
Hunter's Fury still available, immediately used.
Trex is within range, but Molzy needs to hit that shot if Olizera can't do it for him. Cuts in the queue with the site fortified.
Wow.
He's not going to settle unless he has 3 kills. Still might not be enough. 2 on 2, and that's where they fall. Avova in a clutch. A story as old as time itself, and the Dane has done it. Advantage secured. Apex up to 7.
The players look as if they're rolling back the years. Avova with a prime time clutch, and honestly, how they've moved through Ascent so far, Apex
possible,
are looking really good, and I really like that short play straight in towards the B pivot because of the space that Batu had got.
Feel good for Avova as well, the player who clutched it out on the exact same site to push them over the threshold against Pacific. Final round of the half, and Liquid with another mixed investment. But I come back to what we were saying before. This is not a guarantee.
Back soon.
They didn't deal with Camo when he had that deep-lying Bucky in B main before. This time, it's the same close corner Nats was playing Patty on short.
And Penny's won it out. To the Apex, I think, are ready to just go towards A, but instead, no, just use the Euro clone instead. And there's plenty of utility being expended from both sides. Finally, we're going to see that hit come through.
Kiko, the one to stop them. A long-time servant of the side. And it's very nearly gifted one back to Apex there. The TP just on the corner, but it will go to post 5v5. Trex has the ult, but Patty's dead with his.
That he is. Although the Hunter's Fury hasn't found what Team Liquid were looking for. Oh, well, Kiko, actually with the spam, finding Batu will be excellent, and also a trap to secure this post plant.
It interrupted that plant as well, though, so Liquid are here and ready to fight. Lots of damage on the spam. Ollie's got it.
Yeah, he's perfect. And there's more coming through.
He's chewing through them.
Yeah, I'm just taking so much damage trying to just get back into sight. And Nats is on 15 HP. Team Liquid have not really got a one-on-one engagement there.
Olizera can see through walls, it feels, and he'll put Apex up onto A turn of form from the transfer targets that are looking to give them a little bit of propulsion here. Liquid, lots of work to do to turn this one on its head, but it isn't out of their court just yet. We'll see if they can after this. As we saw there in the picture-in-picture, Nats giving yet another speech at the halftime. We'll have to see if it turns into an iconic one or not. 8-4 isn't the biggest deficit that they've had to come back from at a half, Cairo.
It certainly isn't, and this is extremely important. Everybody getting to chime in. Danny being the head for Apex was, interestingly enough, it's Nats who's given the hype up here.
And in terms of what is working well for Liquid, Trex back on the Sova. We spoke a lot of his fade in the previous weeks and how much we wanted to see him on Scan. But with this being his second most played agent, behind Raze of all things, it's looking good so far. His drone checks Batu, and Liquid very quickly look to increase the speed of this B push.
That they do. Olizera, wow, Camo, the entries looking great. And he at least has something of an equaliser, but it's not completely equal as Liquid are one player to the good. And Apex taking their time to come back in.
See from CT, breaks the trap, but the position of Nats here is huge in main. If they fail to clear him, it's a huge contact point.
100%, and I mean the delay from Liquid again. We speak of utility and how good it's been.
Timing.
Although managing to get out a little gap and the guns, the concentration, and well, Team Liquid are dismantling Apex now. Although a 1 versus 2 is where Igova thrived last time, but won't this time. It is another pistol round to Team Liquid.
It's nice to see the stat coming into the round as well about both Camo and Olizera on GTZ. Fuck yeah. You've got to, of course, remember the coaching staff that's come from there as well on Liquid's side. So there is plenty of history between both of these teams. In terms of the pistol, though, it's just very straightforward from Liquid. They're going to have to be searching out Batu's position a lot of the time. He wants to get into these mains, into the extremities, and give info to Apex so they can afford heavier rotations.
I remember last time when the anti-eco came through when Apex were on the attack, there was only, what, 2 picks found realistically. I mean, there's only one that can really be found on A, and that's being put under pressure right now. Is Apex are trying to find him, identifying this is a potential pickup, and it has been caught. Camel will find the lone A site anchor as they're trying to get the spike. Team Liquid onto site to get that planted.
Go with a very nasty position to try and root out here. Finds yet another kill. Just adding to his KD. Whilst he's trying to chip one away, Kiko having the best KD differential, a 1.75 coming into this week in EMEA, and that's a 23% increase on second, which is Durka. So, just so rigid. The stalwart at times, and here, it's a very simple pickup for Liquid.
It is. And the last remaining players of Apex wanting to deny ultimate orbs. I mean, you think to how many times we saw Trex actually able to get the Hunter's Fury up in that last half. I think it was about 3, considering how many ultimate orbs it is. That's impressive.
Every single one of them seemed to find value as well.
Well, we are done with formalities as we can go back to a full buy versus a full buy. Actually, we're going to see Nats pick up a Sheriff instead.
Just sort of flicking through the captains and the coaches there. I was wondering if there's anything to pick up on. You can never be too sure after seeing that spider land on Rians the other week. I'm constantly preparing myself for something to come out the woodwork, but here for Apex, it's A main control, the TP across from Kiko, but Batu seemed to have caught it. No! Avova trading out in effect and getting away with his life.
Well, it will be 4-4, that rifle one to be back in the hands of Nats, but looks like Liquid are playing with the idea of just hitting straight into this. Penny, though, will just be allowed to escape out the corner. But look at Nats' position.
It's the solo player short, though, and with only a pistol, it's so much control removed from the Liquid hands with Avova finding that one. The remaining 3 sat behind the smoke, but that's where Kiko looks to make the difference. Flashed onto the angle by Patty. Olizera playing anti. Quick trade out of the numbers, and Trex last left. His clutches on Ascent have been famed before, but not this time.
Listen, that was Team Liquid's bonus round. That's the one thing, not to get too excited for Apex just yet. But they are knocking on the door of double digits.
And a point that I want to hit here is that we have to see Batu get a little bit more value from this aggression. I think the trades have been decent as long as there's a player with him. And as long as he can keep the vibes up, something else which was required of him, then it's going to be huge for their chances. 3 rounds the gap, first rifle between the 2 teams, and Liquid looking for another A pop.
Well, nothing in terms of picks straight away. Nothing in terms of engagements. Look at how Penny is thinking about looking to hold on through short. Remember, Nats last time played through this position. This is just a little bit of information extra that Apex will be looking to deal with. And the difference in this round compared to last is the fact that Nats has support through Trex.
Yeah, he was solo at the start of the round, but Trex has now arrived. And between the 2 of them should be the drone investment for B main, and that's what we're going to get. Outlaw in his hands.
I wonder if Team Liquid have posted 3 players up in main, just aiming to be specific, just in case there's going to be a re-clear, but instead Apex re-clear through mid, and this is where the Outlaw is, and it's going to get the first pick once again onto Batu.
But very quickly, Penny refilling that space back towards mid, trying to fight Nats Khan onto the site. Camo taking down Avova as the sole site anchor, the rest playing off. And without the mid control, this is hugely problematic. Olizera even jumping the gun and losing his life.
2 versus 5. I mean, Apex, they have a little bit of cash, but I mean, actually catching Olizera and Avova, this will be a complete save. But Nats will be hearing these footsteps and looking to call for a hunt.
He will be hunting through spawn very quickly, and it's actually Market where he goes instead with the Outlaw. Trying to remove these last few weapons as Apex will be on an eco in the next. as good as Penny's been. Camo has him beat. It's an in-zone flawless, the first that we've seen on the opening map, and Liquid the ones to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's very well called in terms of like keeping those players in A main. I mean, it's a simple round, but sometimes simple is best.
And as much as I hate to say it, it's also Batu getting caught out again in another opening duel. 3 and 15 as it stands. If he can have a turn of form, that might be just enough to get Apex over the line, but the gap is tightening and Liquid are in a very strong position now.
Yeah, with that swing round going Liquid's way, it's going to get worrying. But this is what Apex do when they start to go on the lesser buys. Be aggressive, and they're pushing the extremities right now. Giving up towards mid, the engagement's taken, and well, Molesy has taken the Phantom tax, and well, Camo low tax Batu once again an entry pick. It's not looking great for him, and this site is told it's not going to look great either. His Team Liquid route it out.
It's brilliant entry work from Camo too, to dash across into his own smoke. Something very simple, I think, for a lot of players who are at a high level, but for those who don't know, you can just use it to collect information as you're flying across the screen. He has the safety of the smoke, and then they can just double swing it together, and it's really, really effective.
Remaining for Apex will be caught out by Patitek.
Back-to-back in-zone flawlesses, that's really going to help the finance for Liquid. You're not expecting them to have to make a save for quite a while now, unless Apex can really start swinging them together.
Yeah, the economy obviously helping Liquid here, being able to close the gap, and well,
there it is.
For the first time, we are going to get Apex timing out after that Liquid back-to-back flawless rounds.
Like I said, look, for all the Jets in my rank games, that's how you entry the site, okay? Make sure there isn't a Cypher wire down when you do it, but nicely done. It's the Apex timeout, which we're going to get here. They've got a couple of ults, but nothing that you can really build around. I think one thing, with Avova having the From the Shadows and knowing that Batu will also have his TP, maybe there is a possibility to start a little bit stronger on one side of the map. Probably A, if we're being realistic right now, because that's where the hits are coming in, but with an IGL as good as Nats on the other side. An IGL who also has only just picked up the mantle this year. You look on the flip side, Molesy only just became an IGL in 2024. So it's been a very sort of quick learning curve for him as well. A steep one coming into VCT from a year in Challengers.
Yeah, and I think the step up into VCT has all obviously been the real test of mettle. Looked great last year, being able to go up against what is a lot of people making their debut on IGL. This year you're going up against the true tried and tested, and well, we've seen the results and how they've gone.
See here, there is a rifle v rifle speaking in favor of Apex, but like I said to you the other day, feels like whenever we have that stat, it just doesn't serve the team well. Liquid leading in a lot of important stat lines themselves, which we can get to in due course. But right now it's Penny's op timing, which just doesn't land.
This is the first op in this entire map so far, which is most interesting. And that is just going to be a pace change from Liquid and ultimates invested from them. That's 2 from both initiators. And in terms of value, it's not really got a lot, because all his error is kept in spawn and all those traps are still online.
Over playing around the smoke to set up. No one's looking. He should have had 2, but it's Batu that'll find it instead. Molesy as well, and that's last left. Apex so quick to respond to that A pressure and have numbers stationed there ready to fight. With the final position revealed, it's Penny on the line. That's walking into trouble. Moment of time, moment of silence for the Fallen as Apex get double digits.
And that's the big thing. Not only that, Batu being able to go and pick up the ultimate orb in the meantime, that's going to bring up the dimensional drift. And this is a really nice round, just from thinking about how they wanted to set up the round. The fact that all these errors stayed so far away to keep the Cypher traps online, as well as the positioning of the players and how far back they were.
For Liquid, they need to find a way to create consistent success to move the needle. It's an attack side op from Camo. A big exchange about to go down, but the walkout from Batu does not punish. His first shot accuracy right now is betraying him.
Yeah, I think he's going to be counting his lucky chickens here. And he doesn't even realise the danger he could potentially be in as a pack of Team Liquid players are moving through B main.
Penny once again ready to receive Liquid. An interesting one against his former team. Liquid lost against Kamek earlier in the year, of course, and in 2025, they're currently 4-2 against their former players, 2 of those against Solcus's Koi. Hoping that it's not going to be another one here, as Penny's moved even closer towards B main now, and he is the player of highlight in this round. Because you look on the Liquid side, I mean, Trex is elsewhere, that's the dart. How are you going to clear him? It's the market pressure.
Yeah, well, Camo, he was going to go for the knives, but instead it looked to go for an op instead. Still making up their mind here, but Liquid finally commit all the utility. Penny still not cleared, but the op not hitting. And it's most important, the flashes, looked as if it was going to set up Penny for perfection, but he's only able to get one. And clearing all corners through Team Liquid. Abova a bit too aggressive with his TP. And will leave Olizera in a 1 versus 3 to come back into.
He doesn't seem to think it feasible for all of the times he pulled it off for Koi Phoenix. It's just a very quick realization as Apex are grounded here by Liquid in the next. Such a diligent clear from Camo. I'm not sure if he had the info from Trex there whatsoever. But the site set up from Apex falls.
I think he's just pinging out. He missed his trap as well. If you look at it, it's just on the right side of the door. But with that being said, yeah, Olizera is such an interesting player for me. Like, in terms of Tier 2, never really, I think, got gifted one of the super rosters that we've seen be built down in the second tier of competition.
Yeah.
But always looked like one of the best on, like, your next, like, your Italian rosters or your Portuguese rosters, whatever he found himself on.
That was always one thing about challengers and those 2 leagues when we had them the last couple of years. Yeah, slight mistrap, but it's all good. Devious laugh there from him. The setup's going to be in the right place this time. Let's see what he can do. If that ready-made VCT player, as he was called by his former teammates, has what it takes to step up to the plate and hit Liquid for 6, as 4 of those players are grouped up and ready to go.
I mean, the one thing that's worrying here is if we see a KO knife hit Olizera, this site is all going to go down.
You ever seen a player pull out their phone in the middle of an official before?
You got any games on your phone?
Flappy Bird, mate.
That's a throwback.
See Liquid slowly making their way through the channel. To short, Trex with the drone, going through the gears. It's Camo he's trying to set up here, and Avova does not go cleared in the corner, but they have to be aware of this potential.
Yeah, well, the cam's just seen the barrel, sets up Avova, dips off. The knife hasn't hit, so all of this utility is going to stay up, but they know exactly where the Cypher is sitting and should know where the Omen is as well.
And he still has his paranoia to play with and all the Cypher util.
Yeah, and it's looking brilliant so far as Apex still keep themselves at an advantage and know where Nats has managed to move to. The flash doesn't hit, Nats rifle does. We're still within 1 between 2, and information gained for the attack. And well, for defense as well, through the dimensional time, and that's what's getting low.
Still no plan.
No, can't quite get it. Penny gets the spike on the ground, and the players just need to run for the hills. And Apex will go to 11. A big round for them as they get within touching distance of map point.
Between Avova and Olizera, who Apex were joking is, you know, Avova with glasses and Avova without glasses. Holding down the site brilliantly. That's something that I questioned with Avova in previous weeks, as he has had a very difficult season so far this year. Is, you know, his utility usage and timings. A lot of, you know, rounds against Casey, he was getting caught out with a smoke or a paranoia. Here, he has the cam from Olizera to set him up, and it just looked really good.
Yeah. No, straight away we're going to get Lohan back on the mic for Team Liquid. It's always between him and Nats about what's going on. Nats being that leadership, but it's Lohan probably speaking about how to move through the map, because we've been seeing it a lot. Liquid playing with lulls, that silence, violence, silence that you were speaking about in other casts as well, and how they go and hit their sights, right?
Yeah, looking like Danny's message is quite clear, one of confidence but composure.
Yeah.
As I'm just sort of making it up as I go along, but you can sort of infer it as much from the body language. And on the other side, Liquid looking a little bit shaken. Ascent as a map is always one which they've been really good on throughout their history. 69% win rate with every version of the team that we've ever seen. It was the double Sentinel that looked good. This is the slight change for them with Trex back in the team. It's not like he's been the problem. In fact, everyone is fragging fairly equally. Huge round coming up. Batu bringing out the op for the first time.
Yeah, it was Penny who was using it last. That knife, it's going to get big information in terms of knowing where the Euro and the Omen are, but they don't know that the Jet is also there.
Batu does have his TP. Oh, he did. He did have his TP for Boathouse.
Take flight.
And it's gone. So Apex are going to be a little careful in how they respond to this B pressure from Liquid, which will be scaling into an execute. And Olazera's sight again.
Yeah, he's trying to take a time, and the cage was good, but walks into Camel's smoke, into his domain, and that's not where you want to go, as the spamming towards CT will only do a little bit of peppering overall, and Liquid getting that sight and post-play.
A difficult retake, but you can see Avova starting to make his way through mid. If they can take main control and remove Nats from position, that might just be exactly what they need.
But time starts to become of the essence. The sixth man for Liquid, and Nats being in main.
Oh, is Batu going to join up with him, or is he saving the op? What exactly? They're playing for exits. They're playing for exits. Avova sat at the ticket booth. Liquid looking to punch theirs for playoffs and moving to double digits themselves.
Out of charges.
I mean, when you look at what is left in the back pockets of Liquid, this will be good damage, but it's an interesting choice.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be huge too, because it's the contact from that op on Catwalk with the paranoia.
Oh, the op has missed the first one. Avova hasn't missed his first target. It's the Apex tried to do damage, but ends up being a hit and a miss. What's happening there?
Thanos snapped.
Hello?
They're gone. Reduced to atoms.
Too busy playing games.
On their phone. But in terms of money, it's all right, because you had those back-to-back flawlesses towards the start of the half. The money hasn't really been an issue for Liquid.
But it could be.
But it could.
It could. It can.
It can indeed. It's the null command that we've got here as well from Patton. So heading into the next gun round, we've seen a bit of a checkerboard exchange between the two, as Apex are on 11. They fully bought into this around the weapons that they had. The Cypher setup was A, Olazera's towards B. They get a free pass.
Yeah. Nice
maybe
shots,
not.
though.
Oh, he's still standing.
Yeah, I mean, Nats has been able to bring Patty up. Olazera knocks Trex down instead. Okay, Spike goes down, and Neural Theft invested as well. This is doable for Apex.
Liquid going on the offensive, and Olazera's number is up. Camo flashed in for more, and he will delete Penny at the door. 4v3, man advantage. Apex still have rifles beneath them. Do you save again, or do they really want this?
Well, it seems as if they do. They're still playing with the idea as the players try to get in. It's Nats who's next in the kill feed, as well as Kiko. And Avova now needs to throw in the white till, but will he be even allowed the chance as the hunt is on? The players want that last rifle, and they're hot on the heels of Avova.
I mean, Avova can go anywhere he wants with the ult to just try and save the gun, because there's barely any money for Apex here, and that becomes such an issue now. We didn't address it too heavily. Looks like he's going to get away with it here. But they went all in on Guardians, a Judge.
But the thing for me, though, it's the call from Liquid. They know that they have the null command. Last time that happened, Olazera set up on A and then played towards B. So, like, listen, guys, let's just hit B.
Flip it around.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what happened.
Stick it in reverse.
Back it up too.
Another timeout. Back it up, Danny. What do we got? What has he got to say?
I mean, that's the question. There's not going to be too much coming into this round. I mean, essentially, Apex have a choice, right? Do we send it in this round and play for the win, or do we wait for the next round and play for OT?
That's it. They have the tools. They have the tools. Blades, Hunter's Fury, TP. Liquid on the other side, Camo one off, but feel surplus to requirements. You can even see Nats with the Outlaw. He's getting ready to punish. From a much more broader perspective, the reason why the Liquid attack side is working comes back to a conversation that Nats was having on the desk the other day, was that they've got so many vocal pieces in the mid-round. Sometimes he's micromanaging, sometimes he doesn't need to say a word because everyone can contribute. And looking here, the win rate, it backs it up. 4v5s, if you can still create plans and find value, it's a very promising one to hold on to.
I mean, there is 4 players within striking distance of Nats' Outlaw, and it will begin through mid for Team Liquid. Apex, once again, being aggressive on an extremity as they go right over the top of Nats' trap and trying to push Liquid into making a decision.
There's no second layer from short, but Liquid don't want to touch that with a 10-foot barge pole because they would then be fighting back in without main. They look towards Market. Mulsi gets a double tag with the drone, and nearly the second bolt of the Fury as well.
I mean, only one player tagged up and taking real damage there, so should that be kept into the next round? I don't know.
It's also 2 ultimates now on the eco. Apex pulling the plug on themselves in terms of what they are willing to bring to the table against Liquid. Penny has been revealed, but the Bucky hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know about what weapon he has in hands. He takes his chance, but up close and personal. It's almost like watching an arena shooter the way the players are jumping at one another. Only Zerra though, making it look back like a tactical one with that Sheriff shot, and then Team Liquid making it look like the range after how easy some of these kills have come through. It's a 2 versus 4. Batu catches Kiko off guard, and Oliver he's not been caught, and Batu takes a chance. There's no way it all comes down like this. No way Team Liquid get caught off guard by Apex in a round that they should have had no chance in.
And Batu from the high heavens has finally reached the heights. The Sheriff is sublime, and with a supportive flash here, he doesn't stop until the job is done. You can see what it means.
Bro,
this isn't a group game.
You're the fucking...
This is everything. Missed that one.
Oh, dearie me. Listen, there's plenty more to come.
There just might be.
Yeah. This site as well. There's no utility realistically. It's just 2 players holding it down. Penny and Mosey. Batu getting close. And Team Liquid just going straight into it.
Penny denies though at the first time of asking. Oh, it's plucked out of the sky by Trex. The ult gets so much value, but Mosey's still here, yet to be rooted. And finally dug up by none other than Kiko. 3 on 3. It's overtime or bust for Liquid on the B site.
And there's absolutely no utility to keep Apex out, but there is rifles.
And there's Kiko, once again, looking to rip Apex apart. Avova has all the utils to just bridge that gap from the spawn side, but Patatek's there to greet, and it looks like we might need an extension in play! Trex ends it! Overtime required!
All 24 rounds of regulation needed between these 2 on map number 1. And every time you get a little bit excited about Apex, Team Liquid are right there to pull the players back down to earth. That's why everyone's been saying Team Liquid are champions contenders, never mind just EMEA.
Yeah. But that also comes through building out their map pool, showing that this Ascent can be better, and it will take time for them to get it up to scratch, the level that they want it. We spoke a little bit about the veto. We've got Corrode coming up next. And for Apex, they've pushed every series so far to 3 maps. But closing it has been a difficulty. They've already lost a couple of maps by a margin of 2 rounds, but yet to play an overtime in this stage. They started on the attack.
Folks need to remember that it was the attack that was the better of the 2 sides for both people.
They're looking inclined towards this B finish after faking the A pressure, and Batu has his entry.
Yeah, Camo trying to be a player on an aggressive line. Remember, there's still 2 more players. They can try and get the trades, and they go one better, they get the advantage. Trying to pivot through A, make a quick response, but this is Nats' site, and that's not where you want to be going into. His lair, as he spins the webs, spins it in his favour, but brings it back. Ollie's error.
2 on 2.
Well, it's going to be a quick swing out. 1 versus 1 against Batu. Batu will win that.
And it felt far too close for the situation. Nats giving us a champagne performance on the Cypher, opening cage after cage. We saw the initial aggression. Mulsi, unfortunate not to land any shots there, really. He had to cover Penny's back. Olazera doing great work to keep it close, keep it competitive, but not quite enough right at the death.
And with that, we will head into another timeout. This time called by Apex.
I feel like, you know, we've gone through all of the timeouts in regulation. Liquid used both, Apex used both. They've got another one in OT here.
Yeah, do you know what it feels like? You know the little meme where it's like the formations moving back and forth. Last week was like the baby version where they're like hitting each other with whatever it was.
Hammers?
Yeah, hammers. And then this week it's like the formations moving, really tactical between the 2 teams.
Apex had always been a very fundamental side, 4-4-2 for the football fans. And in terms of how they play, it does look like the tried and tested. They weren't always ones to innovate with composition. I think Desmo, the current Leviathan head coach, was a key component in helping cook up a lot of how they were playing. Saw Ito go off as well. So it's pretty much just been Danny. And obviously Odorous there as well, right? Sorry to disrespect him like that. Try and bring something to the table here. Jet Yoru continuing to find success, but maybe not to be for Apex.
Most interestingly is we're getting an attack side Odin. It feels like a long time away that we saw this on the attack side. Especially we know how old Apex used to be, or Sensor used to be, in terms of how paper thin it was.
Oh, still is.
Still not hitting though, and that's the most important part. Apex still stand 3 strong on the site.
They're at a bit of a stalemate as the Cypher setup guards the movement to market. Recon still not scanning Camo.
Yeah, this is really big.
He's the only player detached from the rest right now. I mean, Trex is trying to bail him out. Nats has advanced on A, and that's the opening.
Yeah, that's the insert that Team Liquid were looking to use to get onto the A site. The only thing is once again, you look at Apex, they're very quick on the site, and it's Batu up against 2 players, playing from the lone corner, under Hell. There is a player above him to help out. But realistically, no engagement's coming. Finally it does. Penny's the one that gets the kill, but Batu still not cleared out. But Apex are on their own map pick. Finally, Team Liquid win it out.
Difficulty there for Liquid, made to sweat by the noisy neighbours in the office, but silenced in the end. The opportunity not made the most of for Apex on their pick of Ascent. Corrode upcoming to see if they can claim playoffs.
Yeah, we'll start Insta. Patrick, energy and direction, okay, from your side?
Blip, 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 blah, 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 blah.
Camille, like last time, be mature, take responsibility and give direction for the team.
So far.
Gio, play your feelings.
How did they lose that?
Make it the same for you as Gio. But for now, for start of the game, let's play as a team. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Dans le silence, je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, les champs s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens. Je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du monde. Brûle la nuit, brise mes chaînes, sous l'orage, je renais dans l'écho de mes haines. J'entrevois une lueur d'espoir. La douleur est devenue mes larmes. Ce feu qui brûle dans les larmes. Dans mes veines, une promesse de construire un empire. Dans le ciel infini, là où tout est possible. Lueur d'espoir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du
And that was our performance highlight presented by Herman Miller. Of course, Olazira still smiling, still having fun, even though that match was incredibly tense and clutched up in the end, Billy and Meg, by Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Apex tried their best, and that's what matters. And I genuinely thought that we were going to get another map win out of them into a series, but they unfortunately just managed to let it slip in the overtime. And I think a big part of that was Team Liquid's attack, of course, being able to get back into it. Both teams looking great on their attack, but I think in particular Team Liquid, the way that they were able to pace change constantly, I think it was a little bit overwhelming for Apex in the end.
There was definitely a world where Apex won that, and I definitely think it's important to mention the double duelist as their sort of rifle win rate, you know, it was shown on the screen, was so incredible. So it's such a shame they maybe didn't bring in the double duelist sooner, so they had a bit more experience on it, but yeah.
Yeah, but I was gassing up Trex, you know. Oh my goodness, love that L3. Gassing up Trex, coming back to Ascend. It's been a year, an entire year since we saw him on this map, but it's almost like yesterday, you know. He was on Guild, Vitality, Koi doing things like this. And he definitely had a lot of impact with his util, and even in that last round before overtime, Billy clutching out too.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, like, you can see the impact that he brings to this team with the experience, like you say, on that Sova, especially on a map like this. The amount of darts that he was able to get, where he's being able to isolate players as well, where other players on the defense can't even break the dart, for example. So yeah, I think like you can see that coming through from Trex, the experience that he adds to this team.
Yeah, he's so incredibly precise with his utility. It almost feels like nothing ever goes to waste, and he's always finding that value. And the amount of times we mentioned that he was just blindly, like, he had his drone or his recon, and he was just blindly darting people because he clearly has the knowledge of where they're going to be and how to use his utility to be effective.
Just up here, right? In there.
All in the noggin.
Yeah, you got to line up you got a lineup Discord server? I feel like every player has a lineup Discord server.
I've never heard of one.
You don't have one?
I do not.
Oh, do you have one?
I do not.
Really?
No.
Is that me? I don't even play the game that much. Yeah, I've got a Viper lineup Discord from over the years.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Trex is just all in his brain, you know.
I don't play an agent enough, like that much, to be like that geeked out over lineups. But obviously, Trex is going to be. So.
Definitely. I mean, he's been doing that for so long. But it does feel like, though, the two halves, you know, were kind of Billy, the battle of certainly one of the duelists. On each side. I know Batu took a while to warm into it, and that Sheriff round was crazy. But the Jet, it felt like we're watching 2021 Valorant with the Jet on Ascent.
Yeah, it felt very explosive from both sides, right? I think that Kyron has kind of hinted at it in the cast as well. You know, Penny being told to just go and kill people when he was playing for Liquid at Toronto. So really, like, being able to bring that to fruition here on Apex, like they said, now that he's had a bit more time to kind of settle into the team. And we did see that kind of explosivity coming out from him, but it was actually Camo. Again, we highlighted it in the pre-show. He really like shines when he has Patty, when he has Trex alongside him, being able to set him up for these fights. And I think all in all, when it comes to the first kills, first death situation, it was indeed Camo that was finding more of those first engagements and winning them out.
He knows how to take the timing off the utility, doesn't he? And the thing is, it didn't feel like it was constant multi-frags, but with Camo, he was finding that impactful kill, and it was always being traded if he was taken down. So I just think he found so much value on those site executes and getting his team onto those sites.
I mean, it was a masterclass in the end from Team Liquid. Could they do it again? Looking at what's coming up next, you have to say yes.
Yeah.
Right? You're expecting Liquid to win this map.
I think Corrode is definitely going to be difficult for Apex when we think back to when they played it against Navi. Of course, it was a 3-13. It didn't look particularly great for them, which is a little disappointing because we had these kind of thoughts yesterday with the teams that have had longer to prepare, with the new maps coming in. Like, you would expect them to show us something juicy, show us something interesting on Corrode. And I think that that's something that Team Liquid have done time and time again. So for Apex, it's going to be difficult to get back into this one.
I was going to say, do they change something up? And they're like, yeah, we're going to change things up. And you guys asked for double duelists. This is what you wanted.
I don't know if this is where I wanted it, maybe, especially with them starting off on that defensive side, which we know Corrode favors. And a lot of teams have been leaning towards that double initiator. So I do fear they're maybe going to lose out on what may be sort of
No, I'm okay
meta.
with this.
No?
I'm okay with Batu playing Yoru instead of Sova any day of the week. I'm 100% okay with that, because the Sova on Batu, we've been saying it for a while, it doesn't always look particularly great. And I think that 3K Sheriff round that he got towards the end on Ascent, his confidence is going to be there. He's going to be feeling absolutely fine. It's Nats that I'm looking at. Is he going to lock in the Viper? Is he playing with us?
He's probably buying time to just speech a bit more, you know what I mean? Yeah, because we saw a very, very animated Nats at that halftime, which is pretty normal these days. But I think that's probably one of the reasons they were able to be so explosive instantaneously coming out the gate in the second half, ended up with a win. So if he wants to yap, you know, he can yap away.
Yeah, we know how incredible he is, and he definitely does love a good chat. I think as well, looking back to Ascent, he probably made some of those sort of mid-round calls that completely changed the tide and turned that around for Liquid to bring that back. So I'm excited to see him again on the Viper and see what Liquid do this time, especially on the attack.
And Apex, not particularly the most proactive team on the defense, but locking in this comp, I am expecting them to start pushing down mid a little bit more, use the mobility, use the flexibility they decided here, because if they don't, then I don't know why they've chosen this comp and picked defense.
Yeah, it's difficult, and of course this is a map that we've kind of discovered over the more teams that we've seen play it. That fight for mid is crucial. So yeah, I think Penny, Batu, we saw Batu being a kind of human drone for Penny in a couple of those rounds on Ascent. I need him to stop giving away that first pick though, because that's what we saw throughout Ascent. He was constantly the first one to die.
Well, Team Liquid are one map away from playoffs, but more importantly, Cairo, you made someone in the audience laugh earlier. Let's see if you can make it too.
Go on then. Hey, listen, I'm a funny guy when I want to be.
Yeah? How often is that intentionally?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's a fair point.
Okay, look, we're heading into Corrode, and there's no funny business for this one if you're Apex. Liquid's pick, they were able to overturn the deficit at the starting half on Ascent, and with Yao taking to socials after last week and saying, showing new maps and comps is one of my favorite things, I think he would love it even more if they could use it to get to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's 100% what's on Team Liquid's minds. As for Apex, I mean, there's a lot on their minds after the way this season has been going, and it seems as if they're going to be looking to control mid here while Team Liquid work on the extremities.
We're also getting that fan service in some ways, the solution, the double duelist, but Zavoba met first, and Penny trying to follow it up against his former in-game leader. The shots not quite connecting though, and Liquid already out on the A site, no trouble.
Camel finding Mosey towards the CT of A. You can see Apex playing with the idea of clearing mid. They keep going back and forth, and well, as they move through, it's just Patek lying in wait, and well, he'll clean that up. Olizera with a 1 versus 5. He's been good for a clutch here and there, but this on a pistol round would be something special. That'll spam on the body, and that's all it'll be.
That's all it'll be indeed. And while we're opening up this game with Liquid winning the pistol round, we have to start talking about their run towards champs as well, and how Corrode factors into it as being such an important pressure point for all of the teams attending. And if they can make this their home turf after the 13-7 against Na'Vi, which was picked into them last week, it's going to be very effective. We've got a nice Haunt lineup coming in here.
I think this is the one that we saw.
The Sen narrate one from Trex. And good info in middle to start.
100%. I think that's the big thing for me as well, is right now Team Liquid and EMEA have solidified themselves as the road team. Obviously we've not seen it from Fnatic, but this is nice to continue up that form, continue up that, and they are absolutely flawless so far in this round.
Just running through Apex as if they weren't there. Very soon, they might not be, unfortunately. Something has to change, and you'll expect that in the next round, but as we do carry on the Liquid conversation, and it's those teams, you know, the Sentinels of the world, the G2s, the Gen Gs in Pacific, that you've got to be thinking about. I'm trying to think of a CN team we've seen that was exceptional on Corrode so far. I mean, EDG showed a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, but it's what you said, it's that key word, it's like the word of exceptional, right? And and proven to be that cut above. Obviously, we're still to see that the best of the best go against one another. That will be at champs, but again, I want to hold out on best at Corrode and EMEA just yet, a little asterisk on it, because we've yet to see Fnatic.
This isn't happening. This isn't happening. It's like Romeo and Juliet. They'll both go down on the spike. Unfortunately, this love story ends with a big fat no for Apex. And Liquid just making things look really, really comfortable. Keeping 5 alive as well. Outlaw and Nats again. And in terms of how they want to play this, it's the Viper Wall through mid. Trying to create a lot of that pressure. When we saw Batu playing on the Sova, he was mid-wall pretty much every single round. Apex still sort of a lot heavier towards B in terms of how they were playing it. A did get left open a lot of times late rounds.
Just a note, maybe one for the second half, is that it's been 3 pistol rounds in a row that Team Liquid have been able to win against Apex. And well, for here, Penny's the first one on the board in terms of the kills. Team Liquid trying to poke and prod towards B, but they've been closed out without any way in.
Brilliant from Olizera to just profit from his own setup. Camo is still fighting the front line though. The point man of the push making a damn good go. As Olizera drops, there seems to be an issue. Just a man down and in a decent position to maybe get the plant in here. Patty doesn't have the wingman. He is relying on Camo to keep cutting him loose. And Apex continue to draw blood. They look scared of him here. Nobody wants to face, and when they do, it's finally Penny. The resistance is met with 3 kills and Apex on the board in round 3.
Yeah, it's the double duelists that are able to close it out. It is an expensive round overall, as most of the buys have been lost for Apex. I mean, Camo does brilliantly to, just react to all the utility thrown his way and also get the picks that he did.
I also want to focus on Olizera on the flip side though. He was the reason why Apex had advantageous numbers. Not only Penny finding his 3K, and it's this change back to the Cypher, which we knew him to play at such a high level in Challengers, why he was leading for ACS of any player that was non-duelist in that competition against some of the biggest, brightest stars that we're expecting to see hit the stage soon. It's back to the B main aggression we saw from them before. They never really held on to this space previously. It was just a one and done, and Penny left astute.
Yeah, I mean, had to use the relay bolt to get out of that.
The TPs from Batu as well, because it was Penny on the Yoru before. Now he's on the Neon. They're going to continue with this partnership. As you can see, the A-hold is incredibly lax from Apex. You've got Avova right the way at the back towards spawn.
I mean, the general line from Apex is pretty reserved overall.
But they were so hesitant to be proactive in mid-round when they were playing against Na'Vi, and that's what sold them short. They couldn't make the correct decisions because they didn't have the right info. The macro was off. This time, it looks to be about right.
Well, in the back of your head, though, just watch Kiko through mid and where he goes on the map while this hit comes through.
Mulsi missed, sorry, the horn didn't scan anyone, so that's why they rotated off. It has given the sight up in the 4v4.
Yeah, it will be Penny to deny Kiko his lock through, and that's going to be big for Apex as they can focus all their attention towards this site. As Nats looking for extra space and knows exactly where that Neon is. That's going to be a big distraction, one less body to hold on to the site, as that's an advantage on the main push back in, the retake.
Timing.
And the time in general is just going to be the most important because it's been burnt through massively. Nice marked, and well, one bullet is all he needed to get rid of the Yoru. Apex starting to work on the spike, and will they have full control of it? As it will be the captain to grab an ace.
Team Liquid kept moving forward by their commander-in-chief, Nats. He knows the timing so well. Incredibly reserved, just waiting for Penny to show face in Link. Once he dropped, he cut off the cross. Managed to find the spam through the smoke in the end as well. It was quite close on Apex behalf, but that's the difference when you don't have the Gecko. You commit bodies to defuse that spike.
Well, it's going to be an equal round for Apex. This cycle will not be complimentary. Although, nice little cam. Gets a little bit of early information.
Nice. Batu's trying to follow it up with a little bit of pressure. His TP will send him A-wards. And for that reason, as the sole B holds, he's going to have to give it up. And with the forfeiture of orb control as well, it means that Camo is the Yoru who finds success here. One closer to yet another ultimate. They're starting to build up a serious bank.
Mid being cleared through the utility, the cycle of it. Coming through from Liquid.
For Apex here as well, it's what I was saying earlier, that A-link position getting very weak later into the round. They have taken main control to help support themselves though, and Mulsi playing for info gets caught on the face check.
Well, Team Liquid will have that A site for the most part. I mean, you've really got Batu to hold on to that, but it's most important is the main space that Liquid really haven't interacted with at all, and that's worrisome.
Kiko is aware of this though. He's not overcommitted in position, but it's the Batu Sheriff that gets to show what it can do. Penny with the ult. Apex feeling like they have a chance here. A chance which is very quickly stripped away.
Yeah. I mean, that's like me in my ranked games, right? I always feel as if I've got a chance, but I'm in gold for a reason. And Liquid right now.
Oh, makes it interesting.
Yeah, lose control of that site.
And with Avova still alive, you're just waiting for that dark cover to come back up and help aid this defuse. It's the cage instead.
Yeah, but it's the spam and the rifles in Team Liquid's hands as they are looking to send this wayward straight into a 4th round. And right now, I mean, Apex have no way of responding to this whatsoever. That should hopefully be the round that they do it to stop the Liquid domination.
Yeah, we weren't looking for Apex to be utterly transformed this stage, but we needed an improvement, especially on this map. I mean, 13-3, one of the biggest margins of defeat we've seen so far against Na'Vi, and It was few and far between on the defender's side, which they've chosen to start here again.
Who's next?
Camel did get legged by the operator. He's down to 5 HP because of that. But gaining the information, that's what's most important. Used the TP to get ahead and didn't have a chance to replace it. The player's trying to force the way through the pit from the Viper. It's not working out. Molsey holding on. It's down to Spike, and Liquid will need to come out of the pit to even challenge this.
Brilliant work from Apex, and the Nightfall invested as well. Such an important round for them to win, but starting to slip away.
There it is, Molsey taking a more reserve position behind the box, and Liquid looking to come up with a plan on how to get that Spike back.
Scrutiny placed on this Viper's pit as the Prowler's has flown past Camo.
The timing's insane. Oh, the players have just walked into him! There's no way that he comes away with that! They're gifting the round to Team Liquid Apex, and shooting themselves in the foot! Cabo on 5 HP! That's ridiculous. The pit will drop, but so will the Spike onto the ground. And Penny has to clutch up here.
Against 3. Has the fast lane to divide the angles. Camo's on 5 HP, but he's got a quad kill. And moved the gap up to 4. It's just an oversight heading into the retake. The same kind of mistakes we saw made by them last time, Apex on this map.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking. The fact that they do so well to get themselves an advantage, or more so Molsey does, and then like just not checking that potentially where players could be.
One enemy remaining.
The timing's insane.
Camilo, gorilla!
There's a creep up, and the rounds continuing to build for Liquid. Apex started Ascent strongly, but this has been anything but one to remember. Olizera, nice first shot, but he wants the gun so badly he's willing to give up his own life for it. The space backfield by Apex, 2 kills out of thin air. It's a 4v2.
Yeah, that's insane. At the same time, you've got to be worried about Avova in that backline, as you said. There's still ultimates to maybe be the difference maker in this round.
Cover going out.
Struggled to retrieve too much weaponry so far. Patatek is going to have a look, but we know how Corrode plays. There's 101 different angles to consider. Prowler through B reconfirms at least one of the players is there, and Avova will have heard the steps traversing spawn. Is Trex going to take the same path?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he is. And now Avova knows where both are, so he can start to move himself in the right direction with the rest of Apex.
And that's the big part here, right? You spoke about it earlier. When does Avova take his time
30 seconds left.
in terms of moving Apex in the right direction? Remember, those rifles will still have the advantage in the heads-up gunfight. And there's some players, I see one player that is low.
And it's just Penny that fights from Ling. This could be problematic. Batu's still on the Sheriff. Those rifles yet to hit the hand! Just give him a Sheriff! He's got a red right hand when he's holding on to it. Liquid draw blood against the Eco. It's a pace safeguard Thrifty from Apex.
That could be the lifeline that the defense needs here, but still reserved. It is in favor of this attack. And just to note, remember, we know how the site biases have been going on Corrode.
Can I play on the Sheriff on this game?
No, Batu, you're locked in Yoru jail now.
I mean, I guess that's an initiator in a way.
That is very true, and it's the reason why we've seen a lot of teams gravitate towards the meta read of Double Duelist. I think we had a big conversation about Double Initiator on this map. That's where Liquid have gone with Double Smokes as well, not playing with a Sentinel, and you see it in that round. Just pushing the backline as much as possible, staying proactive in the mid-round. And back to the Double Duelist thing for Apex, we'd wanted this from them for so long. We saw a couple of trials in the break between stages where we did get some Yoru and some Raze. It was Simon Dark instead of Penny, but now that they found their man, this is what they want to go for.
Well, coming back in to this next one, it's an important one. We're back to rifle versus rifle, but potential for the economy to swing either way. More so the fact that Liquid, if you look at their buy, or what's left from the buy, doesn't look too great.
For Apex, they got money to go around.
Crazy to think at a 2-5 score.
Yeah, that's very true, but that's what you get from winning your eco. And
Toxins going up.
yeah, this one, Liquid just chipping away at the rock face. Another orb picked up by Camo, creeping ever closer to yet another Yoru ult. In the meantime, Batu is the deep deposit in middle. Has the TP to get out and should have first contact here from Mulsi as well.
Destroy the haunt, but the utility through mid. I mean, it's easy enough for the attack to clear out.
But it's the investment of utility as well in this first cycle. Yeah, seen the haunt already go.
I mean, that's signature abilities, that stuff will come back up, but these players fighting through main.
Spike down.
Oh, they won't. Penny manages to dodge the paranoia.
And Batu's in 2 minds. He's not supporting his teammate, but the Prowler clears out Penny. That's really well worked from Trex.
Yeah, overcommitted to the fight. That's the unfortunate part. Or needed to commit to one idea. Apex now. Look at the player position, and this is very weird because the spike needs to make its way across. At least Kiko has the TP to do it. Olizera showing his hand, and now Mosey with 7 points of health needs to either try and escape and save the gun, or Liquid need to try and get that spike down.
Okay, no, this should be okay. And I say should because I don't think Mulsi is going to be able to get anywhere near
10
this.
seconds left.
There are a couple players on Apex who are probably going to need a drop in the next round, just as soon as we were singing their praises in terms of money. Yeah, blown it all.
But I think as well, just to bring it back to the side bias conversation that we were speaking about earlier, Liquid now have 6 on the attack.
Yeah.
And before, when we see teams move on towards the defense, we have seen them managed to grow extraordinary leads. So I am really worried for Apex.
It's another reason why Apex have gone for double duelist though,
Yeah.
because they are intentionally loading their comp for the attack side to try and maximize the amount of rounds that they've gotten. And that's sounding pretty much verbatim what Pal was saying the other day, but that seems to be one of the ways to approach the situation. For Liquid, yeah, they're playing quite a steady default. They're finding the gaps, and when they go onto defense with double controller, especially with the Viper, I think for me, I'm enjoying this agent the most on Corrode right now. It's so difficult to break down.
100%, and when you're allowing like Nats to be on his probable #1 agent as well, it just looks excellent.
Wow, we're doing confidence these days now, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to pay attention.
Toxins going up.
Liquid locked in and getting ready to secure playoffs as well. Once more, it's another round where A-Link is looking weak for Apex. Need to find what their strengths are. It's another orb into the pockets of Liquid.
Still waiting.
Money bag, Mr. Nats.
Next.
Picking up another towards the pit, but it's the drift that sends the B site into jeopardy.
Everybody's here though, on both sides, and Olizera's the one that comes out on top, as well as Batu getting one from his operator. Okay, this is something in which Liquid might actually find themselves at a disadvantage, especially with the wingman not able to get that spike down. Liquid need to move themselves onto the site, and when they do, they get cut down.
Last player standing.
Oh, it still had the thrash patty, but there's literally nothing left to fight here now. Left to his own devices. 1 versus 4. Apex have a response. The site hold was really great, and something to note as well. Olizera bought a Spectre so he could buy all of his utility.
30 seconds
I did the math. He was 100 credits off having a rifle and all his util, so he decided, okay, I'm just going to buy a Spectre, do a drive-by. Camo's so good at being the gap close for Liquid, and he has the double initiation to set him up as well. But if you can just isolate him in a position like that, then
10 seconds left.
What difference does it make when the rest of your team can't get past the traps?
I'm glad that we know that you can count, mate. Add things together.
Thanks, man. I can't wait for someone on Reddit to just go back and be like, oh, actually.
Please, man. Please. I beg.
Yeah. A little bit more comfortability with numbers expected from you, Mr. Cast. But this was nice from Batu. Good support of utility. Olizera with the setup. And very quick to respond to B. Rotations, macro looking better for Apex as well.
This is a nice spot.
I mean, there's a little bit of hope here, but it is the hope that kills you, so let's hope that Apex can keep this going. Batu with that op still in hand, and where that's positioned is towards the A side, and he's got a deep line all the way to spawn.
Yeah, Liquid hadn't been playing through here all too heavy-handedly. It's middle instead where Penny will get dropped solo. Move over to support the B play, but a complete concession of A means that now Apex are strong in number, but...
Oh, see that? I think he did.
No, I don't think he has.
Oh, no.
Gone for the other corner, he's guessed it wrong. Kiko blindsides him. Supported with a smoke at his back. Continues to sell the idea that this is a B play.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid looking to clear out the smaller corners, you know, make sure to dot your I's, cross your T's, all that nonsense as they get that spike down towards that A site. Kiko still in spawn as Apex look to deal with him finally, but still, you look towards Trex, bottom mid, he's going to be a late joker, a late win condition for this attack if it ever gets close.
But the neural theft is in, so the position is made redundant. There's an ult here for Batu if he wants it. Apex fancy their chances.
Yeah, they're trying to send it in, although they are not doing what Liquid were doing. They're not paying attention to the smaller details, and they'll get caught off guard from one corner.
It feels so lazy when you make that kind of an investment as well. You're seeing the value from the Gecko utility from Patatek as well, being able to constantly pick it back up and re-clear space, those close corners with the Thrash. The Wingman's been going for the open plant. And it's just simple stuff at the end of the day. Kind of decisions that you expect to make, but for both of the promoted teams, we have seen difficulty in getting the basics right in terms of, yeah, where are you investing your ults? How are you looking to end maps? And convert the advantages that you have.
Oh,
this Sheriff, man.
We've not seen it on screen, but it's certainly what is needed for Apex. They need a Hail Mary, they need divine intervention, they need Mosey, apparently, with a 3K on this round. And that spikes in Apex's hands.
I was mentioning it earlier. Last year, only his first as an in-game leader. We'd seen him play Duelist before. But ultimately, hitting the reset button on his career, going back home to play from Poland. And now, propping Apex up on a 4th.
That's if Trex doesn't clutch up.
We know he can do it 1v5, but 1v4 against Volsey. No chance at all. Apex continuing to go against the grain, but they really need that final round to give themselves the best possible opportunity.
Yeah, that's the bit, like, point, right, isn't it?
The second one!
Yes, it's really nice.
Oh, that's gross.
But this round, most important, just to make sure that that gap's not any bigger than what it should be.
Very quickly, looking at the ults, you've got a Nightfall and a Dimensional Drift for Apex that can afford to play a little heavier on the retake if they like. It's Batu's op in front of the Cypher setup on B to start.
I mean, look at Kiko, he's gone for it again, he's just sent it and towards the spawn. And it's so big that Apex need to take their time clearing it. Kiko, first engagement, and it is against what has been the superstar on Apex. Camel gets rid of the Cypher, and well, finally Batu gets rid of Kiko. So we're back to 4v4 with the site taken for Liquid.
Oh, and Mulsi tries to rush affairs. Penny in here as well, denies the plant and finds the kill. The Yoruot still collecting information to set them up as the spike is on the ground.
Yeah, Batu needs to try and get out of this corner. He's in a difficult spot. Liquid were caught trying to take more space than what was necessarily needed. And well, that space has ended up working out for them because Camel took Kevin. got the kills, and if over in a 1 versus 3, he'll catch the first.
Knows about the second. Trex yet to make the peak, spamming down to 6. He will take it off the contact of his teammate, and that makes for 8.
Yeah, it's another 8-4 half, like we had in both halves of the last map. Can Apex actually bring it back on the attack? That's the question. We'll need to see if this double duelist works at the turn or after this break.
One enemy remaining.
Did I get inside your head?
Time is running out for Apex. With losses to both Na'Vi and KC at the start of the group stage, the head-to-heads do not favour them, and this could be a third successive loss if they can't push it to a decider. For the new look Liquid, it's the player on your screen who maybe hasn't had the best performance so far on Corrode, but helped inspire the comeback on Ascent and is doing his job on the Fade.
Yeah, he is, and that's the big thing. 6 assists so far on Fade, but more so the fact that like his utility is basically perfect. The timing, unbelievable, and well, will be a big component on this defense as we look towards mid one smoke. As 4 players from Liquid look to challenge Apex.
And already down to 13, and between Camo and Patty, do seem to have the answers. Batu still trailblazing his way through the middle of the map and can leave the rest of Liquid for dust. There's only Kiko on the A site. Apex a little bit hesitant on their uptake, and Kiko acutely aware, repositioning himself.
Been able to hold on to extra space as he waits for his team to crunch in is going to be massive. But the players for Apex are just caught off guard, unaware of where Liquid are coming from. And that pistol round will be a 4th in a row for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Apex find the space for themselves. They get onto the A site, but then they just don't set up the post plant at all. They're caught in transition fully. When they see that it's as empty as it was, you should be expecting a push to come in from the flank, perhaps.
One enemy
But Liquid are looking incredibly efficient right now. Coming back to what we were saying about Trex 2, we can hold on to that thought actually, because Apex have gone straight for the force buy here.
Listen, sometimes needs must in this game, and that's what Apex feel right now. 5 stingers outside of B. That spike plant would have helped there. This is going to be a fast one.
B pop into Nats with the snake bite. No rotation off the first prowler, but the warning lights are there. And Apex are in.
There they are, straight in. Here come the stingers, and players tagged up here. Penny's the first one on the board, and Abova as well. That's a good look. Right now, it's all about the post plant though, because we know Team Liquid have failed here before.
And the B site is where you can get away with going for these pacey executions. So Apex making the absolute most out of this comp with both of those duelists that can close the gap so quickly.
It's all about clearing in towards CT first, right? The Guardian, yeah, sure it can spam through walls, but that smoke, you need to be able to see the players first, and somehow it works out. But still, 3 more players to find for Trex here.
Oh, and it's gotten spotted ahead of time by Mulsi. Even more damage.
I'll find you.
Round escaping them. Apex make the force by stick.
Yeah, they do. This is what was needed to rescue them from what could have been an easy home straight for Liquid right now, right?
Yeah, and the B site, like I was saying, is the one which can be a little bit more vulnerable, but Nats just gets caught with his hands in his pockets. I don't know what was going on. Had the snake bite, but when you can sort of weave your way past it as the Neon, and Vatu can just TP across. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, now Apex find themselves at an economy advantage, and this is where we asked of them on Ascent to show us a good look, right? To show us them with a little bit of dominance. There's a trap play set up by Liquid.
This is where things can get a little chaotic. Apex had comms issues in the first couple of weeks. Can they navigate the unsteady waters beneath them as Trax has taken away 3 bodies already? Guns to be picked up by Liquid and position to be taken from Apex. B site is open.
Yeah, the most worrisome aspect of it was a Phantom and a Vandal that was going to get picked up. Look at Olizero though, taking that extra space, sitting in towards top mid / CT, and it will be the spammable plant that Apex go for.
The open plant for Olizero's positioning, most importantly, is the space is re-cleared. There's a trap for the flank. Most importantly for Apex, Olizero not getting caught and being able to find his man here. As now Liquid have given up their positioning, and Apex should know. It's even the Nightfall, just to make damn certain this one doesn't slip the net.
Yeah, this is an important round indeed. Well, still don't think Apex are out of the woods just yet, but with that kill, you'd expect now Apex can easily trade down. And with time so low, this will be 6. But it's about how much guns, or how many guns can actually get out of this. And unfortunately, that ace will be denied.
But there's absolutely nothing to go with it. The slate is wiped clean. And nobody on Apex is left to tell the tale of how they managed to get past the Stingers on the other side. Well, the Stinger picked up through Trex's Classic.
It was a tough fight, but this is, again, we look towards the important part, a big swing round between these two in the economy once again, just to highlight.
And while Mulsi doesn't have his Nightfall, Trex most certainly will. Liquid layering the smokes towards bottom middle. This is the main functionality of the composition. It's very difficult to get past until the later round if you can't bleed that utility from the defenders.
Bring them down.
But Apex looking to give a go of it here. You really need Batu to be flashing out of this smoke if you want to take the space.
Yeah, I think Apex are happy with just safe passage across to the A side of the map, which worries me, because if you give Liquid so much space, and I mean, if you look towards B main, they're already looking to clear that out as well. Right now, this to me looks like Liquid have all the information that they need.
Smoke being held, but the util ready to go from Apex. Set execution, Kiko blinded, trying to TP out, but it's Trex 10 toes down. Fighting under the arch and now onto the site. The Phantom gets a second. It's Penny that will be ever the equalizer though, and Camo's all by himself. It's a lost cause in the retake.
Yeah, that's a disaster. Camo trying to be a little bit cheeky, play in front of the retake, but Patty Tech once again, that's another 1 versus 1 that didn't need to be given away. Apex now will be within 2 if Nats doesn't clutch up.
Back on their feet in this map. The series to follow it perhaps. Nats that they're up against. Aussie spots him. The plant is cutely in the corner, so the molly means that they'll have to try and rush around. There's nobody elbow side. He has the full range of the team, the target-rich environment in his crosshair, but Penny wins the fight, and it will be just the 2.
Yeah, and how important does that close by look like in that antique round as well now? Is Apex have got a little bit of momentum at their backs.
And Apex also pressuring bottom mid there and making sure that the Viper Wall is cycled out, phased out, is really, really huge, because when we speak so much about taking mid control being important, to then simplify that, if Nats is using his toxins there to keep that wall active, he's not going to be able to use them to defend the B site. It means that he needs to have a player rotate over and help him, takes the pressure off, makes the A site easier to take for Apex. It's a very well set up round from them.
Yeah, and Team Liquid now wanting to speak about, well, I'd imagine everything you've just mentioned, right? Especially mid. And I feel as if, like we said it in the round, or I said it in the round, so apologies, was that Liquid haven't had the information that they needed to go and maybe lean a little bit more heavier towards A, but they just didn't make the decision quick enough.
They have both initiators to collect that info. Trex, we've been ranting and raving about him so far, but Patitek hasn't had the best of showings up until this point. On the attack side, he was instrumental to how they were playing and setting up those rounds. But now, yeah, I want to see a little bit more, you know, of the Dizzy going up over the wall, trying to collect some info. Is there a player B, the proactivity that we know Apex can give to us?
I need this.
And in B main,
my thanks.
You are seeing that.
Yes.
Eco laying up the paranoia. Trek's the only rifle. He'll be away from this.
Here. I have retrieved the spike.
But Apex are deep with this push coming in.
Yeah, playing safe. And well, with that orb being held and the trap also being destroyed, you'll know that there's at least 2 players towards a B main at the moment.
And it's a small win for Liquid because they've got the ult orb, of course, and they've broken the trap as well. So Apex have to be a little more concerned with the backline. Olazera is still holding on to one in his pocket.
I don't know about this cam. Is that just to hold on for a little gap through mid?
Yeah, I think so. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Kiko's been spotted, his calf has stretched around the corner. Horrible. Batu's trying to create pressure on A. This is a fake from Apex. Yeah, looking to see if they can catch Camo.
Yeah.
In the meantime, but the rotation through spawn is a late one, and there's a fight about to go down.
Yeah, but does Camel get cleared in this corner? It doesn't look likely, as Kiko's distracted with a sheriff shot through mid, onto the side plant they try and go, and Camel still keeps Liquid ahead. It has been equalised at the moment, and the late push back through to retake from main. It's been notified by Apex.
It's a full distraction for Nats to take his timing here. Batu got a body shot on one player, but Liquid still think there's another flank coming in.
Nats, well, he's going to be played in by the Dizzy, and when he does, he gets one. But Kiko is the one who takes the advantage. Now Penny, and through CT. Do the players know it seems to be the case as Patty tries to clear it? He gets met with lead in the face. Kiko is low, but his first bullet accuracy has been unbelievable through this stage. Onto the spike, using his own
smoke's about to expire though.
Yeah, but it's the fight that Kiko wins out. It's that first bullet accuracy I spoke about, and he wins out, making it double digits for Liquid.
It's so well played by Kiko, but for Penny, he almost has to have that mental timing and know that rushing things wasn't the way to play it with the plant set up for him. Liquid with a huge eco that they end up winning, and it all started from taking the B main space. Camo getting a heads up so early in the round, and the shots, next level.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Danny with his head in his hands, knowing that a player which he helped scout and bring into the VCT ecosystem could now be the one to kick them over the ledge. Huge gun round between both teams, but Apex have a stockpile of ults that they want to try and let rip. Liquid closing in on 3 of their own. Again, this mid-warfare taking place as Penny does spot Camo.
Yeah, and the timing's insane. Avova still not caught though, and Camo will get a glimpse before he's taken out, and Avova able to escape.
Who's next?
Batu having a little look around the B site. Apex can't execute off this just yet, hasn't spotted Nats in the tower. This timing's about to get weird, and Nats will remove Avova from the situation. It's another Apex oversight.
Yeah, but look at Batu, he's taking extra space. I mean, he's been there the whole damn time, but so has Nats. And with Patatek in support, it's Apex's worst nightmare. Big investments made to a round which doesn't now best suit them. No player to escape, no surrender. Liquid with 11 and closing in on their playoff spot. And that's the big part, right? It is really that home run now. A little blip in terms of proceedings. That's ridiculous.
How has he got away with that?
But how has a Boba not just moved his mouse round? That has to be extremely frustrating.
He's back.
He's behind you. Yeah, it's another one of those situations. Apex back in another timeout. Their usage of these pauses, breaks in play has been incredibly proactive. They do still have Penny's overdrive, and that's about it right now. The money just isn't there. This is to deny map point. And this is one of the situations, I think, where you're happy to just use that one ultimate and have the rest do their thing. Because we did see them on the previous map try and rush things when they were in front. This time they're behind, and they have a few liquid ults to try and get past as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see the hero ultimate from Penny right in the overdrive, probably. That's most likely the case. But what's the set piece that Apex are going to use to try and put that into position?
Do you fancy pronouncing that for us?
Nope.
On ne passe pas? Is that en français?
I believe so, mate. I believe so. Je ne sais pas.
Petit quoi? A little bit? I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, it's a weird one too because it says he was released from Apex, but that was just the length of the contract, right, per year. That's how challengers can be. It's making them pay for it right now. Penny will be looking to do the same. Patty mid-reload. It's a horror show and a gun given back to the rest of the team if Penny doesn't want to just expire this ult, which it looks like he might be.
Yeah, Liquid is going to be really late, and look at this, Apex trying to take more space.
Brilliant job at it. Looking through the warehouse at the back of B.
But look at where Liquid are trying to make their approach from.
Bullet and Link, and there's 2 traps set up. So clear the first, okay, that's fine. But are they gonna expect the second? Managed to break through it now already as Nats is still biding his time on the other side, knowing that he's shouldering a lot of the weight of this attack side. Reveal comes in, and Liquid full. It's only Nats now. Did the best job that he could to just play the patient game. But the rest of Liquid couldn't hold up their end of the bargain, and it's a pay safeguard Thrifty, exactly what the doctor ordered for Apex.
Yeah, and this is another round where they've tried to create something from nothing, right? For instance, the full spy, they bought the stingers through, they end up working out. Right now, a quick pace change, catch Liquid off guard.
And this is the Penny that we were seeing at Toronto. This is the Penny that was promised to us. You talk of players from Challengers and the time that he'd spent in NA as well with G2 and the like.
I can't believe it's another swing run for Liquid.
It is. And so they will not shy away from putting their money where their mouth is.
No, they need to. Because if they lose this, we're within 1.
We are indeed. That's what you would expect in terms of the round count. We have seen a few Eco Thrifty rounds already.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't count Liquid out, considering the way that this game's been going.
But Batu is cognizant of it. You can see he has the Outlaw, and first player forwards in A, just trying to make as much noise as possible. Camo's still fighting through mid, but we've already crossed the minute mark, and we've hit a watershed moment for Apex. They have a decision to make. It looks like this A site double down.
They want to go and reclear mid, though. That Cam getting shot out is a little bit worrying. And it seems if they're going to commit to this reclear mid.
But you've still got to take a site. Are they seriously heading towards B here? The mid-brawl breaks out. Boma gets a couple, 30 seconds now. And Mulsi with another. It's back to A they go.
Yeah, and this is Kiko's site as well. We know how good he's been. Can he hold the test of the execution coming through?
Has 2 TPs and his opponent smoked to play around but can't find the shots. And Nats is out of the question. Liquid, the round. Apex will scoop up a 9th now.
There's money in the pockets. If Apex really wanted to, they could go hunting.
You see the attack side was trying to create the correct appraisal of Liquid and how exactly it was that they were set up, but they did deal with that mid-heavy setup. Well versed in what it is that they had to do, and this is extra time for both sides to consider what the next move is. We have to be thinking about the following round already, or the round thereafter, because Liquid still have ults. That was the pit, which was just used by Nats. This is the last of the rifles. No problem.
Yeah, no problem at all. And that's going to give Liquid something to work with in this next one. Still Thrash and Dimensional Drift as well, so there is some really good aces up the sleeve should the defense decide on it. And, well, to consider those choices and maybe set plays, Team Liquid will be going for a timeout.
They just want to deliberate things a little bit further, converse with the coaching staff that we have to commend here. I think that both Yao and Lohan have been just as important a pickup as the roster rebuild itself, because the planning that they've brought to, you know, even just the little details like the pistols, the anti-ecos, Liquid always feel like they have a plan, and that's why we've seen quite a few Thrifties already in this game, because the setup is there for them.
Yeah. And I think as well, I think it was like Sliggy that was saying it, just as you said, like in terms of like the first 5 rounds, first 4 rounds always seem to have like some sort of sequence to them, which is nice to set up the rest of your game, right?
Yeah. No, we had a funny one with Sliggy and Bacon the other day, actually.
Right.
Liquid posted a video where they were forced to use AI against the 2 coaches. Who do you think won?
Please don't tell me.
It was Sliggy and Bacon with the AI against Lohan and Yao. So just as soon as we're singing their praises, they've been bested by the computer.
To be fair, I saw Bacon's reactions on the Northeast stream the other day.
Hey, that guy was gulping the energy drinks. 90-degree gullet straight down that hatch. Liquid need a little bit of a boost themselves here. It's just Nats' Phantom to make things spooky. And Batu. We saw how many times he was playing that wall with the Odin, but the Outlaw wallbang's just as good.
Yeah, Batu just warned by the Dizzy coming through, and Camel trying to explore B is punished for it.
That's also Nat spotted. They know it's the rifle.
Yeah, and now Kiko potentially to be reprimanded for his aggression, but it's up against Olizera. There's 2 players here. The Dizzy goes out, and Patty gets his. So you'll get upgraded to a rifle as well. A 4 versus 2 with 2 rifles that Liquid can use. It's just how quickly they can get towards A and how many 1 versus 1s they'll be gifted.
There's a wall for Nats to walk out here. He's effectively up against it. No, but he drops it and wants to fight. He's denied the spike and played Patty into a 3 versus 1.
And now Apex, do they doubt where Patty comes from? Definitely not, because they know exactly where he's coming from now.
And he doesn't have the wingman either to get the defuse, so it's a tenuous situation. Rigged against him.
Yeah.
Apex at double digits and continuing to bear on down.
If you're Liquid right now, you would rather take the small wins for the economy because of what we've spoken about before. Patty seems as if he's trying to keep pushing the issue and dealing damage here. He will get at least 1. There's so much money in the back pocket that this realistically won't matter.
And if Molsey can find Patatek just before the round expires, that'll sweeten the deal for Apex. He's heard the steps, but he's there. Oh, but he's quicker to it. Nice trigger finger.
Yeah. Overall, probably won't matter because we're at that latest stage of the game, right? And Ultimate Orbs, Patty already had the Thrash ready.
I like even there that we saw Liquid then go for the double up in B main and get ready to pressure Olizera a little bit heavier when you know that he's lurking. And with Camo bringing the op out as well.
Go A!
It looks like the spike is heading towards B. No, it is a default. It is a default.
Yeah, take your time, find out the information. The Scooby-Doo round, as we call it. Spread out and look for clues.
Makes you wonder, if the Apex players could hear the coaches, how much better would they be? I don't know, sorry, no, I'm doing conspiracies again. No,
Mate,
no,
if I had someone else playing on my account, I'd be a higher
okay,
rank.
Fine. No, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. If it was just calls like that, whatever. Forget, no, it's fine. Oh, you haven't hit the mute button this time, but you're laughing.
Mate, no.
Finally,
Fake
afraid
teleport.
to show your true colours, okay. All the while, Camo has an operator towards A, and for Apex, knowing how quickly they can dive into a site, Kiko also just giving the little heads up here.
Camo has no TP out of this. He has to play for the gunfight.
Utility looked decent. The fake out that heads through the smoke as Apex are prioritizing this open yard side
30
plant again.
seconds left.
And Liquid haven't challenged it, so straight into a 5v5.
But in this retake, it's skewed to Liquid's favor. Two really important ults. First dimensional drift. Spots both duelists, Trex right behind it. Thrash goes in to supplement, but there is no support. No hope right now. As Liquid look for that second wave of engage, the wingman goes out. And time is starting to wear thin. Liquid needing the jewels out in the open space, the open air to win it. But between Penny and Batu, is there nothing that they can't do? Kiko by himself, and Avova puts him to rest. 11-all, we've reached a tied game.
We have finally, and on top of that, it gets even worse for the defense because it's going to be another equal round. A brilliant cold round and a brilliant post plant as well by Apex. How they were able to buy that space, I don't know. I thought
He's saying, come on!
I thought we would have seen Camo disrespect and try and go for an up play, but having no TPs is what's ended up costing them there.
Yeah, and look, we're into another half buy from Liquid. Rogue rifle in the mix in the hands. Was in the hands of Patitek. And I'm sorry, I'm just giving you a quick warning before I say this, Apex fans. It is 11-11. A number which has been a pretty scary one for them so far. We've still got to see them close. This attack side is already looking like one of the better ones on Corrode. No, and oh, we're down to the 9! Batu getting his hands dirty. But Apex have rolled up their sleeves and found the necessary rounds to bring this back from the brink. 12 is just waiting for them now.
Oh, that will give this a go with the Sheriff in hand.
I mean, percentage chance, Cairo. Just throw me a number right now.
20.
20. I feel like even then, the odds are pretty high. Penny closing. Apex with one chance to finish this map in regulation, as was the case on Ascent. Can they learn from their mistakes? A couple weeks in a row.
I think like the one thing that we need to know here is that for what people are saying, like, for what I thought is like one of the best Corrodes in EMEA.
Why does he do that with one shotgun?
Yeah, I thought he still had one shot left on the shorty.
But the point I was making is, yeah, this is like one of the best Corrodes in EMEA, if not the best, and Apex are doing decent against it.
And for attack, I thought you were going to say this is one of the better sides that we've seen up until this point, spared for Liquid themselves. Suppose the A hits have been working, but not without something thrown in the pot in the direction of mid.
Yeah, Liquid being really aggressive, or not aggressive, but proactive, right? They've taken that mid space away from Apex. This is going to allow them mid-rounding to be so much easier for them.
Looks like this might be the round where Apex decide to change things up though and go for the B play.
The only thing is though, there's going to be an option for Liquid now to be come right round on the flank, right? So Apex need to be quick here.
Yeah, they're just outside of the audible range of Patitek, so he's not given the info for Camo. In the corner, has the gate crash, but the time on it should be running out. Calls it early, out in the open, stunned. He will not survive. He will not. And well, there's Kiko here as well, but he's the one to shut down Penny.
exactly
And Apex now trying to get the last remaining player there. And now Liquid going to be late back into the site. Yeah, and they have all of the space to play towards Elbow if they want to. Liquid are fully coming in from Link, and there's a crossfire. There is. But it's how does Liquid dismantle that, right? They've not got flashes. There's going to have to be a wingman to clear close. And Batu gets rid of Patty. That's just looking like it. That's just looking like Apex can send us to map 3 on Lotus. But not if Trex can clutch up 9 bullets in the chamber. And they got far too close. Ollie Zera is the one to send us to map 3. Apex have their map and a decider 3 weeks running. The question now is, can they take it one step further and find their first win in VCT EMEA? That's what we're here to find out on the other side of this.
So after we win the pistol, let's fight for the mains, okay? We decide, we fight together on the mains. On the B, you put insta-shock dart and you fight together, okay? You don't give them anything to teach noobs, okay? Keep composure, guys. Guys, take a deep breath, calm, be calm, and let's go, guys. You're amazing. Let's go, guys. It starts with a pistol.
Keep it calm, keep it calm. Get off.
Let's go, face bump, let's go, guys. Close this map.
Don't leave me dry. I know we've got a lot to learn. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. Sit back, enjoy the show. Getting lost in more than we'll ever know. Yeah, kick your feet up. We've got time to lose. I'll be Bonnie and you be Clyde. We can pretend that we never died. There's no other place I'd rather be with you. Don't leave me dry. I'm feeling like I've lost it all.
What a fantastic response from Apex on Corrode. We will be going to a map 3. I'm your host, and I'm joined once again by Meg and Billy. Honestly, I was ready to talk about the next game. I was so KC-pilled. I cannot believe we're going to a map 3, but what a performance from Apex.
I guess it's what everybody's been begging for, right? Seeing these teams who have had a bit of an extra time and not going into Masters Toronto and EWC, bringing that Corrode and double duelist out, and they did just that, and it definitely paid off for them.
I was very down on them going into that map because of the recent result that they had against Na'Vi, right? They lost 3-13, so for them to be able to bring it back as well and continue to have the confidence, we hear some shouting across the stage as well, like the players are super fired up. I think for Apex, you know, they've finally been able to win a map other than Sunset, which is so great for them.
The map pool's getting better, you know? That's all we want, just improvement. And I think a lot of that sort of was the reason because they could win in a massive eco round in their second half. Because at that point, it just felt like all but over. You know, Liquid should have 2-0. They'd be in playoffs by now. Billy, talk me through what happened here.
Yeah, it definitely felt like that kind of pivotal moment for Apex, right? You look at the buy that they come into with this round. Of course, they invest that overdrive as well. And Penny, he's just going crazy as he has been throughout that whole map. But like I say, for me, it was the pivotal round. They were able to convert rounds so well whenever they shouldn't be allowed to kind of win the rounds that they were converting. And I think as well, it's great when Apex decides to get proactive like this. It's something that you were saying before we went into this map, Sue, especially on that defense, is Apex being proactive is going to be crucial to them being able to close it out. They forced the site hit. They were able to utilize the double duelist specifically in this round to be able to gather extra space for themselves, set themselves up in these great post-plant positions as well, and it just didn't allow Team Liquid to get back in whatsoever.
And as you mentioned, rounds like these are huge momentum shifters, right? And this is definitely where everything changed in terms of also us thinking that, you know, Apex could come back and win this. And big props to Penny, of course, using that neon so well and utilizing those stuns to help those site executes. Of course, it was a team effort, but I do think Penny is a massive standout here. And it was the Penny that we expected to see today, right? He really popped off.
Yeah, Meg and I wrote a jingle for him. Maybe we'll bring it out. If they win, we'll bring it out.
Okay.
We can't bring it out after one match.
Not yet.
We got to bring it out when they won the actual match. Yeah. And we have to address the Batu knife. Kiko got sat down, I feel like. I mean, I want to see that clip on socials. I want to see that clip on TikTok. I want to see that clip forever ingrained in the Hall of Fame in VCT EMEA history because, Billy, you just don't see this very often.
It was iconic. Like, the way he was able to use his ult, jump towards Kiko, fired one shot out of his shorty, and then knifes him in the face. I mean, yeah, Batu's turnaround from map 1 to map 2 was night and day for me. I think that was something that I had highlighted before we went into this map as well, is that I need to see a turnaround from him and to stop giving away those first picks, but it's actually him utilizing...
Oh, they got it in!
I'm begging for somebody to put that into like an MLG style compilation. Please,
God,
like the ones
so
back
funny.
in 2013, like it's too good.
I already know the song in my head exactly what you mean. Yeah. I mean, I think after that, you know, the confidence sky high, you snowball that. I mean, I don't think we even need to talk about the stats here. I think the performance, he just needed to warm up, you know, into it. But my question is, as we head to the next map, Meg, do we just double down, triple down, quadruple down on the double duelist? Is this somewhere that you think has legs as we move on to Lotus?
It's working, and I guess going into a map like Lotus, they are starting on that attack side, so I do think it could really benefit them. Of course, looking at Corrode, they definitely played the long game with picking into that double duelist, but starting on defense. But I feel like off the back of this win, to build that momentum, I think making a statement and coming into the attack side of duelist with Lotus with the double duelist is definitely a play.
We'll definitely see Team Liquid on the double duelist, that's for sure. It is just the question of, are we going to see Apex continue to play into this, or are they going to opt for what they usually do play on the Lotus, which is, of course, that double Senti that we were expecting to see them play on Ascent. I would like to see a little bit of creativity. I would like to see them just throw them all themselves fully into the rest of this match and hopefully have a surprise up their sleeve.
The last time we did see Apex play Lotus, it was against Carmine Corp. They unfortunately lost, but we did see Batu on that deadlock. It's like, here you could play him almost as that aggressive sentinel that we know he's so good at. So is it actually less beneficial to pull him off a role like deadlock in a 3-map site map?
Yeah,
I don't know.
We will see the agent select now, and all of our questions will be answered here. And it looks like they're not going to carry this on. It's okay. We had 2 maps. We had the maximum amount of rounds over 2 maps for it as well. But yeah, this is where I give Batu a lot of praise. I love his deadlock. I love how reactive it is. I'm very, actually not that mad about this.
Yeah, I think to be fair to them, like they did, although they lost it against KC, they did manage to bring it very, very close. It did end 11-13 after all. I think for Team Liquid as well, this was a map that they kind of at the very start of the year were struggling to find an identity on, right? We saw them pull out Arena in a raise with, of course, a different roster at the very start of the year. But more recently, they have been moving towards this Vise, towards this double duelist on Lotus, which I think has looked nice for them. I want to see how Apex approach this though, considering that they will have their own double Sentinel on their side.
I think a big focus for Apex here is going to be using up as much Team Liquid utility as they can before they potentially get into those post-plant situations. I do think as well Liquid are going to be looking at that kind of traditional style Lotus play of breaking as much Sentinel utility to deny them of that information as they can. So I do think we're maybe going to see a bit of a slower play here from Liquid.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just laughing because other players hover for like bans, memes, you know, whatever.
Not Nats.
I know him like that. Nats is hovering because he wants to buy time. Just yap. Because you know what he's like? He's going to be very unhappy at the fact that they were 11-7 up and didn't take this 2-0. And there's only one thing scarier than Team Liquid, which is when they are backed into a corner and Nats are shouting at you.
I would not want Nats to shout at me. I would.
What would you rather, Nats shouting at you or Danito calling you a noob?
I would rather Danito calling me a noob. I'm used to it anyway, you know, in my ranked games, so I don't mind. I don't mind that.
I think I'd rather Danito call me a noob as well, I'm not going to lie.
What would you rather, shout at Nats or call Danito a noob to his face?
I'd call Danito a noob to his face.
Really?
I don't want to mess with Nats. No.
No, he's not that scary to me. Yeah.
No. He has 2 sides. He has like a good cop, bad cop. I do think he looks like a cuddly teddy bear, but I also think that that man could say the worst things to you that completely break you down.
Or Danito? Nats is not going to say anything to you, Meg. Come on.
Not to me, but if I was on his team, you know. Obviously, he's never going to say anything.
I think we should experiment and see who out of us could get the biggest reaction out of them. I think Danito would just laugh if you walked up and was like, you're a noob.
We should play a game of rage baiting as many players as we can to see how they react.
I am a known rage baiter. I think I have a pretty good CV, I think, in terms of people I've successfully rage baited.
I think you could scroll through Reddit, VLR, whatever, and it's like, why is Sue rage baiting people in their Twitch chat again?
Yeah,
it's
literally.
constant.
Yeah. I'm pretty good at that, so we'll make that happen. But I mean, look at that. He's still yapping away. He's still talking. Would love to know what he's saying right now. But from the snippets in the past that we have seen, it is very. He kind of goes teammate by teammate, right? He'll say. There's actually a really funny meme where he basically said something to every teammate, and then when it went to Kiko, he was like, "Keep doing what you're doing." Yeah, you just be you.
I like that he gives them all their moment. You know, that's a good IGL, right? Focusing on every
because
single
he was
player.
like, "You're a noob. You're a noob. You're a noob, Kiko. You're perfect."
But if Kiko was doing well, what can you say?
I can't even remember if he was doing. I mean, he must have been. It's cats.
I don't blame him for taking it this seriously, though, right? Because you have to remember what's on the line for them today, right? Wanting to be that first team to get through to playoffs. I said it at the start of the day. If Apex were to stop Team Liquid from being that first team to make it to playoffs, it just feels like not something that we would have said.
I've also just remembered that if Team Liquid lose, obviously that's better for Fnatic.
Yeah, so whose side are you on?
Fnatic.
I mean, it would be kind of, you know, poetic in some ways, I guess, the little circle of permutation that we do have. But also the last time these two played against each other, I believe it also went to map 3. Kiko literally had the performance of his life, you know, carrying Liquid back then. Probably not wanting to lose against his former team as well. A little bit of that element. And the stakes for Apex is very, very high too. If they lose here, they have to make the finals of stage 2 if they want to go to champs. They literally physically cannot make it on champs points. And Liquid can still make playoffs.
Yeah.
No, they could do it next week as well. So
I have an idea as to maybe why they're taking this, you know, the long way. They're going for the 3-map series, and I think because maybe we spoke a little bit earlier about their performance last year and how it wasn't maybe the greatest for Team Liquid fans. This year, they're potentially going to make their 3rd international event of the year, so they just want to give the Team Liquid fans who have come out to the arena today a good showing.
We are currently experiencing a very, very short delay. I heard Pansy try to get in the studio for some reason. Don't worry, we're not letting her in. It's fine. She's stuck outside. We're just going to remake the lobby and jump into the map in a moment. So for now, enjoy the podcast. that we have here. So, Meg, you've chosen your alliance. Billy, how are you feeling? Do you have a
You're
team
asking
that
the tier 2 defender.
What Hazard and
team am I
Cairo said.
favouring?
Hazard and Cairo said you've changed, you know? Now you're in tier 1. You've left the...
I think their fans have
behind.
probably said that about them more than they've said that about me, to be honest with you. I mean, when have you seen them on a Challengers North broadcast since
You tell them, you tell them. Billy.
All jokes aside, of course I got to back up Apex here. It would be rude of me to not do that. We followed their journey last year at Ascension. I've wanted to see them do something in VCT EMEA. And this for me, this would be a phenomenal upset.
Yeah, and if you guys remember last year, Liquid had like a 1% chance to make playoffs. It was the miracle journey. Was it last year? Maybe it was the year before. One of the years, it's all mushing into my brain. And they did it. There was literally one scenario for them to make playoffs, and they ended up achieving it. So they know how it feels, you know, being in a situation where everything seems very impossible. But I just think that the reason I'm personally leaning towards Apex is that I'm really enjoying the Valorant they're playing today.
Yeah.
I'm really, really enjoying it.
I was just going to say, slowly in the chat, I feel like as well, people are starting to believe it was 90% towards
Get
Team
your
Liquid.
pecs
We're
out for
getting
Apex.
50-50.
Get your pecs out for Apex.
Come on, guys, believe in the underdog.
No,
You
I
never
have
know.
to agree with you though, Sue. I think like watching Ascent in particular as well, it looked so nice
Trex
from
is so
Malzy.
me, sorry.
like Malzy's calling on the attack on Ascent. We've been talking about how, you know, teams have been struggling on the attack side and being able to call them more recently, but it just felt as though he always had not only the right reads, but also the right reactions. So I'm looking to see if that travels through into this third map as well.
Well, we are back into the lobby, so it's time to jump into game, and I would love to know the win rate of Hazard and Kairo's cast when they have been casting Apex. Over to you.
Well, Sue, this would be the 19th time that either of us have casted an Apex match. And Cairo, I believe, you've only casted one loss. I've casted a couple back in, 2023. So, yeah, it's looking pretty good. And I have to say, looking at both IGLs on the stage there, Nat saying his piece, unimpressed with what he's seen on their road to champs. And Malzy up against the stoic leader on the other side, knowing the task that is at hand to keep their chances of survival afloat. The attack side begins with a knife searing through the center of the map. 2 players revealed on B from the Liquid side. 2 still hanging around sand.
Taking the time, Apex. Always. This is what has always been the good look for them on Ascent, remember? When they got to default, when they got to look, and that's big information from Camo as his TP was about to expire.
It's like Peter Parker getting a good photo of Spider-Man swinging through the air, snaps 3 players they know. Mesh goes up though, and it's a B split, a very well coordinated one from Apex.
Yeah, and Liquid have allowed this to happen, that nade just denying Trex any space, and he's been brought very low, and Apex get brought into post.
So a health pool advantage, and one for space if you're Apex right now. Hobbit control is what they've got, the cam towards grass as well, both of the Sentinel bits of util. The one gap that they have to account for is towards Waterfall and main.
Team Liquid have done well to hold on to that, and Batu stuck between no man's land. And Olizera waiting to activate. I mean, Nash is holding on to it. He's allowed for a chance, but that chance is fleeting. That's now 5 pistol rounds in a row for Team Liquid.
And Liquid really maximizing those advantages as much as possible. It's something that we've got to talk about, especially now that we've hit crunch time and reached Lotus. This was the acrobatic Camo, who did really well to pressure the extremity as you're expecting from the Yoru. And this was the last map in their opening series against Koi. And for Apex, the other week against KC, going opposite ways.
Nice patience, boys. Nice retail. Nice planning, finally.
And as much as I said before that anyone on Liquid can come up with something, the plan has worked this time.
Yeah. Team Liquid, all their forces on the other side of the map from Apex at the moment.
While Penny gets an orb here, Trex also went and picked up the A orb, so he's already within 3 of the Nightfall. When you head into that bonus round then for Liquid, they want to try and keep it as clean as possible.
Eyes all activated, and so is all the utility that was on the C site.
This is the one opportunity that Apex are going to get to do any kind of free damage through the nade and the net. In fact, it's been enough to fully flush Liquid off-site. A plant now is the best case.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be happy with this. Liquid look to cut through any remaining players. And it seems if this is looking to be a flawless round at the moment.
Oh, Multi is going to get his one though. You can't ever speak too soon. Liquid still securing the objective, and the defuse from Trex means that the Nightfall will be available heading into that next round.
That's it. Hey, listen, now you set up your plans, and as Nats was saying earlier, the plans look to be finally coming to fruition.
One enemy remaining.
And for Liquid on this defender side, I'm always going to be looking towards the A site and the rubble control, which they very often opt to set up. This is an incredibly late call in terms of what they do end up opting for, though, as Nats will play a lot deeper on this right-hand side.
Challenge on C-Mount. Yeah. 3 players strong, and there's also Kiko on the door if they want to go for it. Not Kiko, sorry, it's Pathetic.
Great paranoia to set up the horn, but just can't bend the bullets around the corner, can Pathetic. Apex now heading towards A, but this is the reaction that Liquid want. It's straight into their Sentinel.
Yeah, straight into the setup, but all is there is ahead. Well, Nats actually gets caught by the paranoia, but nobody through tree. Still a little bit of delay, and not checking for Nats. The smoke actually had a gap in it, and Team Liquid are able to capitalise for the max.
Spike already on B though. Apex could take this one step further and reach the C site if they want. Avova is late to leave A, and that looks like what it's going to be. A waterfall walk, but Kiko can maybe catch Molsey. It's just damage for now. So much pressure put on Apex needlessly.
Spike can go down. Planted from main, that's where Avova is. Doesn't matter that he's late. And Team Liquid taking their time again. Looking to create a plan and be patient.
That's what Nats was talking about. And here, Trex has the horn. Last Prowler used towards Waterfall. Huge 1 versus 1 in sand. If Molsey can ease up the containment of them here, it's everything.
He's only within 1 bullet range. Now it's a 2 versus 4, which the last 2 need to try and clutch up from. And Batu's already been revealed, so instead Avova now needs to try his best. But his best won't be enough. A bonus conversion. Another great Team Liquid start.
Another great, very well-worked round from them as well. The little set-piece sand to put Nats in a position of power on site. Lazera doesn't get the most from his excursion. And then into the later stages of the round, Molsey is there solo, not knowing which way to look. Apex fighting a war on both fronts, and it just all falls apart. You can only credit Liquid though, they did everything right.
Let's go!
There.
Another A play once again by Liquid.
They don't have a chance.
Changing it up, where that aggression is with this double duelist.
That's it. Batu though does have that deadlock ult if needed. Still, Liquid Apex can provide a bit of resistance to Liquid in this round.
They've taken the early control, and ever since Liquid added the fades to their composition, I mean, hell, ever since we've seen them start to pick it up in stage 1, Lotus has looked so much better for them. They've lost every single one of their Masters games on it so far, though. 3 out of 3. Even despite the almost comeback from 11-1 down against Paper X. So here again, it's the same conversation, building confidence, heading towards champs, which looks to be edging ever closer, as are Apex on the unguarded C site.
Yeah, Lazera under pressure, trying to make sure to watch B main in case anybody was going to go for the door, but instead he will be completely cleared out. And that's on an angle, an aggressive one, caught off guard, and Trex at least able to trade that out, and with support to help him out. This is looking like Liquid with another round to convert, and they are absolutely whitewashing Apex at the moment.
Mowing through them in these retake situations. And that is frustrating for Apex, especially more so compounded by the fact that Batu was still alive with all of the deadlock utility. And that's the strength of this composition. Making your post plants easier by just adding that extra layer of utility. They've been running the deadlock back with the old lineup sort of since last year. Lotus has always been a really great map for them. They won it in the grand final against Pacific, of course, and here comes the timeout.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that like how successful Apex historically have been on Lotus, and then this year they've only won it once. Like
that's what it's all about. When you look at challenges in general in the North and East leagues, even combined, they still hold the records for the biggest win streaks, full stop, the top 3. And then you go from being so dominant to coming into this league with the teams that are here and this quality. It's like a cold ice bucket dropped over your head, really.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, there's always going to be the if, buts and maybes about Apex, about losing that 2023 final. Would it have been better for them to build into the next year? Apex only realistically getting one chance at it.
They already made some difficult decisions with the moves made, but here they are now sat on the lineup, which ultimately their hopes live and die by. 4 successful retakes for Liquid. That is the story that we have to tell here. And yeah, how effective Batu's going to be with this deadlock, and even Olazera as well in his traps in post.
Straight, fast, direct. Sometimes that's what you need, pace changing. It worked for Apex on the last map of Corrodes.
The Thorns are going to stall out most of the side, and when Nats is in the corner, yet to be cleared, Liquid converge, they clamp down on the B play. Nothing getting past that first line of defense.
Yeah, I don't think anything's getting past Liquid now. They've decided that they need to take off the training weights and in-zone flawless to show the prowess so far.
It's not just Batu though, it needs to be Olazera as well. We saw how good he looked. Lotus was a really big part of Koi Phoenix's map pool, and coming into this team, it's where you wanted to see him playing at his best. Another player to even highlight would also, of course, be Penny. He's had a very slow start to this map, where he was tearing Liquid apart on Corrode.
Yeah, I think as well, like Olazera, just as a player and his playstyle, very individualistic. Just the way that he lurks through, right? He's always going to be taking those 50-50 gunfights. Maybe gunfights not in his favour.
But we're into the next rifle round though, and Penny investing the nade into the dark cover here. Apex still not fully sure if Liquid have moved a player further up the field, if they've inserted one. They have. It's elsewhere though. It's B main, and it's Olazera dead.
Yeah, as the map gets closer and smaller and smaller, the push gets closer and closer. Apex needs to start to move the pace up a little bit.
And they can't go B because main's been taken, so they're forced into making this A play, and another retake for Liquid, which they're happy to do, especially when Nats has his ult.
Ready to go here. Spike should be going down very shortly. And Team Liquid, again, I've got plenty of time to come up with a plan and be calm about it.
There is a little bit of setup from Apex, both sensors, and with the null command invested, keeping Liquid honest for just a moment.
Bam, slightly hitting.
And a big fight happening towards upper as well. If Apex can win that with their plant, they might just have a chance.
Yeah, Camo is that player that is going to be taking the fight, but there's also going to be an ultimate invested to steal Garden. It's all up to the classics and the pistols. It essentially becomes a thrifty round, an anti-eco, which Liquid look to bat away once more. The defuse coming through, there's no chance Penny can even get close.
Nats is just a whirlwind. And Apex are swept away as it's another successful retake. You look at the situation there, they really wanted to entertain that fight with Camo, but he was having none of it. The round started off brilliantly for Liquid with their proactivity. They just realized that they can isolate Olazera there because they've spotted him playing individually, as you mentioned, a few times now. And it was just not considered by Apex. They've been forced into another reaction, which is unfavourable for them.
Leading from the front, Nats now 12-1, by the way, just to note. And Apex feel as if it's not working out whatsoever. Trying from different angles, trying different pace changes. Everything being countered by Team Liquid at the moment.
Where are you?
Already seen them come back from a deficit, but this one
Enemy remaining.
shall continue to grow.
Down, C.
7 rounds queued up unless Mulsi can curate something divine. It's just not happening. Kiko putting a stop to things. Another in-zone flawless for Liquid.
I wonder how many it's been so far in this map alone, right? And how many more it could possibly be. It just feels as if right now Team Liquid are just full of confidence, and this is this type of end to a series where you've maybe struggled a little bit that you've won. It's the little cherry on the ice cream, perhaps.
More of a flake man myself, but I get it. I like the rainbow sprinkles. Okay. I think Apex would like a round right now. It's hard to come by.
Can't buy a round.
You can't. You can certainly make investments towards it. They do have Penny's showstopper. But Liquid, some of their own on the other side. And to sort of build up that conversation a bit further, as what I was saying before, we were both there for the game against Foot, the 13-1, which they found with such a strong defensive half being the backbone of it. You can really see the theory has continued to be developed as they've moved forward. They have moved away from playing the deadlock as they had Serial, and you kind of expect that change with the roles being a little bit different, with him trying to flex and play a lot, a thankless task at the end of the day. And right now, it's all about Nats, 12-1 on this Vice. The util's not really been dealt with.
Yeah, I would agree. But I feel as if it's not utility that you necessarily need to interact with every single time just because of the stall that it brings through. I just think Team Liquid right now can't be beating a gunfight.
It's also more so that right now, if you have that Vice wall in the middle of the map, if Apex don't do anything about it, it's a very quick rotation for Liquid, safe in the knowledge that they do have a shorter path from either side. And this time, it's Camo on an extremity with the operator, playing in sand, affording that rotation to move even further towards the A site where Apex are setting up.
I find it very funny as well that the one map that Apex have moved away from Double Juiced is the map that right now they're not doing too great on. Nice entry from Camo as he finds Ollie Zera that was out on C main. Nats gets another.
And Patty even living through the spam there as well. Apex are heading into a hopeless A execute. The hard work had already been done by Liquid. They have to win some of these fights now. That's the last chance. And the final hope for Apex is now on just Mulsi.
Yeah. 2 versus 1. I mean, Mulsi through this series has shown time and time again that he can do it, that he can frag out when needed, but he needs to get that spike back, and both players are ready for this.
30 seconds left.
The Molly's not going to quite cut off the play. Camo's in with the ult. Trex right amongst it, and from his own flash set up, Camo claims number 8. We have to just look at the first 30 seconds of that round, Cairo. It's Liquid putting the arrow into the crossbow, drawing it back, and just waiting to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, all throughout this, right? Like, you look at the chances, or just everything that Team Liquid are doing here. They're throwing themselves at Apex.
Planted.
And unconfident, I would say, other
Patrick,
players
I was doing
of the
everything
attack.
for you. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just got full spammed.
But he lived to tell the tale. And yeah, it is that frustrating if you're Apex, because what did we see? Olizera wandering towards sand, and that's all they're showing in terms of being diligent and playing both ends of the map. It's just simply not enough. This 4-1 can't keep going on like this.
It can.
It can, unfortunately, and it looks to be as well.
Yeah, and with every round that Liquid are able to grab, with every kill that they find, it's one step closer to playoffs and one step closer to the end goal of champs. Right now, it's just Camo towards the C extremity. There's even going to be an ultimate invested by Avova, and Camo's sticking around.
Stuck the ult, but you can see the timid nature of the Apex players as they're walking, treading on thin ice. having site control and a very deep deadlock wall, which was thrown over the top, but double flank is an issue. What's the reaction from Apex?
You say it's a double flank, but there's also Nats coming through the door, right? Ollie Zera in the corner, spammed out, but still holding fast. Camo at the other end, though, is managing to chip away at Apex numbers. Ollie Zera not clear, finally is. And well, there is one player caught in the ultimate, plenty to be used here.
standing.
And well, Mosey with just a classic, can't find what he's looking for. 9 in a row for Team Liquid. This is looking sensational.
Yeah, and it's also complete mirrors of that foot match that we saw when they were absolutely stomping on their defense, because the protocols are perfect, they're creating pressure in all the right pockets, and Apex look lost in a lot of these rounds in terms of what it is that they've actually got to do to combat that. This C execute not as bad. I mean, Trex probably could have got camo out of that one.
Yeah, but who needs to when you've got that much money in the back of your pocket, right?
Guess so. And Trex also hasn't died yet, by the way, so... Just making sure he stays with the best possible KD ratio.
It keeps growing series to series, match to match, and so does Team Liquid's strength, it seems like. The timing's insane. Nats can't quite find a second though, so we still keep things all even, and Kiko wants to try and push this a little bit further. Cheeky.
Yeah, we've got Penny here with a showstopper. This might finally be the respite. No! It's missed! And Liquid just get absolutely everything going their way. Apex in the red again.
One enemy remaining.
As between Avova and Olazera, there is nothing to be said of them in this round. Like a deer into headlights. Liquid should have this.
I mean, they should, right? There's no way Olazera gets a chance at this.
They shouldn't. The setup is there. Camo's the only one showing face, but when this smoke expires, he should duck behind the box, and there you go.
Yeah, playing off Kiko's
30 seconds
contact. Trex also hiding as well. But they don't even need it. They don't even need the trade, as Kiko is going to confirm double digits.
It's scarily close to a scoreline which Apex themselves will be familiar with for different reasons. We'll just have to keep tracking it as it goes. That was a full invest to get Guardians, Cairo.
Yeah.
That is the dire state of affairs that Apex have found themselves in. So this is the penultimate round of the half, and Sheriffs.
If I had a penny for every time Ascension team was able to give me hope, I would have 4 pennies.
And all of them were from Gentleman. 5 pennies if you count this one.
Yeah, true.
He has been a shining light in the performances so far. The wall's bought a lot of time for Batu in terms of getting the plant in. Nats has done a brilliant job through proxy.
Apex are trying to take extra space, but they're going straight into Kiko's ultimate, and yet easily dealt with. The Sheriffs have been a good look, so have the Thrifties in previous maps, but on Lotus, everything has been falling apart, and it looks to fall apart once more, even after Apex tried to set up the perfect post plan. There's nothing perfect about this, unless you're talking about Team Liquid. They have not missed once in this map, and they continue to look even better. Somehow Kiko's come off the... Why has it come off the spike? He nearly had it defused.
He's still not gone for it.
Olazera's so low, he's playing with the time, playing with Kiko, knowing that this is his chance. Kiko! He somehow lost out, and that'll be a Red Bull clutch for Apex.
And no 13-0. Apex are in the door. It was heroics required. Liquid going through the motions, doing the same kind of things we've seen from them up until this point. Containing Apex, making it difficult, and Olazera take a bow. It might just be a highlight for now. Or it could be the start of something we have not often seen.
Catch them.
Yeah, I remember there was a time when Apex used to dish out 13-0s, like dishing out hot dinners. Yeah, they did a long time ago.
They were adding teams to the club like gym badges, man.
Yeah,
but
I remember that, the Pokemon
My
meme.
blind is dead.
We're not going to see one here. Liquid know a thing or two about an 11-1 though, as I was saying earlier, and well, I wonder what it'll be like from the start of the game. Batu attack side off. Deadlock does have quite a lot of freedom to be that second in, but looking to create an opener here. It's Multi with a quick trade, and Batu gets the punish. Has the ult held in his hands, waiting to find camo, but disappears into the night. As Apex are set up, this is their best chance they've had so far this map to get around, really.
Yeah, I mean, as well as that, buying a little bit extra time so that the spike can be planted in the correct spot, but it's been planted safe, so Apex need to play on the site, and they do. They're fighting right through it. Patty Tech, well, he's pushed all the way back into Olizera, and Apex will be doubling up the round count.
Yeah, Liquid's approach there kind of played into Apex hands with the positions that they had. Olizera late lurk, and very well dealt with. Great supportive utility from Molsey, but we need more. If the miracle is to come off, if Apex are to take their first series in VCT EMEA 2025, or if Liquid are on the road to Paris and playoffs already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So, Liquid in high spirits, but Apex, it's food for thought. A cold exterior on the faces of the players on the right side of the stage. Will they be on the right side of history for once? Or is it the run which crashes out in the most spectacular fashion?
And it all starts with a pistol round, and Liquid could essentially finish the map with that. And the problem with Apex, when you consider pistol rounds, is they've not won a single one this series.
Apex denied the 13-0. 4 of those collected in their time through challenges, but this is a different beast. 25 minutes in, Liquid looking to speed run their way through. Camo up the guts, and Kiko to lead the charge. The first nail in the coffin of Apex.
Camo finding another as well. This is looking very difficult. Again, Apex have struggled in pistol rounds and continue to do so. Team Liquid, I mean, indomitable in this map. And they're hunting the last remaining player of Olizera.
And now, that is going to be every single one in the bag for Team Liquid. We spoke about the prep being a big factor, but here it is as simple as directing their players into Apex heavy traffic, nothing to stop them. One player at a time, shown the door by Liquid. Late play through grass, very nice.
Impossible, Patrick. Impossible. Impossible, Patrick.
Possible Apex from a scoreline of 11-2. It has to be the force spy.
Yeah, defense force spies are never in the best sort of position. They're going to have to go for it. Only 3 stingers.
Apex creating some form of retaliation. The mesh goes up, it splits the Liquid players. It makes things a little bit awkward, but the same can be said for Batu. Trying to escape through the Hobbit door, but he hits his head on the way out. Liquid onto the A site, and the re-aggression is anticipated. Good trade though.
Yeah, that's decent. That's a Guardian to be picked up. Spike going down, and Kiko looking for extra space towards heaven.
And this is huge because the plant is open. There is no one to challenge from upper yet. Mulsi just about starting to make his way around the stairwell. It's the knife instead that confirms. Flash on to Trex, blinded up. Amova with another, trading out on Kiko. And down to the last two. Patty, Phantom in hand. The spray. Is this how it ends? Is this how Liquid take 12? It absolutely is. You can bet your house on it. A Red Bull clutch. 10 rounds the difference. And Apex feeling 10 tons of force on the backs of their neck.
And they've been 10 times better than their opponents. And that is now 10 chances at being able to send
Patrick,
themselves
I told you it's your round, but I said that before.
to playoffs.
Liquid are looking playoffs bound now, and they've managed to do it in style as well. Albeit against an Apex side which carry the weight of the expectations on their shoulders to simply survive this group stage. Avova and Mulsi, the ones who have been there since the beginning of last year, look to have kept them in it for a little bit longer, but still, rifles in the hands of the attack.
Yeah, and there is still a chance to go elsewhere, but when they do, there's some deep traps that Olizera has been able to place.
It's going to make that coverage a little bit more difficult. If Trex were to even send one Prowler, it wouldn't suffice. The knife again, reconfirming player presence from Mulsi.
They're just trying to chuck away as many as those guns.
And that's what you've got to do, because look at Apex's money. Even if you win this, okay, Olizera and Batu are still on heavy shields, but the money is barely there. They had to force the previous.
30 seconds
Start
left.
to make their way through the trips now. And Apex still haven't moved from that C round spot. They want to try and re-aggress for the guns. Obviously they won't be there, but that's going to create a delay on the A site.
Olizera just needs to hold his nerve, not overstep, and make the most of the camera that he has. A little more time bought by the Vice Wall. Liquid knowing that there is nowhere safe on the map for them right now.
Mr. Dependable sits next to Hobbit door, and that's the captain. Low on health and yet to be cleared, but it's Mr. Dependable first. Nats not being checked, not being cleared. Nats now finally being caught out, and Apex able to get their first in the second half.
Yeah, still some schoolboy mistakes in there, but Apex have kept it clean enough. In fact, they get the round. The fact that they've even picked up the round is pretty huge, because it's just going to extend play a little bit longer. Gap now of 9 rounds. Not insurmountable, but very unlikely. Well, at least they're not going to be picking up the record of shortest map. Currently held by GX, I guess, on the receiving end of the only 13-0 we've seen.
Yeah, and as of right now, Team Liquid's relegated to a poor bye. Interestingly enough, though, Kiko does have a judge in hand. And if he can blast back his way onto the B side, that's going to be a very explosive one to try and break open the map.
Oh, Mulsi goes for the clone, though. Target selection plays against his hand, but Penny is there and Avova as well. Liquid just diving straight in with a lot of pace, but not quite the precision they would have been hoping for. Apex stepping up to a 4th. Hope dies last, and Nats dies last as well. He's always there in those clutch situations, but this one, not possible.
One round at a time. Story, keep on swimming.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very clearly a let's go Apex from the crowd as well. So,
oh, you're not the only one, mate.
Fancy you say that. Started better when the jersey was showing. Yeah, that's true.
Ultimate simply for Team Liquid. That will be the deciding factor in this round.
Yeah, and this is something we were mentioning a lot with the mates conversation as well. Just set up your end game. What's your win condition? This is around a true full investment. There's no other way to put it.
100%, and not only that, Trick's 2 away from his Nightfall, so an orb and a plant, and you've got 3 ultis to play with.
Plenty of footfall, A bound as Olizera plays off site with the setup. Trap's not yet hit, Eco just clearing, but into upper they go. Both of the duelists on the Liquid side.
5 here for Apex as well. And look at Olizera and Nats, they're so close to one another. Sorry, that was just a map that's caught me off guard. No, it's not. Now Apex through Heaven, through stairs, they try and get out. And it's Olizera just trying to use his sheriff, trying to use what has been working for him before. Now the Phantom in hand, the primary's online, and doing well with it. Keeping themselves ahead, or Apex. As this retake looks good. Trick's trying to deny, trying to push Liquid to playoffs, but denied. We are 1 round extended in this matchup.
As we will be, as long as Apex can keep putting them through the hoop. It was so close and costly for Liquid. And it was just the Steel Garden we saw invested, I suppose. Apex with their own showstopper.
Enemy remaining.
Or sorry, I should say a showstopper of Liquids as well.
Guys, don't speak when we are clutching. I wanted to pick, you said the field and we were losing. All good, all good. Just let us play, please.
And there's the comms issues that I was talking about. It's all a work in progress. That will be a focal point of this timeout, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course. Listen, it's good to get those out. Liquid have 2 timeouts in their back pocket to use. Should we get to that position?
Yeah.
But I imagine the response after this timeout from Lohan, this will be probably where we see Liquid have the best chance. The next round will be a force for those looking at the buy coming through. 5 stingers, maybe a pace change that Liquid want to pick up.
Liquid have options right now, and still it's the same range of emotion that we're seeing from side to side of the server. Apex acutely aware that the hopes and dreams which they pushed so hard to achieve in the previous year, tattered already, could be fully torn from their hands at a moment's notice. It is so fleeting right now, but it's also 1 step at a time. And from Liquid, you want to see a more professional performance, and an exhibition perhaps in how to close out Lotus.
Could you imagine if a Ascension promoted team were on the other end of a comeback rather than that being what Gentlemates have been receiving? Liquid are getting the direct route to a site, and that spike will be going down.
These stingers are incredibly scary in this position, especially with Trex's Nightfall. Gonna see Apex put through the Tenderizer, but the reveal is nice. The ult doesn't land for Batu, but he's done his job.
Yeah, all of Apex seem to have at this moment in time, and they'll deal with a force buy. Well, I say force buy, a half buy. Yeah.
There's still money with Liquids. The next will be a rifle. It's just on and off of the horse. In and out of the saddle.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't think we saw them choose to use any of those ultimates in post, because they're waiting for the right opportunity to do it and to see this one home. But if they lose the next round with ults, that's the problem.
Well, the other problem is...
The game is not finished, come on.
Game's not done, you've heard it from Batu. But the important part I was trying to get to here is while those ultimates got kept, Apex have the big equaliser that you were speaking about, and that's the no command.
And we've got to be looking at Mulsi on these rounds as well, and his utility. Bringing the KO to Lotus does feel like an older take on the situation, that's for sure. Using the sensor against his own teammate, but Avova finds Camo. And with the tip of the spear now blunted, the rest of Liquid look to collapse on the site.
Yeah, but so does the rest of Apex. All the bodies are here, ready for it, as the bodies come out. Trex! Who looks to send Liquid to playoffs.
2v1.
I mean, can Olizera do it?
He's gone past though. And they just have no idea. Trex is open on the angle and Olizera's denied it.
1 versus 1, spike down.
And it's Kiko of all players serving his time in 2023. Unable to ascend himself against Olizera, the newest face into the Apex lineup to keep them going. For one more round, which could turn into so many more. He has the Cypher set up on A. That's where Kiko plants his feet. Hands are busy. Spike goes in.
30 seconds left.
Most importantly, for Olizera coming back in, there's a cam.
How much information is he able to pick up from it, though? He's now noted it's an open plant. Kiko playing from tree. Time ticks away. It could be the final grains of sand hitting the bottom of the hourglass for Apex's campaign here if Olizera can't make the move. Kiko waits in tree, on the line, defuse inside the cage. The bullet's not hitting. Olizera gets it half, he has the info. Second tap, no time. Kiko playing it down to the wire. There's not going to be enough. It's Kiko to send them over the ledge. At long last, Liquid are in playoffs.
A new look, a new addition, but the same old result. Liquid make their way to playoffs and put themselves with a great chance of getting to champs. We already knew that with the performances and the appearances they've made this year, but it gets even sweeter, even closer to being able to finally enter into the competition everyone wants to be in.
And on the other side, 319 days since the Ascension win on the same hallowed ground. Apex taking a loss which might just have done it. It's definitely sealed their fate in terms of championship points, but with Fnatic still left to play amongst KOI, another rival of theirs at the side of the table, it's a frustrating one to see go. Liquid on the other side, plenty of positives to take from them today, as the road to Paris seems to get shorter and shorter.
Now listen, that's what will happen. And going from strength to strength, showing different character, a different character to it, right? Being able to be put to under the cosh, having to fight back into it from what was, let's be honest, like their own creation. They shouldn't have let Apex back in. This series should have been closed out probably on that second map, but listen, that's what you learn as you start to move towards champs.
Yeah, and ultimately though, still delivering on all fronts when it came to Lotus. We've seen a lot of teams struggle to complete that that road and really seal it, but they were able to do it without little trouble in the end. When you look at the way they cycled the ults, they were ready for it. And we'll get to hear a little bit more from the players themselves. We have a post-match interview on the stage waiting for you with Patatek.
Thank you very much, Hazo and Kyra. I'm now joined by Patatek from Team Liquid. That was a little bit stressful.
Nah, not at all.
No, not at all on the stage?
Nah.
You had absolute faith that you were going to close that out?
Yeah, full control.
Okay, we've seen too much shenanigans on this stage, so
Yeah.
you can never believe until the game is done. But with that, you have qualified for playoffs. Last year, this time, you didn't really even get the chance to make playoffs to
Yeah.
go to champs. So how does this feel?
I mean, it feels amazing, you know, but our goal is to make champions. So kinda, you know, the job is not done, and making playoffs is nothing really.
You're used to it now. This whole year is just playoffs after playoffs after playoffs, you know?
Just used to winning right now. Can I say?
Oh, okay, I like that. Well, how does that feel, though, being used to winning? Because it's not always like this.
I mean, there's not many good teams in VCT right now in EU, so I mean, you can compare from tomorrow to today's gameplay. I mean, what can I say? It's just we are on a different level with two more teams.
So where would you say you are? I mean, also, we don't let ourselves dunk on ourselves. You know, Americas and Pacific, they already look down on us. So I feel like we gotta gas ourselves up a little bit.
Of course.
In which case, where do you think Liquid lie in terms of how good you really are in EMEA? Do you think you're above everyone else by a lot, or where are you?
I mean, I don't really know where we are right now, because as we can see by the example of this game, we can be down here and then we can go up here. We kind of need to fix it, but I would say we are solid top 1 team.
I like the confidence. Now, we are very used to Nats, his speeches, how animated he gets these days. But I think he was extra animated at times. We saw some halftime, you know, on Ascent, and of course before Map 3 as well. What was he saying to you guys today?
That we need to basically lock in, because we're full trolling, and we kind of underestimated our opponent, which I don't think you can underestimate anyone in the league. But yeah, we locked in after the second map, and the result is that is.
Do you think that's true? Did you guys underestimate Apex today?
Maybe not underestimated, but we didn't go with the approach like we did versus Navi. That's for sure.
And when it comes to the newest addition on your team, I think it's a dream, right? You got Flash Initiator, you take care of that. You let Trex do the scan. You guys are just landing every piece of util. How are you able to get that synergy so fast?
I think we got the synergy pretty good right now. As you can see, I think Nikita popped off right now. He was making every call on CT, most of the calls actually. That's why we're owning. I think the adjustment of him is like amazing, and I think we are a contender for winning tournaments.
And how much are you communicating in those moments? Because on Ascent, there were some times where it felt like you and Camo didn't even have to speak. You just flash, he dodges it gets 2 kills every round. And also with Trex, you know, his darts landing, you all are so responding at the same time. Is that a comms thing?
I think it's just one person says something and everyone follows, and that's it.
And that's usually, like you said, Nats on the attack and Trex on the defense?
Yeah, I mean, it's usually either me, Trex, or Nats, like 3 of us. But even Keiko and Camo can do those calls.
Bit of a cheat code. Yeah. I think it's a bit of a cheat code. You guys
everyone
have
can do this.
so much going on for you.
Yeah.
However, your next opponent, I think it's a tiny bit of beef, considering how, you know, everything happened. Last stage, the fracture as well, how it ended up. And I know you're not going to underestimate Fnatic, but what do you think about them right now?
I think they're in top shape. You cannot underestimate making both grand finals back-to-back in international tournaments. So we're gonna go at them with the full force, and I think we just need to prepare for them well, and it's gonna be the best game of the stage too.
All right. Lastly, as you can see behind us, we have KC versus Koi. Big game. What are your predictions? Let me know.
2-1 KC.
2-1 KC. You've heard it here from Paddy. I can't tell if that was someone agreeing or not disagreeing, but congratulations once again.
Thank
we'll
you.
see you next week. We will be heading to a break right now, but on the other side of this, Nats will be joining us on the desk. Do not go anywhere.
Hey, bye, Batu, I'm calling you. Hello, you see it or what? Wait, he's spinning his mouse.
Right, that's kind of swag though. Okay, how he's doing this?
Funny.
Team Liquid are your first team at playoffs here at Stage 2. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here with Megan, joined by Nats. Massive congratulations, Nats, for making playoffs. Last year, you didn't end up having the chance to fight for champs. Your journey kind of ended a bit earlier. So how great and how relieved are you to know that you will be going to playoffs? And honestly, right now, looking at your champion points, your form, maybe even champs.
I mean, I didn't know we made it to playoffs. Thank you so much. So, I mean, yeah, we are 3-0. Maybe I should expect that. But yeah, it's good to know. For the champs, yeah, I mean, yeah, we have, I think, 12 points or 11?
I think 12 now, yeah.
I think 12. I mean, we'll see. We're just going to be trying to show our best every game because, I mean, a lot depends. No one knows how the playoffs will go, who will go to playoffs, because I think the Group A is also... We don't know who will not go to playoffs from their side, so we'll just play.
I guess going off the back of hearing what Pastek said on stage, I feel like the Team Liquid mentality right now is quite strong. You know that you're up there with one of the best teams in EMEA, but he did say that there aren't many good teams in EMEA right now. So of course, knowing now you're heading into playoffs, do you agree, or are you kind of quite, I don't know, skeptical and ready to face some good teams?
I mean, I think every team is good, and I think today was the very good example of us not showing the level of Valorant that we're supposed to show, and Apex was trying to do everything to catch every moment where we do the mistakes. I think every team is good. There is a lot of changes, and I think it's just not enough time sometimes to have a good judgment about the teams. Because there is, I mean, even us, like we were doing so many changes this year, and at the start of the first official games with the new roster, it's always something you don't know what to expect. And I think it's just sometimes you do wrong decisions, sometimes you do right decisions, and it's more about that. I'm not sure it's about just bad or good teams.
I said to Paddy, I was like, other people already dunk on us for not being a good region. Like, I don't want him to dunk on us as well. Oh. We're the best in the world. We're the second best region. He also touched a little bit on you telling your team, do not underestimate Apex, you know, especially after map 2. We love your speeches. It's such a joy to hear your speeches. But usually in your speech, you're quite kind towards Kiko. You know, he doesn't, you know, you tell your teammates, you need to do this a little bit better. But with Kiko, is a little bit more, you know, you don't say a lot of criticism. Was it like that today? Was it, you know, Kiko was playing a good game in your mind?
I think last game he did good. I think first 2 maps he was not fully showing up. I think he was there from time to time, but not the way he usually plays the game. I think I'm saying to everyone, it's just more. It depends from individuals. I know what some people needs to hear to wake up, what other people needs to hear to wake up, because like for you cannot have one rule for everyone.
Constructive. You have to be constructive.
Yeah, and you need to understand in what state they are also. You need to understand why someone is frustrated, why someone is like not listening or doing, or maybe he's stuck in his head. You need to understand why, because otherwise, whatever you say, it's just not going to work.
That's why you're the GOAT, Nat. That's why you're the GOAT. Now, congratulations on your ace.
Thank you.
Do you remember the last time you aced?
I don't remember. I think
really?
Long time ago.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was against KC on the day that we were here for very, very, very long.
Yeah, but I was thinking that game is not gonna be counted.
No, it counts. Yeah, it counts.
That was
amazing.
Yeah. Maybe the most amazing ace I did.
Okay, better than today's ace?
Today was okay. That definitely,
okay.
KC is uncomparable. No, KC is uncomparable. I don't know, maybe I did better aces. KC was, I killed 3 people with the judge.
Yeah,
I never killed people with judge.
It was super
fun.
The
fact that that's a mid-ace to Nats, you know what I mean? Like up there, that's a Twitter clip for most people, but for you, you know, that's just mid.
Yeah.
I do want to talk a little bit about your Viper, Nats, because of course it is undoubtedly, I think, you know, your Viper is one of the best in EMEA, if not globally. I would love if you could give some tips for maybe the ranked noobs out there who are Viper demons on how to play Viper on Corrode. Do you have any sort of quick tips that you could give them?
Watch his stream in the morning, first of all.
Yeah.
Watch Nat's stream.
Yeah, that's gonna help definitely. For Corrode, I don't think I have any tips right now because the map is very new and there is a lot of different comps, and I think you need to specifically play different. And if you'll watch us, you'll watch different teams, everyone approaching that agent differently. I think, yeah, just throw the molly and fight.
Yeah.
Will you stream tomorrow?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, when's your next stream?
What is it? Is it Thursday?
Yeah.
Sunday.
Sunday, what time?
Sunday, hopefully 10:30.
Sunday, 10:30 a.m. by the way. So we'll see you there. Thank you very much, Nats, for joining us. We'll see you on Sunday at 10:30. For now, from one IGL, Big Brain IGL, to two more. Here's Flyer and Sadak. I'm now joined by two of the greatest minds in VCT EMEA. So I wanted to put your knowledge to the test and see how well you know our region. Now, standing in front of us is ranked 1 to 10 of players since partnership era with aces. So #1 player with the most aces. This is a leaderboard of 1 to 10. First of all, how many aces you guys got? Do you know? Korea aces?
I mean, bro, in tier 2 I had a couple, but not now.
I think 1.
I was told that you have 3.
3?
Yeah.
I'm amazing. Holy
so
shit.
you might be up here. So I'm just going to let you go. You'll have 3 lives. So if you go wrong, I'll take a life off
Do
of
we
you.
both have the lives?
Together you have 3.
Okay, yes.
I mean, the player with the most aces is on 14 since 2023. So.
Okay.
I mean, I know actually.
Durke?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Durke is actually #2 with 6 aces.
Alfir?
Alpha is #3. You guys are good at this.
Just Fnatic, guys.
6 aces.
I mean, Chronicle for sure has to be there.
No, Kron is not in the top 10.
Wait, I was talking to with my team. Thank you. Okay.
I mean, I want to say Sugetsu, to be honest.
Sugetsu.
Your teammate?
I feel like he definitely has.
He had a couple of aces. Yeah, that's right.
I don't know if I'm thinking like FPX Sugetsu. Maybe. We'll have to see.
Yes.
All right, Sui. I mean, there's an extra long piece over here. You could have cheated a little bit. But Sui is number 10. But I guess 8, 9, and 10. Actually, one of the players here just aced. So I think he's actually...
Just aced.
He's moved up a little bit here.
That's not fair. We were not watching the game.
If that's a clue, yeah.
Nats?
Correct.
Oh,
Flyer.
okay, I was not watching the game.
Yeah.
He was watching the game.
Here we go. You're still missing the #1.
Bro,
14 aces.
I thought it was Alpha.
Booster? I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, I don't. The list is not long enough. I think.
I was waiting for a reaction from you.
Yeah, I got there. I got there. Any more guesses?
Bro, I can't think of the teams. I only can think of Fnatic right now.
Who were insane back in the day? 14 aces.
Since 2023. Bro, I feel like EMEA moves the players around all the time. I can't think of anyone who stays.
I mean, if it helps, one of your teammates is on this list. So...
Cannot be Martin?
Martin, #7. I can't believe you forgot Martin. That's crazy.
No.
If Sui's on the list, Martin's going to be on the list.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Bro, I can't think of anybody.
Yes, please.
The #1 player is the only player on this list that doesn't currently play in VCT EMEA. So if it helps.
Bro, I'm not gonna get it.
We can maybe, there's a couple of Turkish players that isn't Alpha on here as well.
Oh god.
Okay.
If you want to go down that route.
So, okay. Turkish players. We have Sinet.
No. One more life.
Oh god.
One more life.
Oh no, there's so many Turkish people. I mean, I want to say Yeta J.
You will be incorrect.
No
I'm so
way.
sorry you didn't complete the challenge, but I will very quickly reveal it.
Bro, who's
#9 was Vut.
Okay.
#6 was Cloud.
Impossible.
#5 was Zeus, of
He's
course.
already there?
Yeah, he's
Oh my
already
God,
there.
yeah.
You guys are slacking, you two.
Yeah.
#4 is Camo. And #1
Bro,
with 14
is it Artis?
aces is safe.
Oh.
Has that many?
Yeah,
Oh
they
my
do.
god,
Well,
he's
I-
a beast.
I hope your brains will be put to the test a little bit more on the server. You got this today.
Yes,
right?
thank you.
They got this. So let's send them down to the stage and bring the rest of their teammates out.
Wow.
I mean, they tried their best. They tried their best. And I think they did pretty well. You know, working together, they got to work against each other now.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, there's so many players you could name, and they definitely named a few that weren't on there, so it was a toughie to figure it out.
I just love them working together. Like, when do you ever get to see the two IGLs come together and play in a game like that? So, yeah, good job, Sue. I loved it.
Yeah, we'll bring it back for next week. You guys let me know who else you want me to test. Well, I would love to put Piston to the test, actually. But never mind. Let's talk about this match. We're going to see KC versus Koi. This is a doozy. This is a EMEA classic, not always for the right reasons. But looking at KC, however, Billy, they have to win today.
They do. I mean, with the win against Apex last week, these next couple of games, they're looking a little bit scary and probably when we would expect them to come up and put up their best performance most. Because for me, these next couple of games, could be the ones to decide who actually goes through from this group when we look at it in the grand scheme of things. Movistar KOI already having 2 losses so far, so it's just as equally as important for them.
Yeah, I think obviously the Na'Vi game as well, having Sugetsu come in and understanding the way that Na'Vi works is definitely going to be a plus. I do think as well now Team Liquid know they've made playoffs. It's almost more scary going up against them because they've kind of got nothing to lose at this point, right?
Yeah, and you know they're going to want to be seed 1. They're going to want to have it. You heard it from Paddy. They're so confident. But KC, they're also in the past have been known for their confidence, and you'd see Sadak out there being silly with his boys, and I think he belongs in that category of like the Sufa BB, you know, the silly IGL that's not afraid to be a bit of a zoomer, even though he's. Oh, I mean, he's not a boomer. He's not quite FNS, you know. He's not going to retire anytime soon. But he's not afraid to get silly.
I'm such a Sadak enjoyer. I think he is so fun and he brings so much spirit to the stage. And of course, on top of that, he's coming into this with so much knowledge and experience. You know, I'm thinking back to Loud and his amazing achievements, of course, on Loud.
Especially a lock-in, you know.
Yeah, you know.
Love that one.
Love that one. Love that one. But I just think he's such a wonderful guy, and I'm really glad we've got him in EMEA.
He's such a gem. Like, he's just naturally someone that you want to root for. Like, yeah, maybe his stats aren't always the best, but he's always leading by example, by always putting up a good mood and hyping up his boys, and like you say, being a silly guy.
Do you know what? His stats are not always the best, but they're also never the worst. I think that's what I love about Sadak. You know, he knows how to pull his weight. We've been talking about Phoenix, I think, all day, every day this week. Is this the nice place for us to revisit the Phoenix despite the stat we're seeing on our screen?
It makes so much sense with Arvis about to grace the stage, I guess. And I do really hope that going off these stats, not yet seeing a successful Phoenix win, that today could be the day that Arvis pulls it back out and actually comes away with a Phoenix win.
I think as well, it makes sense for him to lean into this Phoenix and this kind of double duelist that they've been playing. I really enjoy watching it. You know, I kind of said it there earlier that Martin and Aves are a double duelist combo that I kind of enjoy, and it makes sense, right? Because Aves was primary duelist towards the end of his career when he was on Nasser before joining VCT EMEA. So this is like a very natural role for him to play. So I'm glad that KC are leaning into that.
Yeah, and I just can't believe on the other side of this that we have a match where 3 people could play Phoenix and I wouldn't be mad. You know, Baddie G's Phoenix, oh my goodness, I still have nightmares about that.
We can't have 3 Phoenix in one
I mean, we could have it over the 3 maps, you know, we go one,
yeah,
one,
okay,
one to each
I was going to say, in one map, that's not...
Natang, I think, is kind of chronically being used in a way that I'm not the biggest fan of right now. I think they could use him a lot better. But also for KOI, you know, the map pool is definitely a question that we need to address. In fact, Alpha spoke a little bit about the vetoes against KOI last week.
To be honest, do you know what did we expect for today?
Yeah,
we thought we're gonna ban Korot, they're gonna ban Ascent, and we're gonna pick Lotus, they're gonna pick something else. And I just look at the veto, Ascent, Haven says, I'm not playing Killjoy today. Obi-Wan?
No, I was like, I saw this veto and I was like, free a room outside, I just can't play today. Too much Yoru, too much Yoru.
I mean, you heard it there from them. They saw the veto. They were happy. Alpha even said, you know, we've already won. We saw the veto. We've already won. So this is where I question why they decided to approach it against Fnatic. You heard it from Nats. Don't underestimate your opponent. They don't ban the Ascent. First of all, you know, when they face Fnatic, and they don't pick Icebox. And Icebox is the map that they've won this stage. So surely they play Icebox today.
Even with Icebox, you know, there's a lot of questions I think that come up for Movistar KOI, and the way that they're playing and picking into things, just with their map vetoes, even their comps feel a little bit strange. So I don't know, I guess in their minds or what's going on behind the scenes, there is some sort of game plan. I'm definitely not doubting that. But whether we're seeing that game plan come to fruition and be successful, who knows?
Okay. EMEA production, guys. EMEA production. EMEA production. Just bear with us for a second. Wait, hold on. Are they doing the vetoes? Are they doing the vetoes without me, guys? Okay, I cannot have what happened last week happen again. If KOI troll their vetoes for one more week against KC, I don't think I can do this. So I need to go stop this. I need to make sure that they pick Icebox, because otherwise, if they lose to KC,
she's gone.
Yinsu,
I'm not going to be able to.
Wait. She's actually
we can't do this without you, hello?
I mean, she's gone. She's gone. She's gone. We just continue. So Flyer.
Yeah, another IGL, huh?
He's been performing great, you know. I think that he's had a great development from stage 1 to stage 2. What do you think it means to have a kind of fragging IGL on your team?
Oh, we love a fragging IGL here in VCT EMEA, and I think he seems a lot more relaxed. So hopefully we see that sort of Flyer come out on the stage today, especially off the back of the end of stage 1 and their win. Although it's not gone great for them in stage 2, we know it can happen. So hopefully we get that Flyer on stage today.
Yeah, I have to agree. Well, have Flyer and friends listen to Yinsu's map Veto. Wisdom, there's only one way to find out. Let's send it down to the stage for Koi versus Carmine Corp.
I sprinted there and I sprinted back, and they finished the vetoes before I got here. I did not have time to tell them what to do today, so I can only hope that they didn't make a similar mistake as they did last week. I have full faith they're gonna pick Icebox. All right, I'm leaving. I'm quitting my job. See you guys later.
Listen,
I'm done.
I think we have to trust Movistar.
Meg, they pulled this entire split with this roster. They won one map.
I
want to guess what map that was?
You. No.
Want to know?
Icebox.
Just guess. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
To be fair, both teams do like Icebox, so maybe Koi were like, you know, a little bit.
Yeah, because Casey really doesn't like Lotus. Casey hates Lotus.
So I have something to soothe you. Please listen to the sweet sounds of my voice for a second.
Okay.
Koi, Koi, come on the voice.
Do you know what? That's actually soothed me.
Well,
yeah, that's actually worked. I'm sorry. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic here. Only because I really just care so much about Koi, one of the boys. However, does this make you guys a little bit nervous that the first two maps is Lotus Sunset into KC?
For me, the map veto is more a little bit weird. Why are Koi picking into Lotus? Like, that for me is strange. Even with the roster change, KC beat them 13-2 on this map back in stage 1. So that's like a kind of salty memory for them. And it's a map that they've won in the past 2 weeks as well for KC. So I don't know if that's like a power move from Koi to go, do you know what, we don't really care, we're going to pick it into you anyway.
So do you think that it was a power move last week when they didn't ban Ascent and pick Haven?
That's what I mean. Like, I'm not really understanding what the thought process is behind the map vetoes. What do you
Well,
think?
I have to say, I think they're getting lucky here with Carmine Corp picking into Sunset, because they've not played this map the whole year. So going into this, I guess they have somewhat of the shock factor, maybe KC not knowing exactly what they're going to pull out of the bag. But of course, we have seen sort of KC on that map be quite successful. So with the Arvez on the Phoenix, finally, could we see a win?
Yeah, I think so. Now I see what's been going on. It's okay. Do you know what? The way that I could soothe myself with the Koi jingle is these are incredibly capable, talented players. You know, they brought in Baddie, G Monster and the tank for a reason. And I think so far, at least, Baddie has been very consistent. Monster at his moments. I think the tank has been a little bit misused in terms of his role and agent. Except for Icebox, even though he was misused, they still won. Sorry, I'm just harping on them now. But I do think if it was a time for them to warm back into the stage and to bring out a more cohesive showing, it probably is today.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the tank, because that is someone that we've kind of had question marks around from joining this team. You know, having a first-time ISO last week ever in his career. Yeah, he's been playing a bunch of different agents so far since joining Koi. But
okay,
the agent select, I don't know. What do you think about this, Meg?
I'm just trying to figure it out. From what I can see at a quick glance, this is pretty much, I guess, what I was expecting. I do look to the Filu Neon here to kind of come through and be a very pivotal part of Movistar Koi, finding those aggressive sort of starting picks as well, getting those first bloods, with, of course, the Breach to sort of assist with the utility.
I wonder what compelled them to have a bit of a flip like this, right? They had a very different way of playing this last week.
Yeah, when we look at Koi, you know, they were not running this comp. It's totally different, right? We saw the Vise come through from them. They've decided to just drop the Sentinel and go back to a kind of double controller idea, similar to how they were playing on the Icebox, of course. And it's Flyer that's going to be jumping onto this Breach. I'm intrigued to see how that looks because, of course, it's not an agent that we really get to see Flyer play very often. So how is he going to be helping support Philo with those flashes, being able to help him get those entries? I think we've mentioned this before time and time again. We see the Neon being a little disjointed from the Breach at times because they can just run in and take space. So I'm intrigued to see how they can build up that synergy, given that they were the two players that were, of course, kept on at Movistar Koi going into
These
stage.
stats are incredibly interesting. Seeing them pick into Lotus with 20% out of 5 is wild.
Yeah, also, the tank's sober on Lotus, but that is all from us over here. It's time to toss this over to Mitchell, Thomas, and their pal from BBL, Gregory.
Thank you very much, Sue. Gregory's Angels standing by, and of course we've got our leader with us. Thanks for joining us, Coach. Great to have you back.
Is it?
It is indeed.
Yeah, thank you very
love
much.
having you here.
Someone was mad enough to invite me back a second time. But no, thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Seems you brought a fan club
thanks,
with you.
and the boys, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like the executive lounge this week is very excited to see you.
Yeah, that's a rare thing to be saying, that's for sure.
Well, either way, we're going to be getting into Lotus, our first map up. And, of course, context-wise for KC, they will have beaten Apex already. If they win this one, they're in a very good position for playoffs. And for Koi, it's a very different side of the story. If they lose here, they're in trouble. But what I will say going into this, so far, they have played the two best teams in the group. So they're not done yet.
We saw a little toasty to start off this game. KC and Koi, they've played a lot throughout many iterations of franchise in other leagues, in other tournaments, and never have Koi managed to beat them, and never has it mattered more at 0-2. Pistol round already underway, and it will be KC on the attack side here on their opponent's choice. They chose to start on the aggression, and it looks like Koi are going to match them. An early fight that goes their way and keeps on going. A 4v2 with Zagetsu low.
Early brawl off the bat. Kind of the expectation with the comp change, having that double initiator, enabling them to take space that little bit more. And a bit of an awkward spot for the spike to be dropped. Not the most helpful for the attack. Zagetsu low. Martin will have to be the focal point.
I think you pointed out there, Tom, that's exactly what we're going to expect to see out of Koi here, Movistar Koi on the defense. They've changed this comp. How much can they fight KC now?
Well, not very well in that fight. Martin dead on the floor, 9 HP on Zagetsu. We'll look to the future rounds for a real battle. And although Zagetsu, he was on the list, he's got a couple aces under his belt. He'll need a 4K here to pass the mark, and he will not come close. Filu with a triple to open it up. A man who has had his struggles here in the league, but his best foot forward starting out this map.
So I kind of want to ask you, obviously we've seen the compositional change coming in from Movistar Koi. Obviously, as said, it looks like a more proactive approach, but I kind of want to look at KC. If you were trying to beat out this double duelist comp, is this the sort of idea that you would be going for?
Potentially. I think it is one of the
that
things.
Feels like a no.
That is definitely one of the things, because I think Karma and Core, especially with this type of comp, you can see how they've been running it on a lot of their other maps as well. They have the ability to fight. That's their strength. They make the most of Martin and Naves, and this seems to be the way that Movistar Koi want to approach it. Let's get the util in there, let's send Philo in, and get up in their faces. Definitely can work if they make the most of it.
Already you saw that aggression work out. They've got a round on the board with the early fight to Rubble. Now what should be an easy task. You're up against Classics. They've bought a lot of weapons too. Sometimes you'll see the two pistols brought into a round, giving you a margin for error. But every pick here for KC will be costly on the other side. For now though, it is only the one to be found.
Already looking good. Batty G will be able to clean things up. 3 players still left standing, but as you said, a little bit more costly than a normal round where maybe you had a couple of pistols in play. But I think from Koi's perspective, maybe just wanting to play that little bit safer, especially when you see some of the talent that's on the other side.
There's plenty of that on both teams.
Who's your highlight then for Movistar Koi? I'm intrigued because I feel like
I think it's going to be Monster, if I'm honest. If that's the player that I'm looking at on that roster, it's by far and away the one that I'm most excited for. We've not really seen him have that opportunity to really go and show himself at the top level. That's really what I'm looking forward to seeing now.
He's done his time in the Tier 2. Now he's on that main stage, a chance to shine. For Koi, this is a round that has few weaknesses with those lost weapons. They'll patch the gaps with a couple of pistols. Obviously, KC bringing in their first full buy round. A lot of light shields, but that Outlaw has been left on the ground the previous round, so it won't be haunting them coming into the late stages. You see KC grouping up for a C hit, and it looks like Koi have a read. Aves is left behind to cut the rotate, and he does well finding Flyer.
that was still one of the pistol players though, so a decent amount of damage done. Of course, the variation for Koi is now not having that Sentinel. A lot of the time you're going to see that C site become that little bit weaker. Have to put that extra pressure there. You can already look in the tank, just trying to find additional information. That's what's going to play into their hands in this round, if they can find the stack in the right place.
You got to look at the fact that Flyer, he didn't die in that first round. He gave his weapon over. It is only a pistol removed, but there was a reason for that. He didn't want to be in those early fights. He wants that breach util to try to pad the gap, but now when it comes to trading blows, it's the weaker weapons that come out on top. Monster, the man you highlighted, Val, he has certainly done his fair share. Sadic's left alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, Filu's already here as well. He was waiting for that rotation to come back in. Sadak has been spotted, and I like this from Movistar Koi, not looking to overextend. He may even try and just take this back to the A site where at least they'll have some freedom to plant.
I think the reason the round has gone the way that it has done is just been Movistar Koi's read. We see that even though Aves gets a lot of space in towards B main, manages to find the pick and slow down that rotation, they've got that tower set up on C site and a tank rotating through Waterfall really, really quickly after they see the fake pressure from Sadak.
Sadak blinded up. He wanted to get ahead of this play, maybe pick them off, but instead it's to float back in, and it's even just a tank leading with the Sheriff. The human recon, but he ends up being deadly as well. A 3-0
You're used to stuff
start.
like that, aren't you? Like a French guy with a Sheriff causing you problems?
No, there was absolutely no need for that, Tom. But reliving my nightmares, as I'm sure KC will be when they look back at this round. It looked like a fight that they were favored in, but those Bulldogs did so much work.
I think the really key thing is that info that Filu's giving to them. After they hear the Sadak util towards A on Fade, they call that it's just one player alone.
No.
That's the sort of reaction you want to see in a good stuff, Bambino, from up north.
Wow.
Filu's info allows them to over-rotate towards C, and they win the round off of the bat.
Wow, this has put KC in a pretty awkward spot. Aves, though, I think when this team has been truly on fire, look like they can beat anybody. He has been the catalyst. He's been that superstar. And they're going to give him a Guardian in an attempt to try and do some damage. He's also not massively far away from his ult, so if he can find some damage in this round, there is still some potential.
You can definitely see that KC wanted to go for a faster round. All 5 players hit the barrier, trap left behind them. This is going to be direct. It's going to be punchy. Filu's already got the read, dodging that first little bit of utility. Has support on the backside as well. 3 players here. Flya standing by. Stun already burned up, and KC, they'll turn tide. They're not going to go towards this A site. Even moving back to B, though, they haven't dragged full rotates, and they're being spotted. That gives Filu a pick.
No.
Nice shot from Sadak, but it's the 145.
It's brutal. Even still, though, Elite has gone one better, and Flyer on the back of the site has to be incredibly careful. Has some support, though. The bodyguard of Natank has managed to hold the line. It's looking a little bit dangerous there, pal.
I think that we're starting to see actually the value out of Movistar Koi's comp here. You see KC going straight, going quite hard, but instantly they get stopped by some really good counter util from the double initiators. That's what we want to see out of Movistar Koi today, if they're going to stop that over-aggression that you spoke about, Tom, where you can get the Martin, Aves onto the front lines, taking those advantageous fights, and getting them into a really good spot in the round. But so far, Movistar Koi seem to have the numbers everywhere where they need them to be, and they are absolutely loving the momentum they've got so far.
Well, it's been great reads, and I think one of the key things... You love to see Batty getting hyped down on that stage. For Koi, it's all about the changes from what we've seen in previous games. In so many of these previous engagements, they would have been on their own. They would have been isolated in those battles, and it would have fallen on the shoulders of individuals. Here, yes, Natank is a great individual round, but at no point is he on his own. He always is a teammate. In fact, he dives in to help out his buddy Flya, who was getting swarmed. And this is what we wanted to see from Koi, because sometimes it's felt like they're a little bit disconnected in their previous matches. Now they're all singing from the same hymn sheet.
And I think that's the most important thing now, is the Carmine Core coaching staff have to get their guys onto that same sheet of how are we going to deal with what we're now seeing in front of us. We played the first 4 rounds. Let's make some adaptations. And we can start to see perhaps some of those adaptations in these coming bye rounds.
Yeah, I think also whenever I see that dimensional drift online for Martine, I want to
always going to be something.
Take a pause and go like, right, we have 1,500 ideas of what this guy's going to do. I think a lot of the time you'll see him take space towards the B site and just basically cause havoc. And it does seem like Koi have got the right read here. They are set up to try and pressure him.
So far, it's been all about Koi. Good stun here. Ult's going to be used. Martine keeping himself alive, but it leaves Sugetsu isolated. Sadik at least managing the trade. Can Martine get anything from this? Or will he be bailing right back out of here? No, he's playing deep. He's looking for the control, at least faking it out. Decoy sent through. They've heard him come out of ult, but they haven't heard him TP away. Now there's going to be an eye watching the back. Monster split from the fight. And it looks like they, I thought concede the space, but he's going to go back and re-clear it. This is valuable map control to have when push comes to shove.
I like Natank actually taking the time just to make sure that, okay, he didn't stick around. He's actually left. And then they've got aggressive control as well, deep over on that A side of the map. So actually a decent amount of information here for Movistar Koi. And they're already wrapping back into that B site.
It's a great read. Avez is ready for that re-push though, and he'll catch Natank, putting the numbers back in their favor. Showstopper dodged. Filu fell right back in the stun, even managed to slow Avez down. Still though, Koi have got the numbers, and now they've got the plank coming through, and a late flank as well from Elite. That could be pivotal. With Avez already down, they're going to struggle to keep these players at bay. The flood is already underway, and it's Filu doubling up his 3rd of the round as the flank finally comes through. But it could be too little too late. He knows with the smoke down, that's going to be stuck. Has to pick up the pace through, and they triple swing. Another moment where you see Koi make perfect reads, great adaptations, and they'll get a 5th round as a result.
It's a good post-timeout round. Nice and simple, 1-3-1. We're going to go for some aggression in B main, use our util off of our drone. Okay, sure, Filu's hitting a lot of these shots. They're able to close out the rounds quite comfortably. When they've got this number advantage, they're looking for them in the server, and so far KC aren't showing up. But now, let's see what they've got. Things around this Fade ult, okay? Things around any of the Omen ult rounds that might be coming up in their strap hook as well.
Yeah, the worry for me, though, it's like this is, at least in terms of starts, maybe the best start we've seen out of Filu. He's been like a bit of a non-starter in a lot of the maps for Movistar Koi, but if he's on, feeling it like he is on the stage, that retake mostly came down to him individually. This is looking like a very different team. And wow, he's just sending it. He has a lot of supportive utility, and the darts helped him out. But even still, Elite, I was going to say, has managed to stabilize, but then the shock dart finds one as well.
It was the damage done by Filu. A well-placed shock dart in return. Sugetsu low, and he falls to just 1. Hunter's Fury online, sent through. They almost managed to catch Flya through it, and they will catch Natank. The deep push forces Flya's hand, and he falls. That's an advantage. Slipped away, and ult committed for it as well. And now Movistar Koi are on the back foot. They continue to snowball into this play. KC, they were on the back foot, especially with the shock dart trade, but now it's Batty G in a 1v3.
Cover going out.
There's always hope.
Belief is everything, I heard.
Yeah, that's what they say. Don't know who they are, but maybe it works sometimes. Elite's already been found, but the other two are looking to group, although they're a little bit disjointed! And Batty G has kept it going! That was looking like a done deal, sealed and delivered, but somehow, well, belief is everything.
Hate to say I told you so.
Oh, what a rebel clutch coming out of Batty G.
It's unbelievable. He's looking the wrong way, coming through the smoke. Isolating the 1v2 backside. Avez a little ahead, but that should have been Sadik's kill. And Batty's on his feet. You know, we mentioned that Filu, this could be his best start that he's had, but it's not just about the individual showing up. It's about the fact that the team's looking better. Batty G matching up pound for pound, and now this is not just Filu's, it's not just Batty's best start. This is Koi's best start. A 6-0 commanding lead.
I think coming into this match as well, you'd have talked about the idea that if KC are going to make a run to champs, you want this one to be clean. And not in the other direction.
No, but I do know this feeling starting on Rough on Lotus. A couple of people dominating.
Yeah, did you start? You started on the... no, wait, you started defense.
We started defense, unfortunately. And so far it looks like Movistar Koi are giving an absolute masterclass on this defense side.
Yeah, this has been hard to break through. Where's the kill? It's Martin.
He was aiming a Batty G, yeah.
Monster able to walk through for a triple. That looked too easy from his perspective, and for Koi, they've got to be laughing. That's the economy in the bin for KC.
You know what's crazy? Like, I think almost every week that I've ever seen Uri, who's one of the Spanish casters, he goes, I've predicted Koi to win this week, and I've gone, good one, Uri. That's nice. Thanks for sharing. It's looking all right now.
It's not looking too bad. No. But I think this is... We've seen it time and time again this year. This is where things start to get worrying, okay? We've got this anti-eco round for Movistar Koi now. They should be winning it, albeit KC seems to be looking to make the most of B-Main.
You know what's nice to know? Pau only starts getting worried when he's 7-0 down. That's a confident coach.
Yeah, but it's the thing that you start to get worried about is when you see little rounds like that where individually the players are not competing at the same level as you would expect them to. Where you start to realize it's a little bit more psychological. And not so much about the quality of what they can deliver in the server.
And what do you do in that moment?
Get Nats to give you a speech, apparently. Get Yampy to start barking. He's good at that as well.
I heard he learnt it all from you.
Did you?
Yeah.
I need to find who's telling you these sort of things, Tom.
If Koi 13-0, will he give us one?
Absolutely.
Come on. They win the series, their first win.
Back-to-back 13-0.
Doesn't make me feel any better.
We'll find a way. We'll find a way. Oh, KC, it's an awful start here. It's good to know, though, that we won't see a pause out of PAL before the 7-0 mark in future.
You never know. I am expecting, possibly, a second one out of Carmine Core coming pretty soon.
Left.
See how they get on in this eco. See how they get on perhaps in the next buy round. And when we see these next rotation of their key power ults, their Raze ult, their Yoru ult coming into play, perhaps they'll use the time to cook something up with them.
I love the idea from Koi here to stay so far back. I mean, look at the control they've given up. They're not fighting for that A space. They're not fighting for B either. They'll allow them in to go for the plant, confident in the retakes. If they get a foothold, Viper's Pit, but you're up against Pistols. All you got to do is concede that space, play those individual fights, and they're splitting up. They're going in for this play towards the door. The stun was there, but Elite is there as well. He's found two, isolating the battles one at a time, and although Fly's flash was fading, he's the last man standing after his pick. They deal with this wonderfully on the side of KC. This is the round where they come in with pistols. They're avoiding any of those early fights on Movistar Koi, but they didn't find anything on the retake.
A pay save card Thrifty as well to get it over the line. It took quite a bit for them to find it. And I do feel like one of the glimmers that have been there for KC has been Elite. Like the round that they should have won, he played incredibly well, getting them 3 opening picks. It's more so the fact that we haven't seen too much so far from the likes of Sugetsu, Sadak, Martin, who, well, at least 2 of those you expect to be getting a lot of frags every game.
Of course, Sadak's always one of them.
Which one isn't? Nah, that backfired, didn't it?
They didn't play early.
An early Viper's Pit as well, being thrown in. That's the thing, the ult economy and, well, the credit economy is still firmly in the favor of Movistar Koi. This is a chance for KC to build back into the match, but it kind of needs to be now.
Yeah, nice simple round out of Movistar Koi. Lock down that C site, prevent any early over-aggression, and just fight for the A space. Pick up that orb, get that Rolling Thunder online. Now you've got somewhere to use it.
There was a stat earlier about Koi's retakes. They haven't been great. We saw in the previous up against the Pistols even, they managed to falter. Perhaps confident that they can get it done. Rolling Thunder through. It's a deep play from Sugetsu. A lot of space taken, and they're going to use this to link up towards this A site. They've traded space with the defenders, and Sugetsu holds that space, taking down Monster. Movistar Koi
isolated, though.
On the back foot, but yeah, they're still maintaining this control towards Rubble.
That's the problem. They don't actually have a way to cross. They're going to need to fight back into these players, and it seems like the pause from Movistar Koi could actually work out for them. Just patient play, 20 seconds now, and they are losing every single fight. It was looking so good for them, but now the remaining 2. 15 seconds to try and run in, and VALU is just an unstoppable force. Elite, last man standing, and well, at this stage, there is no hope. It was looking like they had, well, the building blocks to a good round, but it was just that spike being on the wrong player.
That's so tough. We saw Movistar KOI really utilizing both of their key big power ults in that round. They've got the round that matters. However, now it does leave a little bit of room open for Carmine Core to actually start to use some of theirs. The Raze ult, Yoru ult, Fade ult coming out to potentially get themselves at least 1 or 2 more out of these last 3 rounds.
The worry, though, is that I feel like the ults played very little part in that round. Like, you had the B-side taken, Rolling Thunder was huge. They managed to reposition to get out of there, and then even when those ults were off the board, they just lost the fight.
Yeah, I think that's a good reaction out of KC, if anything. It's quite a set, simple plan from Movistar KOI that they executed quite well, and it should have played a big role in that round. But actually, KC managed to escape really, really well. I think the reactive from the shadows from Sugetsu in towards spawn was really, really nice. It opened up that space. It gave that info for the rest of the push to come through the site. That is a very emotional timeout for someone that's going to be this far in the lead.
This is their timeout as well. Movistar KOI are the ones calling it in such a stark lead. As well, you look at how that previous round played out with the fact that KC had the right idea when they got to A. At least in my opinion, they go towards the door with the 2 players. They decide, okay, we're probably going to have to fight for the space to get that spike across. Maybe not aware that there's going to be 2 instead of just the 1 there. But losing all of those fights, I expected that to be a KC timeout.
Of course, it's a very, very rare thing to see, calling a timeout when you're this far ahead. But I think it's something that some people like to do, just to make sure they've got a plan for the last 3 rounds to keep themselves this far ahead.
Early stuns again. Aves has managed to get past it, and the reveal was solid, but even still, the trades are good. Up until the reswing from Flyer. Hasn't worked out in their favor. Now you kind of expect KC to slow down a little. You've already got the advantage. You still have a couple of Prowlers to play with. There's plenty to be able to clear.
I know exactly.
Wow. His spot's no longer that valuable.
And no element of surprise. Spams in the cage, not working out either, and they're going to push into that space. They think they've sensed the weakness, and the jump peek across opens the door for Sadek. Now the retake for Movistar KOI, something that, as the stat just said, they won none of their 7 up against Team Liquid last week, and this time it's an AWP that they'll be throwing into it. They've got the credits to throw away. But in the 2v4, Nightfall online for KC, no space on this side. Monster's already called for that rotate, for that save towards the C site. But as we said, they've got credits. Batty can try to make this costly.
The thing that I'm looking at now is, can Martin get 1 more pick and get himself and his team 3 key ults going into this penultimate round? If they can be given the chance to cook something up, possibly in that timeout that Eng was given as well, it could be a very nice little finish to the round and a little bit of momentum back in KC's favor.
Last player standing.
Batty G, of course, has the credits, so just trying to make things as costly as possible. I think the same can happen. I imagine we're going to see that C control challenge for, but with an operator in hand, that could actually make things interesting. I wonder if that was actually the read in the previous round. Was just like, okay, let's have the operator to try and counter them going for that initial AWP control.
And this is where the mind games start to come in. Post-timeout, we've seen KC go very straight, very hard, very fast towards A. Now they're 1 off of Martin's ult. Are they going to do the same again? Looks like they are, but KOI still have to be worried about that chance that they do it towards C instead.
They put some early pings down towards B, so that seems to be the point of contention for Filu and the operator. Not so much of a challenge on this A side of the map, so it does mean that KOI are going to have to try and retake some of that control, and that's where Filu comes in once again.
Viper wall goes down just as Filu fills the space. No smoke for him just yet. He's not going to be breaking that Prowler. It's left to a teammate. He doesn't want to give away that the AWP is sat here staring, but KC won't walk into it. Playing this one safe and the rotate back. Although 1 player's pushing up towards B, that'll just be a late embed from Elite. Maybe even a play towards the door. The plan here is to take that C space where Monster before had an AWP, this time just with a rifle in hand. Still has that snake bite, good ability to delay, and that might be needed considering how far away everyone else is.
Reed, at least initially, was on the other side of the map, but Flyer is going to rotate in for support. Have that little bit of extra delay.
B split through Waterfall with the Yoru ult. Yeah, nice.
This is what Martin loves to do. get in behind, have that extra little bit of information. Ults being expended immediately, and well, to be fair, all three have gone, and what they've gained is forcing players back into Sugetsu. This is now becoming difficult. The tank going alone, it doesn't make things any easier for the remaining players. They still have a lot of ground to try and pick back up. Monster would have to win this fight and clean it. You know what he does? I think there's Elite swapping between weapons. It didn't look like he was ready for it. It won't matter in the end, though. It's all left on to Monster alone. And it seems like he's maybe going to try and bait the save of the gun. He still has credits to spare, but ultimately, it is going to be that third round for KC.
That is a lovely round. The fact that we get that early insert towards A after the A default, then they cancel, come back, straight towards C, have another insert towards B main, then Elite's able to take that space himself, then use the ult and their ult advantage in the round to path through more lanes than normal to split that B site and still have that late lurk towards A to cut the retakes off. It's fantastic. At that point, as we saw, Movistar Koi can't do much. They haven't got enough space to work with on that retake.
Can you do that again without 3 ults?
No. It's a good one, but they only need one more round out of it to get the last little bit of momentum they need going into that second half.
Yeah, an 8-4 half still possible. That operator recovered from the corpse of Filu by Sugetsu. He's given it over to Avez, and it's going to be used for this early fight, the C space that haven't really looked for in a lot of the early rounds. Spikes alone, taking a bit of a fight, but Sadik gets out of there. All is well. It's the fight towards this C site that really matters, and for Batty G, he wants to commit. Going out a little wide on the angle. Oh, goodness. The smoke down is delaying them, and they're using that delay to push up on A wonderful bit of aggression from Movistar Koi. And as you said, they've spotted the spike. More importantly, they know that at least the initial plan was to go towards the other side of the map.
It's a bit of an unusual drone spot. He knows they're in the spawn. Now they're going to re-aggress. I love this. Movistar Koi have been continuously re-aggressing around the map, taking space away from their opponents and having the drop on them the majority of the time. There is nothing to really spot them on that flank. Unless Sugetsu decides to wrap back around, they could be in some real trouble here.
They'll be kicking themselves. Elite has a trip, but he didn't put it down. That's cost Avez's life. One player, and that's enough for Koi. They're happy with what they've gotten out of this situation. The late play, look where Sugetsu is, other side of the map. They're split up. Filu on low HP, the fight on C. Oh! Filu taken down. The wallbang was enough with his 17 health left. They should know Monster was around here. And they're certainly conscious that they don't have main control, but Sugetsu wasn't. He goes walking in, and it's Monster to drop him. A 3v2, the retakes from Koi, we saw it. They haven't been great. Nothing to really help them out on this one, and Batty G, when he steps back in here, he doesn't know his paranoia hasn't hit. Martine punishes. They're fading away. The time ticking. They've at least got boots on the ground.
Better chances that KC have had an attack. He's just sticking it. He's just trying to stick it all the way. His teammate defending, and they'll do it again! All these rounds that seem to be opportunities for KC, Movistar Koi will steal them away, and they're going to come out with a 9-3 half.
Wonderful display from Movistar Koi, a 9-round half to kick off this series. There's much more to come, though, after the break.
One enemy remaining.
Well, a great display from Movistar Koi to kick us off here, Pal and Tom. And of course, Pal, you're here with us. It's been a pleasure running through this with you. We wanted to introduce the fans at home to you. So we got a couple of fun facts about our co-caster, Pal, or as we call him, Wee Greg.
Wee Greg, I've heard that you spent a lot of time in a bath. You're living the spa life. You're actually Scottish.
You might not know that.
Will surprise a lot of people. Someone told me you once participated in a Twitch dating show. I don't know where that came from.
Man.
He commissions fan edits of himself. That's an interesting one.
Prophet told
and
me that.
I don't know who put that one in. That definitely wasn't me. Like, genuinely.
Well, I don't think any of those would have been on people's bingo cards, and definitely wasn't on mine for how today was going to go. I think actually the production need to fact check a lot of those. Not the actually Scottish one, despite how many people will call me a fraud. The rest perhaps need to be questioned.
Have you spent a lot of time in a bath?
A place, yeah, a place called a bath. Normally prefer a shower myself, but you know.
You're welcome.
That's all right, not a problem.
Well, that's our co-caster, Wee Greg, on socials. It's great having you here with us. It's been a fun first half, but plenty more Valorant about to get underway. 9 rounds when we left you, and it's Movistar Koi who have had command of that first half, but we had a wee resurgence towards the end of that half from KC.
Let's see if they can turn it into something else.
Don't worry, that's it. That's it. That was it. Don't worry. Oh, okay.
That's
there
not
you
it
go.
from KC.
Lincoln, you miss it. It's not quite the fastest pistol of all time. Damn, the tank surviving too long. We'll see if he can do any extra damage. Maybe earn a few extra orbs, but we've already seen last time this map was played. It was an 8-4 defensive half versus Apex for the side of KC. So they've already proven that the defense can be their stronger side. But this was very impressive from Martin.
This is exactly what you want to see. Coming straight out of the blocks into the second half. You know you're down, but you've got that bravery to still go out there, stick together, and just hit those shots when it counts. That's what you're looking for in a coach.
So much, guys. Let's go.
This is exactly right. That's what they needed. Now time to go and make the most of it. Don't lose an anti-eco now.
And how important is it really when you're at this kind of a deficit to have that pistol round under your belt, to have those quick fights? You think that's going to boost the morale for the boys?
Yeah, absolutely. The more that you can speed yourselves up into that regaining of momentum, the better it's going to be. The longer time the rounds go on for, the more it's drawn out, the more you leave time to question yourself. Is it possible? Are we doing the right thing? Are we just going to win a couple of rounds and then we're going to let it slip and go away at the end? But the pistol's a massive one. It gets the economy going, gets the ults going. That's what you're going to start with if you want some sort of comeback.
Something I want to ask. So you're looking at, obviously we spoke about Movistar Koi's comp for the defense, being more aggressive, having that potential to challenge. What do you think of it for the attack?
I think it should be stronger, theoretically, on the attack side. Purely from the fact that, okay, looking at how much utility they have to be able to just dump on the side, it's not made much of a difference this round as KC just clean everybody but Monster up. But when they're going against a comp where you've got Abez and Martin running that double junglist, you should have a lot more utility to win those fights, to push these key players out of the positions that they can play comfortably from, and then allow you to scale in behind. And at that point, you've got much better positions than they do.
Well, you saw that there were a few pistols in play there. Sagetsu, a man who's made it work with those in the past. He's had some really impressive weeks. Looking at the start of stage 2 here, you think back to the Sunset, where he was really making a name for himself.
Last week he was insane.
Yeah.
Like, it's all you need. Just look at the stats. I don't think I need to tell you too much more. He's getting more than a kill per round. He's getting 260 plus ACS. Like, the guy had an incredible week. He's had a slow start today, but that doesn't mean anything. There's a lot more rounds to come.
Don't last long. Definitely one of the players you look to as they make this climb back. Bonus round for KC strong. They bought up a Vandal as well, but it's the Outlaw to open things up. A double to start. They're trading it back, and Avez is now taking them into the lead. Fly attacked and taken down. It's KC stringing the rounds together.
The fact is as well, you look at the way that round started, you mentioned it. Putting the utility in to make things more awkward. Initially, it did look more awkward. Then the util wore off, and they just all swung at once.
And that's the thing, if you're not making the most of this Breach and Sova Omen util and actually getting your duelist in behind it, then you giving KC all of the space to get Martin, to get Sadak, to get Aves in behind that util. He is so up for it. That's exactly what you want to see from one of your teammates as soon as you get into a second half like this.
Aves on his feet. KC definitely feeling that momentum back in their favor. A 3-round gap facing an eco here as well. The Outlaw as dangerous as ever. Great nade too from Aves. That's doing a lot of damage, as is the spam afterwards. And they're ready for that deeper control.
Here we go.
It is a textbook round from KC. An in-zone flawless. And now the gap is down to just 2.
Credits through the roof as well. Like, as dream starts go, this is about as good as it gets. 4-0 up. You're coming in with an ultimate ready for Martin as well with the Dimension Drift. One away from a showstopper. Your double duelist both popping off the second this second half begins. And on the other side, okay, Natank's almost got the Hunter's Fury, but it's very situational. And you have to get that extra orb.
We're into round 17. Double digits still evading Movistar Koi, but now they've got a full by Batty G. Good for 2. That aggression. It looked like they put the pieces together, but they didn't clear the close corner. Martin, he's made it up, but Sadek's not quite able to follow him. The gate crash.
A sacrifice was made.
That's twice he's done that.
Yeah.
To this Sugetsu and B main earlier.
Outside B. Outside that broken door, he's leaving his teammates. But can he recover the round in the end? That AWP can still be a thorn in their side. If Elite gets this control, then it becomes very difficult for the players on site, but Monster stops him in his tracks, and the conversation may switch now to a save for Martin. It's a big gun in his possession. The shot hit, he's sticking around, but finally he'll be bailing out to carry this weapon forward.
Good response, but I also feel like that was maybe just a bit of an overextension. The angle close, not cleared. I think giving that initial double over to Batty G, and well, in the end, Monster's even there to clean up the remaining pieces. It's not going to do too much damage. KC is still very comfortably able to buy into this next round, and the ults weren't used, so I don't think it's too much of a problem, but I don't think that this is going to happen again.
Sometimes you just got to make your play, right? And Batty G certainly did. Hit by the paranoia, goes deep, and it caught them off guard. They didn't expect such a risky maneuver. The Monster does very well to clean up, even finding that last kill. That removes the AWP, and it means a big reinvestment if KC wanted in this round, which clearly they do.
Again, in terms of Sugetsu's aggression, a lot less support to what we saw in some of the early rounds. He's just sent it again. They are just trying to fight them tooth and nail, and well, when the full force of the squad are on the other side, that one became a little bit easier for Koi.
It is, it's Monster that's stepping up and really making his impact count.
Who highlighted him earlier on?
Someone doesn't know what they're talking about.
Oh, okay, good. So it wasn't me.
It was a lucky guess. I'll chalk it down to that. Now he has very much come into his own. These last 2 rounds, especially for Movistar Koi, who were struggling to put double digits on the board. They now take one step closer to ultimate victory on their map pick for KC. Saving these weapons, the name of the game. They can't risk losing that off. It won't be there for the next. Sugetsu's got a lot of credits, but spreading them around and putting it all into just one round might not be the way to go. I like the call for the reset, but Movistar Koi now just 2 away from closing out the map.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with how committed Sugetsu was to that initial fight. Like, that was him sending it. I think it was through the Neon utility, and well, the man that was there to meet on the other side was Monster, who has been having a pretty impressive game so far.
Yeah, this is a guy, as we said, coming up from the Tier 2. He's done his time. This is his moment in the spotlight. And on another Spanish team as well. He's been around Giants, Heretics, Viva España, and of course winning East twice. He certainly had his accolades before, but now rising from that academy team onto the main roster. Looking to find this map win and maybe their first series win of Stage 2.
I wonder if we told him that he was on camera that whole time, if he kept doing what he was doing. No, he's someone I think that many who have seen him within the Tier 2, especially when he was on the likes of Ascend, were sort of expecting him to be in Tier 1 for a while. Like, it wasn't someone, especially when, I think it was when they finished, what, like 3rd at Ascension?
Yep.
The fact that he didn't get that move up was a massive surprise to me.
Yeah, and to be fair, a lot of respect to him for choosing perhaps other more important things in life than being part of competitive esports teams, but getting those priorities out of the way. And now, still trusting himself that when he does get that final opportunity, he can actually deliver when it counts.
And he likes to sing.
And he likes to
karaoke.
I've heard you like to sing as well.
Give us one, pal. Bring us into the round. With a sonnet.
Let's not break the stream.
You're no Gurney Halleck, are you?
This goes here. This is a nice spot.
Who told you I can sing then? And how much did you enjoy that story?
Keep our sources close to our chest.
Yeah, still good. Well, nonetheless, saved by the game. There's already going to be some early utility in the Viper screen and the neon walls thrown in on that A side that's held 4 players from KC on that side of the map, and now they look to pressure into Elite setup. The problem, though, is the quick rotation of Martin and the rest of the team now flooding back through the B site. It's not going to be as empty as maybe they'd hoped if they're to hit this site.
Hunter's Fury put through, clearing those corners, catching a tag as well. Fielu, he's going to be caught up, but the tank manages to trade it out. Monster taking advantage of the space. He almost caught one off, but there's so many bodies on this site. Movistar KOI still managing to keep it even, Steven, for now, but they're pushed out. The nade stops re-aggression, and the kill from Aves goes untraded. KC, 3 versus 2. Martin with the dimensional drift if they need that info later, and they may well do, as I doubt Movistar KOI are going to go pushing through that smoke at this stage. A freeze for now, but only 40 seconds on the clock.
Martin just ults just to check. This is a crunch round for them. Well, never mind. The swing into the double setup. We've seen that one before. And leaving the tank on such low HP. It would be one for the ages, but I think at this stage he almost just has to try and retreat and save the gun.
Yeah, that's not a setup you should be beating anytime soon. A pretty useful setup for anyone that wants a little bit of just coordination. Get someone standing, some sort of box, get someone crouching below. Should be job done. One person swinging off with their contact as well. Nice. Simple stuff being delivered in moments of pressure where they're still behind. That's
a lineup.
That's a lineup of all
Note
time.
that one down, pal.
Yeah, I will.
See that on your next Lotus.
Yampy, where are you?
Yampy, you taking notes?
Get that.
He's got it. He's got it down. He's clipping the VOD right now. 11-8. Nice stuff from KC. They'll win back around, but this was a great read by them. They had so many players, 4 players here by the time that Movistar KOI came to push it into the site, and you could see that there were opportunities there for players. Oh, come on now.
Well, it just felt a little slow. I think that was it. The initial fake that they threw in on the A site worked. It held 4 players there, but then they were just a little bit slow to get into the C site. And by that point, especially...
Huh. Well, he's got the info.
That was a very bold call.
Info acquired. Problem is, the man advantage is acquired by their opponents. Movistar KOI, well, they have to feel like they were gifted that opening duel.
I like this re-clear from them, though. Instantly, Sugetsu and Martin, they realize they're in a man disadvantage. They put a smoke in, and they just start walking themselves forward. They're ready to fight as 3. And if they hear nothing like this, right, they contact straight through, they can make the read, and now we start to see those rotations coming in.
I think maybe Sadak has picked up one of Scream's old notepads. And that's where that lineup came from.
Lineups?
Even still. Hey, there was that one that distracted Red Gun, never forget. C-side completely open. They've gambled on B. It will give them a quick enough rotation, and especially with Martin's ult, it allows for a retake, but just look at the post-plant utility, or more so the ultimates. You can already throw in a Viper's Pit if you desire, Rolling Thunder to slow them down, and while I don't think they're going to need it at this stage, already another and another falling. Filu is having a field day, and a 12th round is all but guaranteed.
Martin has no chance of taking this one across the line, and a glance at the credits shows some players low. He's got 4K in the back pocket. Saving this guarantees an easy drop onto Sadak, opens up an option for them to take an op into the next. Stick around to try and make it costly. The save should be gifted to him.
What I want to see out of Martin now, if I'm honest, is trying to counter this Viper wall usage towards A from Koi. They're playing very, very straight, but at the same time, KC are trying to fight that just as packed. Doing like they do on their attack side, getting the Yoru, getting the Raze in there. Actually using that gate crash from Martin, placing him quite deep on the other side of the Viper util, so you don't have to do this, Sadak, would actually...
Oh, hello!
Throw the reveal, set up your duelist on your side of the Viper wall if you can, keep that information. It's going to make him
if you win
read
rounds, you can have momentum, guys, okay?
That is true. If you win rounds, you can have momentum. If you lose rounds, the other team has momentum.
And if you peek an off with a Haunt in your hand,
you're probably going to die. Let's see if they change it up and start to get a bit more space towards C instead now.
Oh, immediately, we're going to see that C site push up. Tongue. We're going to get a little bit of information, but the door spinning might just give the game away. Operator waiting on the other side, but the flash is sublime, and the follow-up utility makes it incredibly awkward for those Koi players to fight. And I like the immediate fallback from KC.
Flash and a Prowler. He had no chance. Now the options for Koi seem limited, and it looks like a split into B is where they're going to take this. Space taken by Monster. He's moved towards the door already, and KC conceding the space entirely. And it's no surprise. Take a look at the ults in play. They lose the B site. As long as they don't lose a player with it, they'll be in a 5v2, as I was going to say. Retake, and of course they have the Nightfall if needed. So even with that pick, I mean, the advantages have just compounded for this defensive side. They've got full control, and it's on Monster and Flya to try to turn the tide back in their favor.
Look at the double up. They're expecting to push through, and even with the stun, it couldn't quite catch everybody. Flya.
30 seconds left.
Well, it'd be one of the greatest clutches we've ever seen. And I hazard a guess that it won't be, and especially with 12 rounds on the board, the opposing side being incredibly careful. It is going to be a very clean round.
This is bread and butter KC defense. We've seen this as far back as them playing Split last year in kickoff with a double duelist. They will take the fights all together in the early round. Here, the Prowler, the Flash off the back of it. They've got good players in positions to be able to hit their shots when it counts. And then they group once they have that advantage. They give a space away so that they can maintain that player advantage, because they value that way more than just simply holding onto the space and putting individual players at more risk. So now, what we need to see out of Movistar Koi is, okay, how do we potentially bait those fights? How do we bait those overcommits from KC on their defense and then be able to reactively play away from that into the space that they're then going to give us?
Yeah, and an in-zone flawless as well for KC on the other side. It's going to be one of those things where you go, okay, alarm bells from Movistar Koi. Like, we've lost a round dominantly. Let's take a pause. Let's slow it down, because you have to bear in mind, they were in an incredibly good position early on. And it has been a slow fight back in the second half from KC.
Yeah, I think it's always that question in the back of your head. But now what Movistar and Koi need to do is just keep it nice and simple. Don't overcomplicate stuff. Don't try and find the genius solution. You've got a Viper's Pit. You've got a Rolling Thunder. You can combine them plus maybe a third ult in one of your rounds, and that will get you across the line.
So I have a question. So take yesterday.
Yes,
when your opponent called a pause,
yeah,
is that in your head? Are you going, we got it? Like, is there a part of you that goes like, now they're worried?
It's yes and no. It depends on the coaching staff on the other side and how much you
so who
know
are you
about
not worried
them.
about?
But I'm always grateful to be given a pause, put it that way.
Well, Movistar Koi started out this map setting the tempo, but it's KC finding their own rhythm. 3 rounds in a row needed. An early Rolling Thunder put through by Flya, this pressure towards the B site, but no players behind it. You know what that means? Fake pressure. And KC are just about to find that out as they see no one come through the gates, no further utility, and the door open on the A site. A retake may be needed at this point. They've got Martin to be the human recon drone, and he'll be popping that dimensional drift for that exact purpose.
It's also, it makes things more awkward in terms of that Viper's Pit. They want to try and get into the post plant over on the attack side. The jump down though from Sadak's core, but Elite is there. The trade's looking incredibly good for Movistar Koi with Sugetsu still deep within enemy lines. Martin realizing he needs to try and move on this, but instead will look for a gap elsewhere. Wrapping around the edge. Isn't going to be revealed by the dart. There's not too many places. He wins that burst, and now left down to just one. Monster has to try and retrieve the spike. That's a bigger issue. It's now defended, but he'll do it anyway. Swinging in, Movistar Koi. We looked at this map as a risk, but that risk has paid off.
A phenomenal performance from Movistar Koi, an 8-1 lead at one point, and they close it out in the end. Everybody having their fair share.
Activate second
Monster.
graphic.
Monster with a phenomenal performance. Let's see if Movistar Koi can keep it up. We'll be back after the break.
Down. Good job, guys. Beef this boat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat.
Nice! I told you guys, hello!
Guys, join the server! Hello! Sit down! Sit down! Why so easy? Guys, one by one, keep going!
They cannot, bro, they cannot!
What are they doing?
Aves!
Who let the dogs out down?
I would like to offer a formal apology to MKOI. I was not familiar with your game. I did not believe in the process. I can recognize my mistakes. I am wrong. I'm extremely sorry. Did you guys believe, though? I know I was sort of yapping away about the map vetoes, but did you think that Lotus is going to turn out like that?
I did believe. I think it's hard after the past 2 weeks to kind of get ahead of yourself, and even on a 12-5 scoreline, it's difficult to believe, but I just know Uli is somewhere right now.
Crying
Happy
with
as
tears,
Larry.
yeah.
He's definitely going to be buzzing after this win.
I believe in this new KOI, you know. Like, I'm really, really happy for them. I'm really excited. I think the energy amongst this team, the dynamic so far, looks so, so good. I think a big part of that energy has been BaddyG as well.
Yeah.
You see him in that reaction there, the screaming, the yelling. I feel like he's an enabler for Filu now, in a way.
He wasn't like this before, was he?
That's what I mean. I feel like BaddyG is the one that's kind of enabling Filu to get up on his feet and start shouting, and it's just so nice to see them with this kind of energy.
He is a ray of sunshine, because even when he's trash talking, he's doing it with a smile. You know, the energy is always there, and on the server too, because BaddyG Billy has just been from the get-go fantastic on Lotus.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's the energy he brings to the team. I mean, this man is literally aura. Like, he's my spirit animal, genuinely. I love watching BaddyG play. As someone that plays Omen themselves, it's such a joy to watch, and he had so many highlight moments throughout. Oh my god, that's incredible.
Please.
Oh my god. He had so many highlight moments throughout, and it was the clutches as well, like you say, where he was really popping off and looked absolutely incredible. So yeah, I think MKOI having fun is a big part of BaddyG being on this team.
We've seen so many aggressive Omens sort of come online in the past couple of weeks. BaddyG, I think we were waiting for this, right? We were waiting to see these clutches. We were waiting to see these kind of plays coming out from him. And like you said, I do think he is really motivating the team in these early rounds and these early clutches. And he's definitely a big reason why they could gather that momentum and get so many rounds on the board. And I do think that was pivotal to then it not going away and coming in Carmine Corp's favor.
Oh my goodness.
Poor headset.
Well, it's for so long, I think the reign of the scream decibel levels has belonged to Yetuje, but I think maybe Baddy is here to compete for that throne. And also, you have to just feel happy for them, because you root for this roster, you know, you want them to win. I was a little bit worried, though, when I saw the agent select, the comms, of course. We've seen Gentlemates run this comp before, which is funny, because you would think maybe this is the tank when he was on Gentlemates. No, this is not the past Gentlemates. But this is interesting, because it is a Sova on Lotus. It's just not something you see all that often, outside of Gentlemates and EMEA, really. But they made it work. Did you like what they brought?
I did. I preferred this above and beyond Carmine Corp's comp. I think in Lotus, for me personally, a breach is essential. We saw it with sort of shutting down that early A-Rubble aggression, the Viper as well coming through on the attacks and having the lurk. And this is two things that I feel like Carmine Corp were really missing. I think it was that 10th round that we finally saw Carmine Corp figure out how to get ahead of that breach utility and the Neon coming down and taking that space A-Rubble. So I do think Carmine Corp were missing out on that extra utility to help assist them be aggressive.
Yeah, I think for me, that was a big question going into this, was how are Filu and Flya going to be able to help each other out? You know, we see that disconnect between the Neon and the Breach, but we absolutely did not see that between these two on this map. I think especially on the defense, like you say, that A-Rubble control they were able to get, they just had so much information all the time because of the space and the map control they were able to get. They just looked so good. So I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, and in week one, when we spoke to Nathan when he came back from Americas, we mentioned Kayak, you know, on the wall, and I said, no, Tonk, on the wall, are we going to get that? And he kind of teased a little bit, we could potentially see it. So surely, as we move on to Sunset, Billy, surely.
Maybe he was talking about the Vise wall. I don't know, but
yeah.
maybe we'll see a Sage. Yeah, I think for me, Natank, I wasn't sure like what role he was going to fulfill when he kind of came into this team, but the fact that he's played 5 different agents across 5 different maps is crazy, considering he's just come back to VCT EMEA. So yeah, for me, I think the switch to the Sova was nice, because I think the Vise in the last time that they played Lotus was a little bit uncomfortable from him, but I think we all know that we would love to see him jump back onto that stage.
All right, Natank is, I can't quite
not on the wall.
See,
he's
because I'm blind. Not on the wall. That's sad.
Aww. I feel like having not seen them play Sunset, this could have been our moment, but the fact that even on Icebox, we didn't see Natank take up that Sage role, I'm not shocked that he didn't here. But again, this double initiated comp on the attack, I quite like. What do you...
This makes sense for me, because they have a new coach. You know, back then, when Desire were doing really well on Sunset, they ran this comp, just Cypher instead of the Vice. So I think this is giving you know, coach input.
Yeah,
coach
I think so.
comfortability.
I think so, and I think as well, like when we look at how Movistar Koi have been playing, you know, Philu was looking incredible on that Neon on Lotus, so I'm really liking this new energy that we're getting from him. Buddy J as well on the Omen, no surprises there. I think Flyer on the KO as well, he's proven time and time again that he can jump onto these initiators. Again, I think it is the question of the tank. How much value are we actually going to see come out from this Sova? It did look okay on that last map, but we need to see more utility usage.
Well, you guys have been doing very well in the caster booth there, but although I do think it's very rich that Mitch Man, of all people, would make fun of someone else being called Wee Greg.
That was completely uncalled for, Yinsu. We were not making fun of my friend Wee Greg here. We're happy to have him up on the desk with us, and of course, Pal will be joining us for this next map. Potentially a third, depends how he feels after all of this. It's time to get into Sunset. KC, a map behind as Koi managed to take their pick, but now it's on to KC's home turf, where they look to set the record straight and bring us all the way to a third.
Phoenix, what do you think? Phoenix on Sunset?
Love a good Phoenix.
Big fan? I know you like it on Corrode. Or did.
Still do.
Just not so much on the attack side. Didn't go as well.
That didn't quite go to plan, no. But at least now we see Carmine Core farming the orbs early, getting Abez out there.
Okay.
Well, and Martin's out there as well.
Yeah, a battle won with the classic of Natonk, and he's going to go further in. Now, it doesn't have the drone available, so... Oh, no, he does. He's just used it. He's trying to sell the ruse, but there's nobody there. The rest of the team of KC are actually pushing in on the flank. Depending on which way they go, they could have the full squad surrounded, other than the tank, of course.
It's just going to be a battle. It's brewing as KC walk up. It's being watched, and now the whole squad turns. Movistar Koi with an instant reaction. Shock dart for Sadik, good. And damage done with the second. Monster and Philu very low. But it is just one man on this A side who will soon be pushed down, suppressed already. We know smokes to bloom, nothing to help him out. A paranoia in his back pocket. Can he find the time to use it? Now, oh, it's fired in and all three caught. Isolating Monster, a smoke to block them out. That could let Elite join him for this battle. As they look to blitz out, Movistar Koi have two players to deal with, and they're isolated in the fights. KC will take the pistol round.
Yeah, decent response, and more importantly, I think a decent end to the round for Sugetsu. He was someone that was a little bit quieter, at least for the standards we saw from last week, and I think he's someone that if he gets going in this server, it's looking like a very different game.
Yeah, especially when you've seen from KC, the two biggest players trying to lead that revival in the second half, Martin and Abez, two that you would expect. But if you now get some of the other three firing back again with that sort of passion back in them as well, that's what you want to have going into the beginning of this half.
Oh, what you want to see, an appalling 39% win rate. When it comes to rifle battles. Was that for KC, actually?
Yeah.
I would have thought it was more for Koi, but yeah. Okay, a challenge for them, but not in this one. Here they're just up against the classics. And again, it will be orb farming in some of the early rounds for this defensive side. Space taken by Martin with the outlaw in hand. For Movistar Koi, they come as a bundle, come as a pack, and look to push him down. 2 shots in that weapon.
Closed.
One of the body will take them down, but it's another solid start we saw in the pistol from Philu. Even with the round not going their way, him finding his form will certainly be something to keep an eye on, as he had a lights-out start to the previous map.
Very slow round. Of course, the main person they don't want to run into is Abez. His ult charge time is so ridiculously low that giving this man an extra life, even if they have some weaknesses. Mitch is a hater of the Spectre. I'm curious, what's your opinion on it, pal? Big fan?
Well, if he hates it, then I'm a big fan.
Wow.
And there you go. That's exactly why. If you've got a Neon running in your face,
against the classic with no
spray them down.
Listen, no one's debating
simple, easy to manage against ecos.
Yeah.
He's firing warning shots so that Martin can get the kills.
What about when you're up against rifles, pal? How do you think the Spectre fares there compared to
that's an inside flawless. 2-0 for KC.
Time for another one if Sadak's got this Spectre.
Oh, come on now.
Jokes aside, it's actually a very nice gun to have when you're dealing with aggressive comps and aggressive players like this on that second round. You don't want to give yourself any room for error, any room for them to overrun you, and it's nice just to be able to have that quite loose spray to be able to just manage any situations that you might find yourself in.
Yeah, there's no cheaper SMG that maybe fares better statistically.
That has a faster fire rate, therefore runs out of the magazine much faster. Yeah.
Very true. So if you don't hit your shots, it's a great weapon. Understood. Understood.
Oh, he's hitting his shots.
Well,
start.
Aves does not have the opportunity to get his ultimate online because he is already dead within the first few seconds of the round. Filu definitely looking like a different beast in this series so far, but Sugetsu, more of the same. Now you have to bear in mind that this bonus round definitely has some legs to it. Sadak has now unfortunately downgraded from the Spectre to the Bulldog.
All right, relax, man. You're getting on my nerves now.
That was the plan. Wow, the round slowing down once again.
Where it belongs.
I can't believe we just had a pan of a Spectre.
No, if Sadak gets ran down, I know you're going to say, well, you would have won that with a Spectre. I know it's coming. So too, the KC know that Movistar Koi are coming straight into that site. Martin, not with the best weapon to go walking through that smoke. He's waiting for someone to invade, and only one shot left after taking down the drone. Batty G left on 10 HP, but they can't capitalize just yet. Sugetsu, though, still firing back. With Batty low, that Outlaw might have given them a chance, but a few shots need to be landed first. The retake, as they push back through this cage, they've got the space, they've cleared that back site. There's snakes in the grass. Batty looking to use his low HP on that side angle. Waiting for the initial contact on site. There'll be a big swing coming in with a player embedded in main in the form of Monster. Sugetsu adjust, but the flash is good! Not good enough! 10 health on Batty. He's the last man standing, and he has to push out into Elite. It's KC with round number 3.
It's something about Sugetsu on this B side of Sunset. He just hits those shots when it counts every single time. I was prepping to say, great bonus by KC. They've got 2 kills. They've forced an armor rebuy out of Batty G as well. And then Sugetsu just turns up and does what he does best.
And this is the thing.
When
he's in form, it genuinely feels like he's one of the best players in the league. Like, it's just so difficult to play against. First bullet accuracy, it's been like this for a long, long time. He's in that top 1% without a doubt. And that's a round that's got to be painful for Movistar Koi because the setup wasn't bad. Like having that flash popped ready for Monster to swing, it's just Sugetsu was quicker.
An immediate push to come through. It's been spotted for sure, but no one to follow up on that trap, and free space taken by Filu, but he needs to make it work quick. Those finger guns going to run out as the players on the other side have got not much to work with. Just the pistols. He's isolated now. Deep in the spawn with just a classic. They forgot about him, but just for a moment. Adjustment comes in on time. And a little bit of housekeeping. Even getting out alive is Martin. Still relatively healthy, although that shock dart takes him quite low.
There we go.
The second will eliminate him. Damage done, but much more to be done for Movistar Koi to make this round worthwhile.
Stage order's been lost as an outlaw, which might have been upgraded anyway. Ultimates building up as well. And there's not going to be anything more. A few extra credits garnered by the plant, but I don't think KC are going to mind that too much. 4-0, and their credits building.
Give it to Sadak. Okay. He's just going to take that right in front of him.
Take the kill, take the defuse as well. Give him a bit of confidence. What I'm quite interested in seeing is whether or not this Cypher setup in particular that Elite has run that has allowed the pack to play towards B is any form of sort of anti-strat. Because we've seen a perfectly placed trip towards top mid to counter exactly where Filu went with his overdrive. If we start to see more of that, it could be suggesting that actually KC feel very, very well prepared for what Koi might be able to bring with their comp. Obviously, we've not seen them go for it before, so they can't have that concrete knowledge and that pattern recognition, but a lot of that comp check time,
they haven't played the map, so if they're countering stuff they've not played, that's very impressive.
Being able to look at it in that loading screen, right, here's what their comp can do, here's what their comp can do, they can use that explosive start towards top mid. Okay, let's just leave a cycle trip in there.
Before you even join the circle.
Might be the most eng thing to do in the
just
world.
Calculating.
Oh, the shot hit, but immediately punished. Many a team would just send the one player to peek, as they did on top mid, but 3 players swinging in from market. Don't quite get that second barrel to the operator. So it's now left on the floor. Movistar Koi 3 versus 4. They've got mid control, but not much else. At least the Vice wall still sitting deep towards B main, so they know one side of their back is contained. They need to make a move and find some space of their own, and that is being punished not every step of the way, because Monster has opened up the market straight through to the B site. A plant can be acquired now, and Monster wants a little bit more. In fact, they both do. They're going to push towards the spawn here, tapping the spike for a second. Elite doesn't know what's coming. Monster, he has taken control of this round. With the ult going through, Sadik might just have to wait this out. He's going in with the classic. All right, he's made the right call.
Doesn't want to allow them into their post. That was at least the hope that maybe he could catch somebody by surprise. They still haven't actually planted. Wary that maybe he's gone all the way back around and the drone going to be used to try and clear it back, but they are running low on the time. 10 seconds left. Sadak is now going to make his move. He was waiting for there to be someone unable to fight him. He's got the right idea on where Monster is, but Monster has now got the information that his teammate needed. They can fall back into this deadly crossfire. Timing going to be everything, but Monster has made the cross. He's so wary of main, but doesn't realize that there's a man on the corner. And while you mentioned that Sugetsu might just be the king of the B site, Monster's got a challenge.
Absolutely. And Monster's been looking fantastic again. We said it in the first half, but just being able to have these moments of impact where you're in a 2v4, big disadvantage, that's the sort of control Mitch that you spoke about, but you want some of these players to be able to take when it counts.
We had 0 kills up until this round.
He's just saying
he's done everything for them. Yeah, exactly. He was warming up his hands.
Fly doing the same as well?
Yeah, he's going to ace this next round. Ooh. You've gone from 0-4 to 4-4, so you're going from 0-5 to 5-5.
Let's wait and see.
Okay, we're following the match. I'd be careful. Tom's been pretty good in the predictions so far, looking at yesterday. But yeah, this might be a bridge too far. I'm not certain. Okay, see, still have the money to buy right back up, fight into this, and of course, when you look at that ult economy, they're 1 orb away from having all 5. The one they're missing is probably the one you choose to leave on the back burner. So in terms of reactions and safety nets here, they've got quite a bit to work with.
Now look at this aggression out of KC in B main. They clear it all. They take all the space, but they've just done it before that TP runs out.
Oh, Hunter's Fury has already done a decent amount of damage. A chance to catch 3 instead. Doesn't find much. Lilu looking trying to get ahead of things. Put himself in harm's way as he's already tagged up, and Batty G is going to use the paranoia to try and re-aggress, but already run it back now being utilized by Aves. He wants to try and get them some space for free, and while they've actually shot the clone, that gives a freebie over. The problem is, he's going to have to fall back, and the rest of the team need to take over. The low HP Natung tries to make a hero play, and it is all beginning to fall apart. Only Flyer standing. Well, he now needs an ace if he's going to take home this round, and well, it's only the 2 in the 1v5.
He was set up for it. He was almost there, Tom. KC, they stuck their double duelists together with Sadak, re-clearing that B main space, getting themselves the read, and then it just allows them to snowball into this really set retake with so many ults, lots of util, and a situation that they can then be in control of.
Hunter's Fury to delay didn't really work out to start. Opponent's still able to take the space, get the spike down, but it is that run it back from Aves, the clone being shot, him taking the space. He couldn't quite get his wall to blaze up on time, but before the ult ran out, but that didn't seem to matter. Movistar Koi not able to take advantage of those angles and convert any of the picks. 5-1 now. An immediate response from the round win in the previous, and that gets a timeout from Movistar Koi.
Slightly different pause to their first pause in the last map where they were 8-1 up. Now 5-1 down, and it is looking like a very different game. I feel like a lot of it is firstly Sugetsu just seems like he's frying. Like guy is currently 8-1 in the server. But also some of those pieces. You could say the same for Batty G. I think he actually started the last map exactly the same. I think he was 8-1. I think he had a flyer of a start, and now just doesn't seem to be on the board in the same capacity.
Unintended?
Somewhat.
Now let's see if Movistar Koi bring out the same sort of adaptation they went for on their attack side, where they start to fake their early round pressure, so it baits KC into that early team fight that they try and get Aves and Martin into, and then they can react towards the space that they think is open. Probably not going to do it on an eco round, probably going to keep things nice, straight, coordinated, and then when we get onto the buy round, that's when we might start to see those adaptations happening.
Still something for Movistar Koi in this round, a few teeth being born. rifle that's been given over to Filo with the last second, but he's caught inside the hot hands. 77 HP already, an easier target to take down even as he slides his way through, and he won't get a chance. Abez ahead of the play. Blaze wall goes up, cancels out any further aggression, but they're not looking on the other side. Luckily, the shots aren't landing, and we're still on for an in-zone flawless with just flying, but he grabs himself one.
Abez just full blinded Elite as he went around the corner.
I was about to say, Phoenix was looking pretty good as a Sentinel until he blinds his teammate.
Hey, listen, it's all about the orbs, and Abez needed them more.
Exactly. He sacrificed Elite so that he could get an extra orb.
The hot hands actually gets loads
of... there we go.
That wasn't needed.
No, yeah, well, I suppose it was, though. It shows that they thought they're running into a much easier fight than what they ultimately got. He doesn't even throw it left either. Oh, beautiful.
6-1 up.
Kill.
Couple of ults on either side. That null command is actually being watched for. Look at the position at the top of the map currently for Elite. He has put his setup over on B so that if they use the null command, it's all still going to be online for his teammates. And there are 4 players waiting around that side of the map. The read from KC right now is bang on.
Hard fight one side, heavy retake the other with the ults and the util you have. Thankfully, we're going to get the hard fight.
Oh! A hard fight for Sugetsu as he's just been spammed straight through the smoke. But a trip gives Sadik the answer back. But as he falls, they need a fight towards the backside to go their way. KC losing players by the second. Damage done to Movistar Koi. Flya on the floor, but they could get him back up as they stabilize this control and bring Flya back into the round. It's Elite with a big task on his hands. They know where he is now as he breaks those Razor Vines in a 1 versus 3. We saw Sugetsu managing this. He had a teammate to back him up and to close out the round as he went for the defuse. For Elite, a much more difficult task at hand.
They've got the credits to go for this. But it does feel like it's more going to rely on mistakes from Koi to give them a way back into this round. Especially with the time now ticking and nobody giving anything away, even though economically it's not going to do anything for him going down. Well, he will anyway. The Monster again, still on form, and honestly a fantastic round from Movistar Koi. They walk into a stack that was made for what they are currently setting up, and even still, they just won those fights.
Yeah, I think those first 2 fights there, or the 2 deaths in particular, one in market, one just outside of the market smoke, is just what completely breaks that. Not quite sure what was added there at the end.
We'll never know. The Sadik going out through the smoke, yeah, it very much just snowballs them into that late fight. Gave Movistar Koi all the space. Fly is on the floor, but they can pick him back up after the backside fight, or even during it. Batty G committed to picking his buddy up. This push, if it does go through, it's not going to be a surprise. You already have 1 player watching, but you also have that vice wall and an immediate shutdown if they run it back. So nothing really gained by KC to start this round, bar a little bit of information.
Filu's all over this at the moment, just completely cancelling out any of the win conditions that KC are setting themselves up for in the round. Either these heavy stacks on the site, or these early ult round aggro plays. Martin, however, might be a new one they're not expecting.
Yeah, it's the kill trip that's in place directly in front of him. Although they're putting a lot of utility into that corner. He's still going to stick around.
How's he
surviving
done that?
on the edge of it! And immediately, it's just going to take over! It is a complete shutdown! An in-zone flawless, but a stolen ace.
I'd be raging if I was Martin. The fact that he's managed to dodge that util so comfortably, even though Koi looked like they had the perfect read on exactly that new little micro play, and he's executed off the back of it. Yeah, that's a clip you want to be posting for yourself.
I mean, the shock dart going through, you could dismiss that as like, okay, they're breaking the trip.
Boyfriend's B.
They're waiting for that trip to break, they're freeing the space, but the nade as well, they thought there might be someone there.
Yeah.
And they thought, hey, if it's Martin, he's going to TP out. I thought he was going to TP out, but he found that gap. That gap gives another round to KC, a lead guaranteed at the halftime. And Movistar Koi, they're running into a stacked up A site. Cypher utility A rotate through by Sagetsu's ultimate, and there's plenty of guns trained in on that slide from Filu. Elite's doubled up, the rest locked out by the Blaze. The flash good. KC won't overextend. They don't need to. Right now, a great second flash. A good adjustment as Martin's there to back up the initial fight. The damage done was enough to leave him to just one of the Outlaw, but the man who has been a demon for the side of Movistar KOI, Monster, still drawing breath. Not sure Flyer will be for much longer as Martin picks up another.
If there's anybody you'd want in these scenarios, it is Monster. Operator available, has the chance to rotate to the other side of the map. The main problem I have is not even so much that it's the 1v3, but it's that dimensional drift. It means that any sort of sneaky play, anything he can hope to achieve, if it ends up in a retake scenario, they'll be able to reveal where he is. And that's why he's not really playing for any sort of retake. He is looking to find the fight here and now.
Heard the cam. He knows they'll have info, and he makes a misread. Looked like he was going to catch that rotation around, but with a knife out, he didn't stand a chance. 8 on the board now for KC. Stabilizing after each one round from Movistar KOI. That attack side struggling to put the rounds on the board, and I think more so struggling is that they've constantly run into these trap plays. Sure, they made it work towards the A side and or the B side rather, when they ran into that stack. Perhaps some mistakes from KC, some overheating, some over-peaking.
The biggest difference has been those little micro decisions by some of the players on KC. First, we saw them feeding those kills a little bit too much. Now we've seen both Martin and Elite repositioning themselves so brilliantly, just within the space of a couple of meters, to get out of the range or the spread of a Movistar KOI's util and be able to put themselves in fantastic little spots to just win those initial gunfights on the site heads.
The dangerous thing about the last round as well, it might not have been a full buy in terms of purchase, but they threw a lot in terms of the ultimates. Using that Hunter's Fury in combination with Overdrive to really try and do damage, and it achieved nothing. And now you come in with another low buy, but they do have a Spectre.
Take flight. Listen, mate. A Phantom and a Stinger as well. That's really where my eyes are drawn.
Not Monster Sheriff? Wow. I would have gone straight to Monster Sheriff.
Yeah, but the thing is, you didn't, did you? You went straight to the Spectre, Tom. So don't try to pull that.
2 against 1. Spectre lovers. I'm looking at the Steel Garden. Ultimate that could take the weaponry away, but they're actually not playing too far into the site. So they could just opt for the retake if those guns are stolen, but it doesn't seem like it's being opted on at all.
Well, here we go. That's going to catch a few, but there's not many players left to capitalize. A flash just to delay them. In goes one of the remaining weapons. It hasn't been hit by that Steel Garden, and Martin, oh, well, he makes it work, even with the shorty. 9-2 now. KC with an answer to every question thrown up by Movistar KOI. In stark contrast to that first map, this is a strong opening from the French side.
We see that death from the tank there. And it kind of looks a little bit out of position. Like he's hanging around in mid for quite a long time during that round, and he doesn't really seem to get any value of it. That is because KC actually managed to shut that market door just in time before he activates. But it's quite a nice idea. It's not something that KC should be expecting. They should expect him to be in the pack.
Oh, a pace change. It's the aim of the game. Back to the A site push. Martin actually very isolated. But he's looking for one and then an escape. And the fact that his teammate's already got a kill, he might just look to escape.
Yeah, he's had that gate crash online for quite a while. It will be fading soon as he's sticking around. Eventually, he'll call for the bail. A 4v4 with the trade back by Flya. The trap's down, the cam no longer in play. Deep push, though, by Filu. It's a risk taken, but the reward is plentiful. Aves managing to pull back, though. They'll contain this space. A wall up for the reposition, but look at Movistar KOI grouping up for a moment, at least. A player towards the elbow, now smoked off, flashes great. Filu can't see a thing, the smoke blocks out, and Natanku comes running, but it's Sadek and Sagetsu gunning them down. 9 rounds turns to 10, and Movistar KOI left at the starting block.
Phoenix Wall allows them to cross the initial choke point, clear some angles. Phoenix flash straight through. Phoenix Molly to stop the last player coming in from elbow. Sounds like a good agent to me, Mitch.
It absolutely does. Let's see if they can make it work on the attack side, though. I mean, that's where some of the greats and some of the not-so-greats have had their struggles.
Bro, let me get my first ace in VCT, bro. I don't have
An incredible
yet,
comeback to be able to turn this one around, and it does look like a map number 3 is almost set to be on the cards. But
absolutely,
honestly, I think we need to hear a little bit more. I know you were nervous about the last one, but I think we have a few of your friends standing by for an interview.
Oh dear.
We do have some VIPs in the house. It's Yumpy and Magnum from BBL. Welcome to the arena. I know it's your day off, but it feels like you've come and watched your former teams compete. So Yumpy, what do you think about the Liquid game?
Yeah, we both came to hate watch our previous teams, of course, here. But yeah, it feels nice, you know. Liquid won, so they made the correct decisions. Let's see if KC will did the same. So.
Okay, and Magnum, of course, when you were on KC, I think it's just Martin left now from your roster. What do you made of his performance so far?
I think he's playing okay. Still being gatekept at Hero, so hopefully we'll see Jet in the close future. But I think he's doing okay. Hopefully they come back and win.
Are you hate watching like Yumpy?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You're
not.
Sure not. Okay, well, this is probably a bad question to ask you, but how does Koi come back in the second half?
They don't. They need to swap the comp. Vice is very bad on this map, but they won't.
All right, Yumpy, do you think Koi makes a comeback second half?
Yeah, for sure. I think Koi has an incredible good chance with this Vice comp because I think Vice is very good in this map. So I think they will do a comeback.
Okay, I love the synergy between you guys. And lastly, as always, as you know, your coach, Pao, is casting right now. So would you like to do the honors for me, Yumpy, and toss it over?
Okay, so my 3 favorite English casters. Keep going.
I'm okay with that toss. I quite like that one. Three favorite English.
English speaking is what he meant. English speaking, and I appreciate
what he meant.
No, it is. I liked Yumpy.
An Englishman, walk into a bar.
Well, we can make this a duo cast if you like. I mean, really no problem.
It's a solo cast at that point. I'm not taking it either. We've even had it. We've had it pointed out to the public apparently that I'm not actually a fraud, or at least not professional, not personally, professionally.
No, you are Scottish. I agree. The fraud bit we'll have to see. Nonetheless, we are going to be getting back into pistol.
Can we throw him over the balcony?
That's not that far. I'll be okay. Someone would be there to catch me.
I didn't say this balcony. 10-2.
Oh, here we go. Look, Filu has got his own ideas. We've seen this corner before. Martin was, in fact, within it, and it's the exact same crossfire with a wonderful Vice wall on the other side, but Monster's got walkabouts, and they've both fallen to Martin. Maybe that's his part of the map.
Yeah, a crossfire. We can cross that one off the list, but Movistar Koi at least managing to recover some of those picks in towards mid, and with Natank standing his ground on B, it's not over just yet. They're still in with a chance to convert this. That shock dart nearly robbed them of it. Natank's making the wise move of backing off. He'll wait for backup. Himself and Fly tagged very low, and that Sheriff now much more dangerous as a result. Great flash from Flya, though.
Yeah, the timing had to be perfect. More Stanax managed another. It doesn't seem to matter. It's almost identical to the first half pistol round where Sugetsu, low HP, is there to save the day. And well, map 3, what do you like, Haven? Big fan?
Yeah, big fan of Haven, actually, yeah. I'd actually quite like to see both of these teams play it. Unfortunately for Movistar Koi, their version of the Boyfriend's B setup doesn't seem to quite go the same way as it did for Martin.
Is that the what everybody calls it? Or?
No, that was what Martin was calling it earlier on.
Oh, I didn't know if that was a global call out or just KC.
We'll see.
Who would on your team?
See if we put Profek and Magnum in the corners together.
Okay, Profek and Magnum are the boyfriends on B.
Well, I think the main problem was the boyfriends split up in that fight. A lot of stingers, you know, crazy they didn't go for the Spectres here. Obviously, economic limitations.
That's why they're not going to win.
Flyer might have a real chance, though. He's managed to go around that smoke, dodge the sight lines, and Batty G trading. This is now giving the advantage over to Movistar Koi and maybe a little more, but it doesn't work out. Monster leaving Sadek all alone.
The 1v2 with the Spectre. Come on. This is exactly what I want to see. Oh, this is a horrible... Come on, guys. Get a little bit closer. Get a little bit closer. Yes! He's done it! Yes! The Red Bull clutch for Sadek with the Spectre. There's a man with egg on his face. Mitch, man, how you feeling?
I mean, as Lothar would say, they needed the right-click bind there. I mean, if it was still in the game, that would have been a completely different fight, but what can you do? I'll give it to you that the advantage of the Spectre over the Stinger, as evidenced by that duel, is range. A little questionable to still go for it from Monster. He was feeling it, but...
Stinger, bro.
See, Babes is even telling
Because he's on range! That's the problem! The weapon is better. I'll hear no further arguments. 12-2, round 15. And the attack side looking for one
Look,
more
Monster's
round out
bought
of
a
10.
Spectre. He's been decimated by a Spectre and then he buys one. He's been converted. Slowly but surely.
Let's see if KC can convert the round that they should be getting themselves across that final line.
He's done it now. You know what happens when you say that up here?
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Even still, the buy definitely favoring the attack. The judge for Baddie G. Unlikely to be contested. And while Martin just going in to bait out the wall. Are still sticking on that B side of the map though.
Steps hurt on the rotate. They know there's players leaving A. They don't know about that aggressive position though. It's come through from Baddie G. It's going to allow a big stack up with a safety net if they wrap back to A. But look at the space exploited by Abez. He's going up through mid. He'll be here late. He may even have heard those steps as the rotates come through. Battle on the site not going away. And in fact, Abez has been spotted, but the player saw him with a judge. He couldn't take the fight. Filu goes back to deal with him, loses his life, and now KC accelerate into this late game. All these angles cleared means, you know, that last guy wasn't on the rotate. He must be back towards the A site. Pieces put together, and Baddie G with an impossible clutch. He steps into this duel. He hasn't even got his weapon out. A 3K from Avez puts 13 on the board, and KC with a dominant map number 2.
It was the last map picked by KOI where they were able to make adaptations to beat their opponents. Then they walked into the choice of KC, and it was a very different story. Now we look for a middle ground. We'll be back after the break for map number 3.
Boyfriends together, we winning. Boyfriends together, we winning.
Boyfriends B, boyfriends B, boyfriends B, bro. Boyfriends B.
Bobby. Holy shit, Bubble.
You can't ask for a more dominant response than that from KC. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here, joined by Meg and Billy. Now, we heard a little bit from Yumpy, from Magnum. I know they were kind of hee-hee-ha-haing through there, but Magnum was sure there was no coming back in that second half. And Billy, after some of the games that we witnessed on that stage, you have to give it to KC to be able to close that out the way that they did.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe it's for good reason that we haven't seen Sunset from KOI just yet. I think I would have liked to have seen that composition a bit more on the defense. It's unfortunate that they let Karmine Corp get such a strong lead at that half, so we didn't really get to see the value of the composition that they were running, because I do feel as though it would probably work better on the defense. But nonetheless, great for KC to bring one over the line.
I still do agree with Magnum about the Vice, though. I don't think it's the strongest pick for me personally, and I guess neither for Movistar KOI. I just think with the Yoru and the TPing kind of past the wall and back out to safety, I just don't think they could find any sort of valuable plays off it, you know? And I just, yeah. Again, it could be that they didn't get enough of a chance to give it a go, but I don't know. I wasn't a big fan.
Casey's map pick for a reason, right? And maybe, I love the trash talk back and forth, but I think we got to remember, if you're trash talking Sui, you know, he's probably the king of being able to handle that and dish it back as well. It definitely got him fired up.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of Sugetsu since his Na'Vi days, and in the words of Missy Elliott, he flipped it and reversed it, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw the baddie G on the Omen popping off in the first map. This time it was Sugetsu, you know, he's got the reps, he's got the experience on that Omen, and today he also had the aim.
Yeah, and in the words of Missy Elliott, the princess is here. Yeah. How's your Missy Elliott discography knowledge?
Not as good as you guys.
I fear we stole the good ones.
Yeah,
so.
you kind of slayed.
Yeah, we did. But do you know who else slayed? Aves.
Aves did. He did really well. And I feel like we've all kind of been like waiting for that moment for Aves. We loved watching him on the Phoenix. We gassed him up for good reason. He went 4 first kills, 1 first death, you know, really doing his job, being able to help Martina out a lot in the situations as well. And I think for me, we started off today with Phoenix having a 0-2 win rate. Aves could potentially bump it up to 2 and 4, because when we look ahead at Haven as well, the last time that we saw Karmine Corp play this map, Aves was on that Phoenix and we were so excited about it. So now at this point, I'm looking at Pal. I need him to be able to redeem his Phoenix statistic, because of course they contributed to Phoenix having 0-2.
Well, I can help out BBL Pal here, because I think I know why Aves' Phoenix was significantly better this time. I think he's been watching Andrew Wu's streams.
Oh, one of 2 people that do. Yeah, fair play.
I do. I think he's been bumping up his viewership and getting some tips and tricks from him. But I am so glad to finally see that Phoenix come through and them find a map win using him, because I'm a big Phoenix fan. I'd love to see more Phoenix on VCT EMEA.
Oh, you got a Phoenix impression? You got his voice line?
Stay out of the fire, yeah? Super high-level tactics.
That's not bad, you know. I rate that. I rate that. Yeah, and Zaysh, I need you to smile once in a while, because he just permanently looks like he's in pain. I understand, you know, this is a stressful job. Onto Haven, it could potentially be more stressful, because while KC could bring out the Phoenix, their track record against the Yoru ISO, not the greatest in the world, you know? I want them to be able to figure out an answer, because this is a tried and tested comp on Haven that everyone under the sun has one point or another tried. And if KOI brings it back out again, is this a good idea, you guys think?
I think it is a good idea, because despite them losing to Fnatic, it was still very close. The only reason I think it didn't go over time was because of that Alpha 4K. So I am glad.
Well, they're not going to do it again.
To not see that,
yeah, they're not going to bring it out again. Yeah. What do you think about this new look?
I mean, I was kind of like, oh, Natank first time ISO when we did get to see it. And then I was like, oh, Natank first time Vice when we saw him play that on Lotus. Natank going back onto the Vice on Haven?
All I'm going to say is there's no other big boss move than to play Viper on Haven into Sadak. This MF invented this. This is Sadak's thing, you know? So I rate the riskiness.
I like that then. I guess it's making a statement, but I do think they've sacked in that Natank ISO way too soon. I know they didn't get the win, but I do think that they had all of the sauce cooking for it. It was just that Fnatic had a little bit more experience on that Haven to bring it over the line.
Yeah, they had the knowledge of how to play that comp, but like also I think as well, when we look at Attack, he didn't play bad on the ISO, so I'm kind of surprised that they've pivoted here. We'll have to see how this Vice on Haven works.
Yeah, I think there's been too much bullying at our caster, so I'm going to be nice here. Don't worry, Mitch, Tom, and Pal. You're my least favorite 3 English casters.
Thanks a lot, Yinsu. Always great to have you on the team. Now, Pal, we're going into map number 3. I know in stage 2, you might not have been a big fan of third maps with how everything's panned out for you, but are you excited for Haven?
Yes. A lot. I'm excited to see what Movistar KOI bring with this new look comp. It's not something that people have really been trying to test, it seems, at least in the EMEA, because we've had so much success within the region playing that Yoru ISO. I'm interested to see what this first iteration of it could look like.
I kind of do look at this as almost like a let's try and beat their comp rather than let's try and beat them with a double duelist, because I don't think they win that fight.
Yeah,
I think you go direct fire versus fire in this case and you lose, and well, I'm definitely more interested in what their comp will show in the second half. I think defensively it looks good. On the attack, I'm intrigued.
Well, starting things out, a lot of damage has been done. Flya is low, Filu's even lower. Down on 0 after Sagetsu's at his way. He's inside his smoke waiting for an invasion, and he finds one, but Natank, he lives to tell the tale. Blows taken on that attacking side, and with Flya falling, now the advantage for the retake sits with KC. KOI are trying to get ahead of this though. They fight in towards the garage, but there's players all around, and Batty G suddenly finds himself alone against KC. 3 players left to take. Avez and Sadik both desperately low. This is still very winnable, but they're going to group up. No individual fights being offered. A shock dart in KC's close. They break out of the smoke and they find him with ease. KC with another pistol.
Now, Tom, you said this Omen Viper comp is quite obviously better on defense. But the last time you said that about a team running an Omen Viper, or at least a main smokes Viper on Haven, they actually struggled massively on the defense and had a very large comeback against Foot Esports of all teams. Do you remember who that was and when?
No.
No. Some irrelevant team in Istanbul in 2023. So that's actually something I'm quite interested in looking at. How can Movistar KOI use these double smokes on their attack side to bait out a lot of this KC early round fighting with their double duelists, and then disguise where they're ending in the later rounds?
I was going to pay. I was going to pay your team a compliment, but yeah, basically on this map, if you're looking at the stats, it's a very good map for KC. They're 6-1, and the 1 is against a team that nobody likes. Anyway, moving swiftly on.
I feel like I have to be the adult here. You guys, that's a very bad sign.
We're in danger with that.
You guys need to play nice now. I'll tell you what, KC are not playing nice. They've already taken a triple to kick this off. Avez making it his triple and making Batty G a little lighter for the late fight. He will fall in the end, and there's plenty of pistol players to recover on that big gun. KC 2-0. They'll hold on to that lead, extend it. Let's see if they can hold on to it for as long as Powell held on to that grievance with Utah.
Yeah. You okay?
Always. Just been waiting for a while to get that one out.
You feel better now that it's out of your system.
Teams bringing a Spectre into round 3 bonus, win the round 42% of the time.
Captain Cow, I love you.
Not bad.
Yeah, well, the average round 3 bonus win rate is 45. We left that out, so
yeah, but those
it's lower
do the
when you have a
bonuses
Spectre.
include all the teams that just have 5 rifles?
Isn't that crazy?
I think it might.
It's almost like buying that weapon puts you at a disadvantage. Crazy. Anyways, who could have seen that coming? Anyone with eyes?
Not Sadik in the clutch earlier.
Tom, that was round 2, first of all. They had Spectres at range. Second of all,
there was a full buy.
You might be better in that fight with a classic, if I'm being honest. You know what? If you lose it, you've got more credits for the next one.
Anyway, I'm going to be the adult here. We'll move on. We've got ourselves a good opportunity for KC. Having that run it back online, along with
time to jump.
The sniper being available, any chip damage will help out that outlaw. KC are very good at picking up that early momentum with this composition, but they are not in the right place at the right time. Sadak's going to hope for a miracle shot, and well, no miracles to be had. It's going to have to be a full retake, but with run it back, they won't mind that too much.
That's the thing about this ult, having it online so early. The triple kill from Avez certainly helped out.
They used the paranoia already.
You losing a piece of the puzzle. But here he goes, dropping out of heaven. It's an easy fight. He even wins it before falling, opening up an avenue of approach. Natanko with a double flyer following through! And it's a wonderful round from Movistar Koi with only Aves left, trapped in the heavens and sent there in the end. 2-1. Movistar Koi win the round, but it is costly.
Yeah, dropping out of heaven on an A retake is never that great of an idea, apparently. But what is good is actually Elite in that round, and as you can see here, starting to split his Sentinel util across the map.
Oh, they've just taken it off.
Starting to be able to maintain information on areas of the map where Movistar Koi are going to use their Viper Walk to try and create question marks, to deny you lines of sight, deny you the information. If you leave that tripwire there, it makes it a heck of a lot easier to keep yourself balanced in the mid-rounds.
Vi now coming back in for KC. Ultimate no longer online. In fact, it's the From the Shadows is the only ult, and not too much information off of that Prowler. Martin just holding the close angle ready. Of course, the context of this series for KC will have mean they've beaten the two teams at the bottom of the board and put them in a very good spot in terms of head-to-heads. And for Koi going 0-3 might just be a death sentence. Martin, gets a little bit cheeky with the jump back and gets caught Filu in a deeper angle than expected.
Prowler's got caught on short. That means it doesn't make it full distance. It doesn't get up to the trip. They could be in risk if there were players left to fight off of it. 4 falling at the hands of Filu. A quick triple in that late fight. And Aves, well, guess where he is again? Up in heaven, but with 5 players to fight off against and credits in the bin. Getting out of here might be his best option, but it's not an option without a big fight going his way. Filu's the first, but there's plenty more around that corner. The flash broken. They still think it's possible for him to win this. If they throw 2 at it and he takes those fights, he's going to go right back in for the duel, right back in for the round win. They'll let him save this weapon. The cost of the round.
They only pushed to get Filu the ace. Like, I don't think they had any care about clearing this guy out. I think
other two looked like they
let's try
wanted
and get him the ace, and then the rest of them just ran away, and they were like, all right, yeah, you can hold on to your gun now.
It's genuinely a somewhat valid tactic this early into a half. In the final map of a series, get someone firing up, especially your duelist player, build that momentum early. Tom, you mentioned that record that KC has on this map, a 6-1 record so far. One of the things that's been crucial to their defense and the success they've had on it are these really set A retakes. Their ability to refight into this site when it counts.
Yes! They don't have the counter. They don't have the counter.
Let's see now whether or not Carmine Core, using this timeout, do have that counter or not. I'd hedge my bets and say that's a fairly brave comment to make this early in a half. And I think KC probably are experienced enough on this map to know what they're doing.
So from my understanding of the KC coaching staff is there's normally someone managing the attack and someone managing the defense. That's normally how they split their roles. Now the guy on the defense who doesn't have the counter supposedly is Eng. So that's going to be an interesting one. We'll see if he has an idea. The thing is as well, like that execution was wonderful. The fact they had the poison orb cutting off, anybody running in was going to be low. They then had the thorns delaying them, and then they had, for anybody in the site who was trying to run away, there was a snake bite as well to make them vulnerable. That's a gorgeous execution.
It looks like Movistar Koi have got that as the main part of their game plan. They want to try and abuse this A space quite early, and then you saw them just simply, rather than going back and re-clearing and playing for the rest of the map control on the map, just dodging the drone, dodging the re-clear, and then going and hitting that A site and having this super strong post plan with all of that util that you mentioned. It denies KC those A retakes they've been playing into when they've played this map previously. So far, the plan is working. Let's see if KC do have that counter.
Well, Eng, normally a man who doesn't have the answers, you know? That's what they say about him. At least the coach is on the other side, perhaps. For Koi, an adjustment of a slow default. They're going to just sit and wait, allowing aggression to come through from KC and looking to punish it. The one rifle in play is the first to take a fight, loses it, but it's recovered by Martin, 5 HP. I think that rifle is going to go to a teammate. For now, at least. They're going to hedge their bets on a site that looks like C is where they're heading. As we can see, Movistar Koi going the other direction, and it's only Sadik with a Well, Sheriff waiting on that side.
They'll be very happy thus far. Getting rid of Abez. I think he has more kills than the rest of the team combined at the moment. I think it was 8 and 1 up until this point. It's going to come down to somebody else to be a hero, and I'll be honest, I don't think it's going to happen in this one.
Again, we see MKOI abusing this A space. This might just be a case of this is working. We actually don't think they've got any way of dealing with this.
It's exactly the same, except for the fact that Thorns are on the ceiling, but other than that...
both of them. Good. Yeah.
It worked when it needed to work. That's the important thing.
Yeah, there might be some...
They don't have a counter to that, I'm telling you.
I would be surprised. Yes, indeed. There goes the rifle. Sugetsu was the man marching forward, but he is no longer in the play. Sheriff's sitting up in heaven. Not a lot to really report back on in terms of hopes and chances.
What in heaven?
Sheriff.
My ult's ready.
For now, at least, they find one. It's a pick.
This poison cloud gets so much value.
Yeah, they'll just be going down to that spike in the end. Avoid giving the orbs over with some players close to theirs.
Really going to be finding anything else. It's another solid round. And yeah, you can just see how awkward it is to make their way back through into the site. I do feel like KC are going to have to start fighting a little bit more for that A control.
Yep.
Which, on this map in general, is very common. But when you think about where they like to fight, especially with the double duelists, you're thinking around garage, you're thinking a lot of these close, tight angles where the pop flashes can work for them. Oh, you can see that Movistar Koi players definitely getting pumped up on the other side. But this is the adaptation. You can see in the early stages of the round, 4 players set up around that A side of the map. They do not want to allow them to get into that same post plan once again.
They just can't make it too obvious now. KC can't show themselves too early. They've done exactly that. And now Movistar Koi have all of the ability in the world to just react away from them and start to go straight into Wood C, where they'll have just as strong of a post plan with another Poison Cloud lineup.
Yep. I mean, they saw Reveal, they heard the flash of Phoenix, they saw the Paranoia go through. You know that that's the heavier side of the map, but they're a little slow.
Slow.
In taking the space. Luckily, it hasn't been filled back in just yet.
There's that Poison Cloud. Of course, they have utility on the other side to sort of sell the idea that push-up, but it doesn't allow them to get this aggressive swing back in to deny the plant, but it does seem like KC have resorted into that retake setup. Shock dart to start, camera already getting them a little bit of information, and more importantly, Sugetsu has found that man advantage.
And Monster has to back off there. Rejoining the troops, TP towards the back, but there's no chance he's getting away with that. Addy G gonna stay tucked in this corner as Martin finds one. That's a wonderful pick for this side, but they can't get out of the choke point. It's still being held. Now they've got Koi surrounded. They can push from every angle, and it's working at least to start. Smokes up to divvy up the battleground, but it's still in favor of KC with Sugetsu's triple. A third round will be found.
That's all they need now. That ability to consistently retake against that heavy post-plan setup that Movistar Koi are bringing. It helps when you get fed kills like that, though.
Yeah, I feel like it also helps when you have a dimensional drift to do this. Like, clearing out that backline made it so much easier to sort of isolate the fights, because there's nowhere to go. You can't go run up long and play that post plan. You can't really aggress at this stage because you've already lost all of that control. So it's an ultimate that had very high value. I suppose, similarly, having to run it back, those ults are going to be cycled in between each other, so that's at least a chance. But I want to see if they can consistently do that, and especially, we've already seen that on the A side, they haven't been able to do that. So they're going to continue to fight it once again. KC are almost pigeonholed into a, we can't let them have this control.
Yep. Means it should be nice and simple for Movistar Koi. They can take things relatively slowly, wait for KC to show that early aggression, now they know they're grouping as 4, and make decisions from there.
So they've left one solo player. Martin is going to hold on to all of that control. It does, however, look like after selling some ideas on the other side of the map, they're going to go back to the tried and true, the bread and butter, and they're going to try and challenge Martin.
Gate crash went down just in time. So he can be a little bit more greedy with the space. Looking to control that, looking to deny it from the hands of Koi, and they've seen one man and they're backing off. starting the rotation towards that C site. Cypher Util still waiting. KC still waiting for a play coming in on B. They've got a trap to grab a kill on the walk through, but those players all stacked towards the opposite side of the map. I wonder then, when this push comes to shove, I was going to say if Elite will just get out of here, he might be forced to by the ult, but now the Thorns have kept him trapped in. The Decay would eliminate him if he tried to run through. TP from Sagetsu punished. Elite dropped as he's trapped in the site, and Sadik taken down elsewhere. This is a wonderful push for Movistar Koi, and a 5v2 that honestly there's no chance for KC. It's a shame that Avez had just invested the ult, because a few seconds later, and I don't think they make that decision.
He actually had to run back on himself because he realized that his flank was gone. So he couldn't just run in, because the second he goes back, he would have been dead. So it just made that ult completely null and void. And I do feel like not playing the retake, when you know what sort of execution, it feels like a cardinal sin. Obviously, the Nightfall helped out massively, and maybe there was a part of the mind of Elite that was going, okay, they won't use that because we just gave it up for free last time, so they won't put that in, but it forced him backwards. It was the exact same on the A site with the Thorns combined with the Orb. If he runs through that, he is dead.
Absolutely, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. Is we're seeing this poison cloud used towards these key exit choke points, and then they're just hard holding the Garage or Heaven chokes as well. KC cannot get back through those at the moment. They're running into too much util, not even their flashes, their Phoenix util can get them back through enough. They need to start flanking. They need to start pushing for mid control in the mid round and sending at least one, if not two of their players back around C long, back around A long, and trying to get in behind these heavy post plant setups.
Launching thorns.
So far.
The Tank's lineups here,
Get it back on they either win the round or they're just like full troll. Like that seems to be the mix. Nice aggression though. Monster has been the bane of their life, so the fact that that's the first pick couldn't be any better. The guy that has been stopping them every time they try and make their way back into a site. And well, we know that one of those Thorns is already gone.
Oh, what was it used for? Oh, they've put it down. So this PAL, I think you'll agree, is to...
Actually, PAL's going to tell us what this is for.
Sorry, yes. A-Space has been taken. What do you think this is for?
Defaulting, Mitch.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
Deny that late control if you think they push.
That vague and ambiguous term.
I can't wait to see BBL copy that one. It'll be Magnum. He loves the Vice. I've heard. But a pick with Monster down. It's KC. Sat outside this B site. We've seen this a couple of times from them. The late game, late round, waiting for Movistar Koi to walk in. This time, there's not a trip in play anymore. And so they'll run through the smoke. It's ambitious, and it only finds one Elite on the other side, though. I think that was a spam that drops Batty G, and with that, they don't have control. The spike backs off. 24 seconds left on the clock. And this aggression now to come through towards the A site, but it's going to be heard. They have to stop. They have to run. The player on short's giving it away. Now the rotation comes in. Elite's already going to be here. He's got his trip. He's got his cam. Thorns go in, but it's too late. Two players are already out and waiting. Movistar Koi, they've stumbled. They've fumbled. And a fourth round to KC as a result.
I killed them.
I've liked the early retake there. Like really? Come on, we didn't need this one. But yeah, I like the early retake. The fact that I think they've realized that if the post plant utility is able to set up, they're in a lot of trouble. Just don't allow it to happen at all.
And it's that flood on B site that has worked so well for them previously. They have this way of approaching the map where they're going to leave one of the sites for retake. We saw it as A early in the half. We then saw it C after that timeout. But B, they can always flood and fight for, especially with those double flashes.
There we go. That's where it was supposed to go. Meant to.
I feel like he could have thrown it a bit earlier, you know, but he waited a while for some reason. Deep aggression from KC. We can see it here with Avez and Martin taking that space on mid. Still two players towards that B site. Movistar Koi have a window, but they'll still have to deal with the Cypher utility on site. They need to go quick. That flank is going to be a big problem for them in the late round. Already TP denied on site. Elite is going to try to stand his ground. In they go. Cage up, Paranoia to delay. They're kept back, kept at bay. Martin's here to cover the cross. Movistar Koi, they've been halted.
They've used almost everything. They have a singular flash remaining over on Filu, and this has been the first time that they've been stopped in their tracks, and all the players, bar one, have managed to get in front of any of that utility. This is a first blockade that they faced, and they're going to get slaughtered on the entry in. Natank had an opportunity flyer. Well, he's doing his best, Sadak. Even still, Natank is making this interesting. Has the spike on his back, so could look to retreat, look to go back, but they don't know how much control has been lost. The wall would have given the game away if anybody was right in on that flank, but there could be somebody stood on the edge of it.
20 seconds, no choice now, but Natank wins the fight. Aves is down. 15 seconds they need to go. If they're going to go for it or save, the decision has to be made now, and Sadak in the corner, the last man standing! He brings the round into KC's pocket. The lead is now theirs.
That's tighter than it should be.
Sure. It's just insane it ends up this close, considering this initial position that they found themselves in, but the fact is, just they have two options. It's either get ahead of everything that's being thrown, which I think the early TP from Martin allowed for, and then the quick rotation of everybody else. But once that utility now expected, it does seem like KC are building their way back into it. 3 of the last 4 rounds.
And now we have a timeout for Movistar Koi. Seems like KC did have a counter of something. Now,
I was not going to say that.
we get the mind games. What do they go for? Do Movistar Koi have that depth in the way they want to game plan around this comp? Are they just playing hard for the simple macro? Okay, we're going to try and just default, create a bit of pressure, then we're going to group up towards the site that we think is weakest, and then end there and have a really strong post plan. Take whatever fights we can get on the site, regardless of however strong that might be. Or now do we see them to start to slow the pace down a little bit more? Use the fact that they can win a lot of control quite comfortably with the Vise bites, with the Omen smokes and the Viper util as well.
It's not a nice stat.
It's not ideal.
No. No, it should be considerably higher than that.
That's a 50-50 at the start of the round, you would think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, either you win or you don't.
That's true. I never thought about it that way. Pal, are you writing that down? Good, man.
It's right next to Buy the Spectre on his notepad.
I'll scribble that out when you're not looking.
Martin aggressively placed. Force back. You mentioned it. Are they going to stick to that same A-site execution? For now, it is a default. We've seen that throughout. With a little bit of further aggression from Filu. It does seem like he's trying to sell a ruse, but it could also be just trying to potentially get rid of, or at least figure out some of that utility, as they now head towards B.
Good TP for info from Sugetsu. He sees one, but he doesn't think they'll slip through that quickly. That's a blunder. And an opening pick for Movistar Koi. Space on the B side.
Here's
early
the flank
flank though from Aves. He's been working on this. The slow push through Garage. But Movistar Koi are not done yet. This isn't a B play. This is all the way to A, but through Elite they'll have to go. He's already grabbed 2, but now he's slow. Now he's blinded. The desperate spray, but he still gets more! How did Elite get away with that? He's the first line of defense, and he's standing at the end of the round. I thought Koi had made the perfect read. Our back is open. Push forward, punch through. But they split up. They gave him a chance, and man, he seized it with both hands.
A really nice little post timeout round. Keep it simple. Okay, we do our default. We get a lot of the space, so we're going to do fake pressure with the 2 leaders of our pack. What a shot.
It was the regen shields as well. He would have been dead, but it came up just in time to keep him on 6 HP. That's unreal.
We have started to see those flanks now out of KC. Are we going to see more of that out of Aves, or are we going to see them try and combine their 2 big power ultimates this round in a big set retake? It's not worked for them so far.
The other thing as well is whether they'd want to use it here just based on the ultimates. Potential with a Viper's Pit. But a Viper's Pit versus a Hunter's Fury seems like a gamble. And Martin, oh, he's got to be a little bit careful here. He's already spotted the gate crash, and I think they've realized this needs to be more of a retake. But he's still just sticking around. In fact, he's got a little bit of help from a friend called Aves. Not the prettiest of shots, and this is still competitive. But they have not managed to clear this man from the back of the site. Monster and Flyer, well, they have those ults, but I don't know if they'll want to use them. They need to find something beforehand, and well, it's the teamwork of KC that ends up working out.
Right. 8 ults.
Round before the switch.
It's going to be a chaotic round.
What was the score when it was 2-2, right? And he said they don't have the counter. I hope no one's clipped that.
Yeah, it would be really unfortunate, especially if it was put in like the end of game replay.
That's still early days, you know. Some fool said that this composition might be better on the defense. I was going to ask, what do you think of that, considering from 2023 I said that and was wrong?
I think it's got a very good ability to be good at both. Okay, really? You have the ability to fake pressure, sell a lot of information on the attack side.
Interesting.
And then have some very hard anchor on defense. You're given that space as well. You've got all the ability to capitalize on it. Nice little set Yoru ult round here as well.
But they've already got the advantage, but it is slipping away. Fly's gone down. Filu now making it to sight. He's there, but the rest of his team are not. And Martin's trained in on the angle. Hunter's Fury thrown through as well. This is the round to use your ults, the final one of the half. It's causing problems for Movistar KOI. They're boxed in terms of the space they can take, but when it fades, they go deep. Martin, though, still standing, and he drops that spike on the floor, waiting until the ult pops, and the tank knows there's no big weapon, but the small one's just as deadly. Martin again with the shorty. Every time a Vice ult is up against him, he comes out with 1 or 2. Each barrel is deadly as the next. An 8 on the board for KC. It seems like they may have had the counter.
Yeah, it is definitely looking like a rough position now for Movistar KOI to try and come back from. We'll have to wait and see if they got what it takes after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. It's KC with a big bounce back into this map. 8-4 now. They've got the lead and then some, doubling up on their opponent's performance and now moving to their attack side. Pal, we touched on the comps a little bit, but for those that may just be joining us, when we go onto this attack side, do you expect KC to slow down with the comp that they've brought to bear?
No, I don't think they can really afford to. I think they need to make the most of the fact that they actually have a lot of flashes to be able to fight deep for space on the map. They need to be trying to get around the hard hold setups that we can expect when we start KOI to bring. Okay, blocking the C-long choke, blocking Garage, fighting very heavily for A sites, and perhaps start to use a lot of that space around B that they should be given, and the links that are coming off of it as well.
Fairly important pistol round. Movistar KOI, well, Batty G, he's barely seen an enemy. And he's almost lost his life for it. A lot of potential delay, but in these rounds, normally you'd say that less investment into the utility, but the fact is, still got the snake bite, still got a paranoia, still got a seize. There's lots available. But as you mentioned, at least in terms of the smokes, those flashes are almost the direct counter.
Portal closed.
Oh, nice opening. Asavez down on the ground. I hear them getting loud on the stage, happy with the opening pick in their pocket.
He's playing.
Anyways, yeah, you see what I have to deal with every day. KC, a 4 versus 5 and an adjustment to move to the C site, but there's still plenty waiting for them there. You might not have those Cypher trips, but the Thorns will do just as well to keep players out. Flash sat inside of Garage to be popped late for information. It's online and available whenever Natank feels like he needs that intel. Seeing one, it will be popped. There's the info. He knows what's happening, tries to get ahead of it. It's a risky game to stick around. Snakebite will keep them back. 18 seconds left. It's time to move, and move they shall, but not into the C side. They're looking for B. It's actually wide open. KC are gambling. And look how low the time is. This is a huge gamble, but they've made it in. The plant should be acquired. In fact, I don't think there's anything that can be done to deny it. Okay, they've beaten the clock, but there's still plenty of players to take down. Movistar KOI will be looking for the retake together.
It's a man disadvantage, but the HP not that far behind. Even still, the trades looking decent up until that point. Back to a 2v2, and the remaining players are a little bit further behind. Utility not available for either side. That was the last piece thrown out, and Sugetsu just playing close in the corner. Might be a nasty surprise, but he's already been tagged up, but they find both kills. Put Sugetsu at an end of a pistol round. You've got a safe pair of hands.
Absolutely. We see there from KC that mid-round reaction. Sure, they were low on time. They had to go for something, but they have this big gap towards B. And they just need to make them sure that they stick together, they find that gap around the middle of the map, and make the most
I
of
love
it.
you. Nice goals, bro.
Nice! Nice!
All right, Yinsu said she wanted to see him a little bit more animated, not looking as sad. Well, that round's certainly gotten it out as Ace.
Not a smile yet.
It's not a smile, but it's an improvement.
Oh, no. Well, now they come in with the better of the buys. A chance to really increase this lead of Martin.
That gun seems
just
alright.
Farming. Yeah, only versus Classics, though.
Two.
Versus other. If it was versus Spectre, he'd have lost.
I know, but he might have ran out of ammo. It shoots so quickly. It's wow, he managed to get two with the same clip. Incredible.
You should take notes.
The more interesting thing about that round was actually how KC played around the timing of Monster's Viper Fuel. They waited to get their garage pressure until that wall came down, then used that as their trigger to explode through. And that's what I'm expecting to see them try and do with this comp. Make the most of the fact that if they time that util right, they can group up and take a lot of fights like this on their own terms.
Oh, they are farming up the ults that they'd want as well. That's the more terrifying prospect, as Aves one away from having that run it back. I think it was the same in the first half as well. Well, Filu is doing his best to just make sure he dies to the spine. Doesn't want to give anything extra. It's still going to be a troublesome position for them. And you can imagine that KC are going to have the idea to try and fight for those orbs.
Shame they've lost the Stinger. Maybe they'll buy a Spectre in its place. It's pretty solid in round 3, according to some people. But more likely, play the pistol. Maybe even purchase up. Oh, another Stinger. Huh.
You're not going to let that go.
No. No, not for a long time. I remember your 3 Spectre buy.
Something about flogging a dead horse.
Don't hold back.
All day long. I got all day. Nothing better to do. 10-4, 6-round gap. KC come in here with a very solid buy. Not just the Stinger we all know can be so good in this round, but also the rifles, 4 of them, and the ultimate, as you've highlighted, pal, from Aves. The run it back will give them a second lease of life with this rifle, and it's going to be running straight through on long, catching one, and opening up the door for Batty G to fall. Monster even goes down before the run it back is done. And this round, it's tied up in a neat bow. Oh. Well, not quite.
Oh, that was just a little jump scare. Oh, there's a chance for Fly. He's found a gap. Filu's picked off another one. This is starting to fall apart. They're so focused in on one that they haven't quite found the other. A chance for a lineup, but Aves is just on fire. Somewhat literally. A 3rd kill for him already. And while all that's left is Filu, and Martin's there alongside him. The 1-2 punch of KC, 11-4. Let's just say they took Lotus personally.
You know what, as Billy said, the Phoenix really can look good here on the attack, and I hope some other teams in the league can take notes, because this is how it should be used. Just phenomenal play coming out of Aves.
He's making it look good. He's making it look good. That shouldn't be something that they should get away with.
Good job,
compositionally,
bro, good job.
with
nice
that
steal, bro.
price.
From me, nice. Ow, 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 ow.
If that's what he does to make the Phoenix look this good, I'm getting 11 on that straight away.
But you know what's drawing my eye here? We're seeing that aggression coming out of KC. We're seeing them play around the wall. We're seeing them use the ult. And I'm just thinking, Movistar KOI, they don't look like they have the counter.
they do have this hard hold set up on C. Okay, they've got the Viper, they've got the Fizz, they've got the Omen. It didn't work for them last round, simply because Aves actually just hit some very
ran through it.
It works in theory, but sometimes you do just have to hit your shots. Now, what does KC bring? If they know that Movistar MKOI have that hard setup, the one that they should be easily be able to fight with, are they going to try and do this fake pressure towards A, draw some rotations over, and then try and end back towards C instead?
For now, at least, it's patient. The purchase from the defensive side, not great. And that Outlaw is like an operator. Here goes Martin, all of that utility that we spoke about. He can just run through it, and he's going to just execute the tank. Eventually, Monster is there for the trade, though. They're keeping things even, but he is under some serious pressure, being wrapped on from the side. He's going to go through his own snake bite, and it's not gone well. And well, Flyer running through the smoke hasn't gone well either. And Filu's not hit the shot. Everything in the last few seconds has gone wrong, but maybe, just maybe, there's a chance. Never mind, Aves on the case, 12 and 4. Lotus is feeling like a long way away.
It's not rounds that should necessarily work, but when you're finding opening kills like that, and like this, then suddenly all of that util means little to nothing.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I had a feeling there was a bit of a whiff.
I am Papa, sit down!
You think back to the start of this map, Filu standing up, shouting across the stage. Well, he is getting his fair share back in return from the side of KC. Now 8 chances to close this down. I asked you, Paul, coming in to this half, did you expect KC to slow down? With this comp have its limitations? And evidently, you were correct. They didn't slow down. They sped up. Their foot is on the gas.
18 and 9 for Aves and Martin.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, like, that's the thing. When these two are both on, yeah, you call a timeout.
There's a reason that KC have moved towards these double duelist comps over the last month and a half or so. They have been fantastic at making the most out of Aves. We know how good Martin has been on this this Euro over the last sort of 18 months or so. But seeing Aves really grow into this sort of Phoenix Raze second entry role that allows Martin to play a slightly more independent playstyle sometimes, actually plays into both of their individual strengths, both as people, okay, Aves giving it in and outside the server as well, okay, and also the way that they're able to call with Sadak and a lot of their heavy set XX that have been the KC strength for so long over the last 2 years.
It's a good time to touch on stakes for Movistar KOI 0 and 3. The chances of making it to playoffs looking desperately low. It is Apex and Na'Vi, probably their easiest games towards the end of the season. And looking at map 1, there's definitely promise here for this team, and they've looked a lot better here today when it comes down to the fundamentals that I think were missing in those first 2 weeks of stage 2. But ultimately, it could be too little too late if they do show up towards the end. Their chances will be relying on other teams, other matchups, and other fixtures going just the right way to give them a chance. Whereas for KC, dreams of making it to Paris looking very much alive. They took a blow to start this on Lotus, but they've lost 6 rounds since then, and they may win it with that same streak intact.
9 rounds in a row is what was had for KC.
Scanning ahead.
They definitely found themselves a counter. They're now running in towards this C site. Daddy G already tagged. Filu already tagged. It seems like this might just be the last hurrah, trying to fight back versus Aves. It's been an impossible task, and while he continues his run of 4, Monster down to just 21 HP, make that 0, and the only man standing in KC's way of getting their second win is going to be Natank. Last time out playing this map, he was on the ISO, he was the fragger. The only thing that really could work out for him is the time. That's all she wrote. 13-4 for KC. A dominant last 2 maps.
It looked like a bright future in this series after map number 1, but the lights went out. The candle was extinguished as a 13-9 for Movistar KOI leaves them with then 6 rounds across the last 2 maps. KC came here to win, and they have done so 2-1. A dominant victory is how this series will be remembered.
It's a brave, brave choice from Movistar KOI. Coming in, picking Lotus, a map that we've seen KC strong on, that we know they're so comfortable with, that they run their double duelist on. And to be fair to them, they absolutely backed it up. They delivered when it counted. They came out hitting really, really hard. It got a little bit shaky in that second half. But as you said earlier, Tom, KC took that personally and absolutely ended them on the other two maps, making the most of this style that we've seen them grow into since stage 1. That road to Paris is starting to look a little bit smoother for them now.
Even if you just talk about the road to playoffs, like you've beaten the two teams that are 0 and 3, you've got the head-to-heads versus both, so realistically an unlikely scenario of struggles to at least make it that far, but also just the form. Like, okay, I think they're caught off by some couple of counter picks, but in the next 2 maps, they were utterly dominant, and I think that combination, especially with Aves seeming like he's in incredible form, I think they are going to be a tough team to beat for anyone. Like they always seem, especially on their own choices, to look deadly.
And KC now facing off against Navi next week to look to lock in that 3rd win. It is definitely looking good for at least that playoff spot.
I think that would lock, that has to lock
it would lock them in, and then Team Liquid will be their final team if they do falter to Navi or indeed to play for seeding to close it out. That will be a tougher matchup from what we've seen this season. But if they can bring that same fire that they did to those last 2 maps, I think everyone is going to struggle to stand up against them. That was an impressive display from the side of KC. And one man from KC is standing by down on that stage with Yinsu. We've got Aves for the post-match interview.
I can now objectively say I'm joined by the best Phoenix player in EMEA. First of all, congratulations, Aves.
Thank you.
Before today, the Phoenix win rate at this stage was actually 0 and 2. We haven't seen a win yet. And now it's 2 and 2. Thanks for you. So how happy are you that you're able to, you know, really show off this agent?
I'm very happy because it's one of my favorite agents, to be honest. I would say last time we lost, I would take my loss on me because I was trolling so much. I was flashing myself so much. But I worked on that and it became much better.
That's the way of Phoenix, right? Sometimes it happens.
Yeah,
you know? You have to just laugh about it. And speaking of the vibes, I really enjoy the trash talks, you know, on stage. What were you saying at the end when you won?
When they're winning, they're standing up and trash talking. But when they're losing, they're just standing and not doing anything. So
you wanted to give it back a little bit, right? How do you handle that on stage? Because obviously this is still relatively new for you, you know, in your career. Are you enjoying the trash talk, the banter, you know, everything that's going on?
I mean, I played so much LANs before coming into Tier 1 in my league, and I think I'm pretty used to it, so it's not a big problem for me. And yeah, I do enjoy it a lot. I feel like sometimes at some point people are kind of getting tilted because of it. That's why I abuse it.
Oh, so it's like a mental thing. You want to get in their heads.
Yeah.
Did they ever get in your heads? Because there was one point, I think on map 2, they did a collective like shush Aves to you. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't even look at it. I didn't care, to be honest. I just started playing the game.
I think you have a couple of players in your team. You know, Sui in particular, he likes to get up a lot. So have you learned from him maybe to be able to trash talk and talk back?
I mean, first match we played, no, second match against Vitality in kickoff. He was like, after he did the 1v3, he stand up. And I remember it. It was like aura.
Oh.
I want to have this aura.
Okay, you learn early. I think you're getting there. You're definitely getting that. And speaking of aura, when I saw the agent select for Haven, you know, KOI changed their comp, of course, but playing Viper into your IGL, who I don't know if you know this, you probably do, but when he was doing the Harbor Viper stuff back in Americas, undefeated, he, I think, pretty much invented the way to play Viper on Haven. So did any point, did Sadak say to you guys, like, I've got this, I know what they're doing, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I feel like if you have Cypher in your team, it's very easy to counter Viper. I feel like when your Cypher knows what he's doing and how to counter Viper, it's pretty easy, to be honest. I think it's kind of fake meta. Viper is fake meta. I don't think it's that good on Haven, to be honest. There's other better options.
Did it make you more confident then when you saw the agent select?
Yeah, because even in, like, back then we played against Viper in Prax and we always know how to counter it, so...
Yeah, you had that, Although, what happened earlier in the day, you know, maybe this could have been a bit more comfortable for you guys.
I would say first map we were not awake since the beginning, especially me. I lost so much energy for some reason and I was shooting very bad. But then I tried to reset. I tried to do like my things to reset, and for second and third map I did good. So yeah, I think it was more of lack of energy for everyone.
I know on the stage you seem to handle the pressure so well, but off the stage, as you know, we're going to Paris. Everybody wants KC specifically. I think even if you're not a KC fan, you want to see KC in Paris. So how are you handling that sort of pressure from your fans?
To be honest, this is the biggest pressure for us, for all of us, this year. That we want to make it to we want to really make it to Paris. It's very big for us. It's very important. We're trying our best every single day. So we're just wishing for the best.
Does it ever get to you a little bit though, if you are losing, or you see people, they have such high expectations of you, and you don't necessarily feel like you're fulfilling it?
To be honest, I feel like expectations is not good. You cannot go into games when you have expectations, especially if you're players, because it's gonna add even more pressure on you. I just feel like if you just play your game and don't care about the expectations or what's gonna happen if we lose and stuff, it's gonna even like destroy your hit even more. So yeah.
Last question. I haven't had a chance to speak to you about this, so I'm going to take my opportunities. Boaster speaks a lot about you. We had him on our podcast, and he said that after his losses, you contacted him, you were sending very nice messages, and he also said that you trialed for Fnatic, and it actually came down to you or Kayak and Crashies. It was very close to you potentially joining that team as well. So what's your relationship like with him?
To be honest, he's one of my favorite esports athlete, and he's also my friend. I really like talking to him. I think he's a very inspiration for a lot of players, even me. I was watching him back then, and he's he has zero ego, I don't know how to explain it, but he's always very friendly and he's very smart. I really look up into him.
Oh, he's going to love hearing that. You've just made his day, not my day. But thank you very much, Aves, for joining me. Congratulations once again today. We'll see you here next week. That is all from us here, but we do have more VALORANT, of course, tomorrow. But for now, have a lovely evening and enjoy the Herman Miller Gaming End of Day highlights.
Blah, 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 blah. Do whatever you want, but do it as a team, okay?
Last player standing. One enemy.
You see how easy it is? Keep playing like this.
Still not cleared out. Apex are on their own map pick. Finally, Team Liquid win it out.
Bro, insane Mossy, bro. Holy nice! Eric, bro, insane!
I'm back. This is looking like it. This is looking like Apex can send us to Mark 3 on Lotus. And they got far too close. Ollie Zera is the one to send us to Mark 3.
Let's go. Let's go to the game.
One enemy.
Kiko playing it down to the wire. There's not going to be enough. It's Kiko to send them over the ledge. At long last, Liquid are in playoffs.
Good stuff.
Ça va comme ça.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Good. Hey, nice call, Simone. Love that from you, brother.
Swinging in, Movistar Koi. We looked at this map as a risk, but that risk has paid off.
Bro, you and me. Dima, you and me, bro. You and me, bro.
duel. He hasn't even got his weapon out. A 3K from Abed puts 13 on the board, and KC with a dominant map number 2.
They don't have the counter. They don't have the counter. They don't know how to play against this. They don't know. They don't know. Well done.
Nice! Nice!
Good job, bro. Good job.
And that's all she wrote. 13-4 for KC. A dominant last 2 maps.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸을 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄빠가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 목숨 내 못다 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool Release night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or 싫어 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다고 내가 다시 look nice Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself Told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride body with a tool 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 boys 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 looking like